the pew. Two sinners, fallen from grace. Devin noticed as well. "How long has it been for you?" 22 years. "How about you?" "Almost 11. He stopped, looking up at the stained glass windows, depicting St. Timothy's martyrdom. Devin barely glanced at the one of St. Tim smiling down on us benevolently, preferring the more ferocious images of the stoning. "This place was like home. When things got too bad, Jess and I—" Sorrow shuddered his face. "Did you go to school here as well?" He nodded. "Had a scholarship. Most from the tower never come here. Think the church is thumbing its nose at them, all gold and silk, when they're fighting for food and running water and heat in the winter. Nice to know Kingston finally cleaned up his act." "What do you mean?" "Inside the tower? Outside, it looks as bad as ever. But inside, it seems like things are a little better. Folks taking pride in where they live, instead of using it like a urinal. Tyree made it sound like he forced Kingston to fix things up, but that doesn't sound like Tyree. My money's on the women. After all, it's them that take care of this place." He nodded to the immaculate altar, with its embroidered silk drapes and shiny gold candlesticks. "Mrs. Anders, she used to drag me here at least twice a week, on top of the mass we attended every morning as part of school. Said I had the devil in me, needed an extra dose of Jesus." I nodded, remembering that daily parade from the school on the other side of St. Tim's into the church. God help you if you straggled, or whispered, or stepped out of line. I went to St. Tim's, too. Would have been a few years ahead of you. His gaze was still lost among the stained glass above us. In the darkness, the saints glowered down on us, ignoring poor St. Tim as he was stoned to death. "Always swore I'd never be him, that I'd fight back." That's what I told myself as well. Devin gave himself a shake and dredged up a tired smile for me. "Guess we both got the devil in us." He had no idea, but I smiled back at him, felt a little less tired and uncertain, even though nothing had changed. We made it to the front vestibule. "You know how you said you could read that girl's mind? Could you do that again?" "That's your idea?" I stopped, afraid to look at him, afraid of how I looked to him. "I don't read minds. I'm not sure what happened. Just somehow we were together." "Whatever. Could you do it again?" Damn, he was stubborn. "No, I don't know." Embarrassment flushed my cheeks. Last thing I wanted was to explore my newfound craziness. "Maybe, but only certain minds." "What kind of minds?" "People in comas." Before I could lose my nerve, I quickly told him about Patrice and Mrs. Coates, and about my other spells, the ones that seemed to be triggered by extreme emotions and adrenaline. To my relief, he listened without judgment. Instead, he accepted what I could do, more so than I did myself. I didn't feel anything like acceptance. What I felt was terror. Pure, kick-in-the-gut terror. "That's how you knew where to find Esme? And those kids? Can you make it happen again? Use it to find her now." "That's the problem. According to medical science, this is impossible." "But you knew where Esme was when we were down in the tunnels. You were right about that. And that old lady's wedding ring." He paced across the marble floor of the vestibule, head swinging as he considered all the angles. He reminded me of Ryder right then, a warrior preparing for battle. "Maybe, when you get frozen." Fugues. I decided to call them fugues. It was a small, gentle word, shades of Bach and chords of organ music, rather than nerve-jangling panic. "Fugues, whatever. Maybe somehow your brain waves match the coma patients, like you're on their wavelength so you can hear what they're thinking. Maybe the moon is made of green cheese and magnets cure cancer. I'm a doctor. This is all impossible. Leaning against the thick wall, I closed my eyes, trying to wish him, the world, away. No such luck. Maybe I'm the one in a coma, and you all are just a hallucination. Damn strange hallucination. A smile edged across his lips. But if so, this hallucination is very grateful you found Esme, even if we lost her again. He hesitated, and I knew what he was going to ask. You want me to try again with Jane Doe? The girl currently in the ICU, fighting for her life. Maybe once the drugs are out of her system, she can tell us what happened. Then we might know who took Esme. He made it sound so logical, easy, but I remembered the pain, the terror that had overwhelmed me when I'd touched Jane Doe the first time. Wasn't sure I could face that again. Devin didn't give me a chance to voice my misgivings. He held the door open, and together we left the church. A large man was jogging up the steps, his gaze on Devin. "Harold," Devin said. "What's the news?" "Esme's not in the tower. The cops are withdrawn from the tunnels. We'll look there next." "Wait," I said. "The cops finished searching the tunnels already?" The man looked from me to Devin, a question in his eyes. "She's okay," Devin vouched for me. "Harold, this is Dr. Rossi. She's helping." Harold favored me with an appraising gaze, followed by a nod. "Pleasure. The cops didn't finish their search. Kingston sent them away until they can get more manpower and equipment. Best thing I can tell, we'll have the place to ourselves." "Don't count on it," Devin grumbled. "Tyree will have men back down there guarding his stash. Kingston is obviously using the tunnels for something as well, given the supplies we saw. He's involved in all this. I'm not sure how. There might be some other unfriendlies, so tell the men to be careful." "Where are you going to be?" A hint of concern entered Harold's voice. "Good Samaritan. There's someone there we need to talk to," Devin said. I hadn't agreed to try to communicate with Jane Doe, but I followed him down the steps and headed toward the hospital. It was either that, or walk to my uncle's place alone and face my family. I wasn't sure which would be more painful.
Chapter 23. Ryder drove around the block, parked across the street from St. Timothy's School, and studied the maps of the tunnels he'd added to his cell phone, courtesy of Gator Guy in the fire department. The JPEGs were a bit blurred around the edges where the flash washed out, but he'd added enough overlap that he had a pretty clear idea of the layout. Ozzy sat in the passenger seat, nose pressed against the window, giving out the occasional sigh. Impatient with his new human, no doubt. Ryder scratched him between the shoulder blades. "I know you miss her. We're going to find her." The dog turned his head, meeting Ryder's gaze and nodding his head solemnly, as if accepting Ryder's promise and etching it into his memory. Ryder put the car back in gear and pulled away from the curb. Christ, now he was talking to a dog. Not to mention sneaking back onto the crime scene he'd just been ejected from. The entrance below Good Sam's ER still looked like his best bet. He parked near the Good Sam ambulance bay and got the dog out. This wasn't a good idea. Wasn't even good enough to be a bad idea, but it was the only one he had. "You ready?" The dog wagged his tail and started for the door. Ryder followed.
"Why did you think Daniel Kingston might be involved in all this?" I asked as Devin and I walked toward Good Sam. "You said he was hiding something in the tunnels?" Devin's jaw began working like a dog, gnawing the meat off a bone. "Everything bad that's happened around here, he's responsible. Daniel Kingston destroyed my mother." That brought me up short. "What happened?" "She and some of the other women were protesting the conditions in the tower. My mother organized the women. They even marched over to Kingston's office, delivered a petition. Kingston decided to make an example of her. His fists bunched, elbows drawn back, ready to hit something. But he forced his hands open, making a flinging motion, as if he was throwing something away. He left her half dead the first time. The other women nursed her back to health, but Kingston wouldn't leave her alone. He was obsessed with her. I think because she never gave up fighting. Day or night, you never knew. He'd just show up, take her away, and when she came back, why didn't she go to the police? I asked. The advocacy center had been created to help victims like Devin's mother, but it was only 7 years old. The abuse he was reporting would have happened over 25 years ago. If she'd spoken up, she would have been branded a snitch and killed, he said. Not like anyone would have taken her word over Daniel Kingston's anyway. He may not have been as rich back then, but the Kingston family name was just as powerful as it is now. He paused, drawing in a breath that had more sharp edges than the broken glass lining the gutter beside us. It went on for years. He'd leave her be for months at a time, but then he always came back. My earliest memories are her hushing me, putting me in the hall closet with my crayons and books, telling me to stay there until she came to get me. But I could hear the screaming and hitting. I'd smell the blood. The things he'd do to her, make her do. But she always fought back. She never surrendered to him. The other women took care of her, pretty much raised me. Said she was their hero, would tell stories about her standing up to Kingston. But really, they were protecting themselves. As long as Kingston came after her, he was leaving them and theirs in peace. I didn't figure that out until I was a lot older, and she was already gone. The lights of Good Sam were visible, but Devin didn't seem to notice, lost in his memories. I had the feeling I was the first person he'd told the story to, and that he needed someone to share it with. What happened? I wish I had a picture of her to show you, what she was like before he broke her. It was as if she had this glow about her, more than just being pretty or beautiful. He kicked a stray rock into the gutter. By the time I was 8, she was dead inside. Didn't recognize me anymore. But still, when he showed up, the light would come to her eyes. Only time she was alive was when she was fighting him. The rest of the time, she was a zombie, could barely feed herself. And then, he shrugged, heaving the weight of memory aside. She was gone, good as dead, in a coma after a hot shot of heroin. All because of Kingston. You think Patrice and Jess were doing something Kingston didn't like, and he targeted them like he did your mom? Surely a rich man with connections like Kingston's could find a more effective way to deal with people who got in his way. Or he got Tyree to do his dirty work for him. Who knows? Devin's tone was bitter, making him sound young. Then he straightened, eyes wide. Maybe Kingston knew Jess called me. Maybe he knew I was coming back for her and Esme. Why would that make Kingston want to kill them? Because he hates me. He'd gladly destroy me and everyone I love. Why? He shook his head, as if remembering the punchline to an old joke. A smile played across his lips, but it wasn't a happy smile. It was a smile filled with contempt and dark promises. Kingston hates me because I'm his son.
Chapter 24. Devin didn't wait for Angela's response. Instead, he forced a laugh. Yep, someday all this... He swung his hand around to indicate the ravaged blocks between them and the tower. Could be mine. Well, part mine. Leo was born a few years before me, so he's entitled to half. Despite his joking tone, inside he steeled himself for battle, retreating behind locked doors, barricading his secrets. He'd told Angela only part of the story. But what if he was right, and Jess had died because she'd asked him to come home? When would he learn? All he brought to anyone he loved was pain. First, his mother, just by his existence, a constant reminder of what Daniel Kingston had taken from her. Then Jess, lovely Jess, her beauty destroyed by Devon's love. And now Esme at risk. Because of Devon. You can't give up, Angela said. Ryder will keep searching the tunnels. The little kids aren't talking. But maybe in the morning, after they get some rest, and we might be able to learn something from their families once we track them down. Harold's working on the Tower residence, trying to find the families. So, guess that just leaves you and me and Jane Doe. She hesitated, staring down at her hands. They trembled slightly. She jammed them into her pockets, took a breath, and they crossed the last street separating them from Good Sam. He knew she was scared. Hell, just watching her have one of those spells made his skin twitch. Primal fear. Like getting too close to an open flame. Couldn't imagine living through one. But what choice did they have? They continued in silence, entering the hospital, quiet as it ever was at 2:30 in the morning, and up the elevator to the ICU floor. Devon hated hospitals. Had spent way too much time in them with his mom. The pediatric ICU was worse than he'd imagined. The Asian girl, Jane Doe, looked even skinnier here, dwarfed by machines and people and noises. White sheets clung to her like burial shrouds. Doubt almost made him pull Angela back. The girl looked half past dead already. What if something happened while Angela was... His mind stuttered, trying to find words for what Angela was about to do, while Angela was with her. What would it feel like to be inside someone's mind as they died? An image of his mother filled his vision, eyes empty, staring, but not seeing, just like this girl's. Body dwindling away, but the mind already gone. Wouldn't death be a release? A gentle embrace, gathering you to it like a lover's arms. Sounded like a fairy tale to him. Sounded like bullshit. Kicking and screaming, clawing and scratching at life. That's how death should be for someone so young, vibrant. The memory of Jess's body, reaching out to him, blindsided him. Angela didn't seem to notice the beeping and humming and whooshing of the machines surrounding them, or the other patients cocooned in their beds, surrounded by gadgets and prayers. Instead, she grabbed Jane Doe's chart, skimmed through it, shaking her head mournfully. Serotonin syndrome with acute rhabdomyolysis, she murmured, speaking Greek for all the good it did Devon. Hemodialysis isn't keeping up with the potassium overload. She closed the chart, frowning, as she scrutinized the readings on the monitors. He dared a step closer, taking care not to get near any of the wires or tubes. It's not good. She's dying. All that medical mumbo-jumbo, and he could have told her that just by looking at the girl. He'd seen death too many times not to recognize it. Slanting his gaze at Angela, he realized she had as well. The doctor talk was just a way of denying the inevitable, controlling the chaos. Hell, maybe all these machines and people scurrying around were doing the same, living in denial. Needing to be able to tell themselves they tried, they at least did something. Even if it was more harm than good. No wonder he hated hospitals. Angela leaned over a big machine with a lot of pens sketching out waves. EEG, her brainwaves, minimal activity. She pursed her lips. Some excitation, spindle bursts, alpha and theta waves with synchronized activity. Want to translate for us poor slobs? Her brain, the spindle bursts. I wonder if that's the reason why... She cut the sentence short, glancing around to see if anyone was near enough to overhear. "If this works, you might be right. Maybe somehow, I don't know, we're in sync." She nodded to the comatose girl. "So you can do it again?" "Only one way to know." Before he could ask any questions, like what the hell he should do if someone came by while she was doing her trance thing, she grabbed the girl's hand. "Angela." Too late. She was gone. Ryder knew there'd be a guard on the door leading from Good Sam's basement to the tunnels. Had wondered how he'd bluff his way through without getting another officer in trouble, but he needn't have worried. It was Petrosky standing watch at the door. Not only did she let him inside, she checked that the crime scene techs had left and the coast was clear. "Looks like it's just you, me, and the Gators," she quipped. "Don't let them eat that dog of yours. Do me a favor and don't trip any of those bombs. Wouldn't want to be the one who had to explain how you got into a secure scene." "Didn't know you cared, Petrosky." "Care about covering my ass, you better believe it." The crime scene guys had brought in portable halogen lights and left one behind outside the taped-off and sealed door to the refrigerator, giving Ryder his first detailed look at the tunnel's infrastructure. The walls were dove gray, either by intent or aging, as were the concrete floors. Overhead, a puzzle knot of pipes of various sizes and colors wove their way below the catwalk. He aimed the work light back down the way they'd come, counting at least 3 intersections and numerous doors lining the corridor as far as he could see. Some of the blocks were lined with the metal shelving units, like the one Rossi had climbed when she chased after Esme, but others had bare walls. "CSU check the other rooms down here?" he asked Petrosky. "Kingston gave us a master key. No signs of any illegal activity, but they only covered the rooms near where the kids were found. They pulled everyone out after that." "Don't suppose you could lend me the master?" She thought for a moment, then took a key ring from her pocket. "I'll need it back before shift change." Almost 3 now. That gave him 4 hours. He had no intention of staying in here that long. Not alone, without backup. The dog shifted at his feet, anxious to get going. Okay, without human backup. "Deal." "You know they found more than just Tyree's bombs. There's also meth labs, other hazmat shit. You sure it's worth it? That girl could be anywhere by now." He glanced into the blackness ahead of him, just like Paktika. "I'll be fine." Petrosky headed back to her post, her flashlight swinging through the darkness until she disappeared around the corner. Ryder checked the maps on his phone again, confirmed what he'd committed to memory. Then he turned his own light on and let out Ozzy's lead. "Find her, boy." The dog needed little encouragement. He sniffed the air and led Ryder back to where they'd last seen Esme. So far, so good. Now came the tricky part. Alone except for the dog, he felt a familiar tingle of fear tap dance between his shoulder blades, like he had a sniper's rifle sighted on his back. Strange noises echoed through the cavernous space, reverberating so he couldn't pinpoint their locations. With them came an unnerving claustrophobia, as if the blackness was smothering him, walls closing in, even as there was a sense of wide-open space above him, perfect for an ambush. The dog hesitated, caught a scent, and they were off again. They passed a few places where it was obvious the bomb squad had dismantled booby traps. The ammonia stench of chemicals wafted out of several closed doors. Ryder made a mental note of them, but didn't stop. Tyree would have any product moved before he could get men down here anyway. Ozzy did a good job, occasionally stopping when the scent trail led him to a dead end, when the overhead catwalks continued past the corridor walls. They'd backtrack, find an alternate route, and continue on. Ryder decided he liked having the dog with him. Ozzy knew how to maneuver in the dark, was a hard worker, and didn't whine. Better than some of the men he'd partnered with. They came to a section that was lined with doors the color of rotting Halloween pumpkins. No shelves here. Just very strong, very heavy metal doors with no windows. Ozzy kept sniffing at the doors as if confused by other scents, but then tried to pull Ryder down a side corridor. From the map, Ryder knew the corridor led to one of the unmarked exits Gator Guy had told them about. It came up on Park Avenue, just a block away from Daniel Kingston's brownstone mansion, as far away from the tower as you could get in the tunnels. The same in the world above ground. The neighborhood where Kingston lived used to be Cambria's Millionaire's Row, but that was a century before the money abandoned Cambria. The tower was built, and the city had pretty much gone to hell. He was just about ready to follow Ozzy in that direction when his light swept over something at the bottom edge of one of the orange doors. A smear of dark red. He crouched and focused the light on it. Blood. Fingerprints. Smaller than his. Gripping the edge of the door as if fighting for life. He motioned the dog into a sit. Using the master key, he unlocked the door, pulled his service weapon, made sure the dog was in the clear, and pushed the door open with his foot as he took cover against the far wall. Ozzy barked once and lunged at Ryder, barreling into him, pushing him around the corner. The door swung silently inward. A bright white light blinded Ryder. Thanks to Ozzy, he was already twisted away from the door, half sprinting, half leaping through the air as the explosion hit.
Chapter 25. Flames surrounded me. Every color imaginable, bursting and dancing and singing and sparking. I couldn't see my body, but I felt the flames firing every nerve. Except they weren't really colors. Or rather, the colors were born from music. Painful, discordant notes that drilled into my brain. I wanted to shout out the blinding chords, but couldn't. Instead, I forced myself past the cacophony of light and noise and pain, and found her. She'd retreated into a small, peaceful corner. She was lovely, long dark hair hanging like strands of silk, face unmarred by bruises or cuts. She wore a shimmering gown that changed colors as she moved, and she was playing the piano, a large, black grand piano, its polished surface reflecting the colors of her gown as if she was painting with music. Her fingers, no longer swollen or broken, danced over the keys, like words in a poem. The music was haunting, a cry for help, but also a sigh of hope. The fingers of my left hand moved, forming chords, wanting to accompany her. For a few moments, I thought I heard a violin weaving through the piano's voice, as if I really was playing. Then she looked up. "You came back for me." In my head, her voice sounded surprised, like she was used to being abandoned. "You play beautifully." She gave me a shy smile and nodded her thanks. "I think I'm dying. Shouldn't I be scared?" "I don't know." I sat beside her on the piano bench. The pain was gone, but the flames still surrounded us, flickering in time to her music. "You should. You're dying too." She seemed disappointed that I wasn't smarter than I was. "What's your name?" "Alamia Saya. My friends call me Allie." I hesitated, not sure of the rules of this strange conversation, still half believed that it wasn't even happening, but I wasn't about to let that stop me from finding out what I could. "Who did this to you, Allie?" The ground shifted beneath me, an earthquake toppling me from the bench. I was falling, head first, spinning out of control like a skydiver who'd forgotten her parachute. The pain returned, accompanied by the same visions that had bombarded me during my first contact with Allie. Images of her torture, of all that she'd suffered. The face of the man that was never clear, instead morphed with pain and panic into a twisted monster. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry," Allie cried. "I'll be good, I promise." I spun around, flames licking at my flesh, searing me with piercing, high-pitched screams, found her huddled at my feet, naked again, bruised and battered and broken. She didn't look up when I spread my arms around her, trying to protect her from the memories. "Shh, it's okay. It's okay. Everything will be okay." I lied. I didn't care. She was dying, and we both knew it. But I couldn't let her go this way, in pain, terrified. I wanted her to have the serenity that Mrs. Coates had, or at least the sense of release that Patrice had. But I had no idea what to say to help her. Guilt at having brought her to this point flooded me, fueling the flames. It was hard to focus on her. Every inch of my body shrieked in pain, but it was nothing compared to what Allie had suffered. "Tell my parents I'm sorry." One last plaintive wail, and she vanished, leaving me cradling empty nothingness. The flames turned into popping firecrackers, sparks flaring, then dying, black silence in their wake. I was buffeted, whirling in a blaze of heat and pain and blackness. The emptiness was more frightening than the bright, screeching pain. I tried to look for Allie, but she was gone, and I was lost, with no way out.
Devin had seen some freaky shit in his life, but the sight of Angela standing there, somehow communing with the girl in a coma, spiked to the top of the list. Watching her reminded him of being in church, not the sucker's game of turning water into wine. Talk about an easy con. The mark did all the work. But more the feeling of anticipation that something miraculous could happen. He may have left the church behind a long time ago, but he was smart enough to realize there was something out there bigger, badder, and hopefully a hell of a lot smarter than humans were. When he was a kid, the women would come to his mom each time she returned from a visit with Daniel Kingston. They would light incense, clean her wounds, tend to her, forming a circle around her as they prayed, their rosary beads clicking like an abacus calculating a debt. Delivering her from the devil, Mrs. Anders had told him. Making sure the evil that was Kingston didn't take hold. Of course, the devil who carried Kingston's evil was Devin himself. At Mrs. Anders's hands, he'd paid the price for his mother's healing. As a kid, Devin would believe in the miracle, no matter how much pain it caused him. If it saved his mother, protected her from Kingston, he'd gladly suffer. But Mrs. Anders's purification rituals never took hold for long. As soon as Devin's mother was healed enough to stumble down to the street, she would find more drugs and return to her mindless limbo, a land where little things like raising a son or fighting off Kingston simply didn't matter anymore. Despite the fact that by the end she had lost everything, including her looks, Kingston still wouldn't leave her alone. Not until he broke her. Devin scratched at the scars on his palms. Lord, how Mrs. Anders had worked to whip the devil out of him after that. He could barely remember it. So much of that time he'd blocked out of his memory, but he remembered her tears as she whipped him with her rosary beads, striking him harder and harder, as if his blood could heal his mother. She'd failed, of course, as all her rituals and prayers had. The only lesson Devin had come away with was there was no such thing as miracles. You had to make your own way in this world, couldn't depend on the next for anything. especially couldn't depend on believers like Mrs. Anders, no matter how strong their faith. This thing with Angela, though, this was no charade. This was the real deal. He thought he should have been scared, maybe even in awe, but all he felt was a vague edge of hope. Slippery, sharp, capable of slicing him if he held on too tight. If Angela helped him find Esme, he couldn't give a good goddamn how she did it. The monitor beeping above him and the scratching of the pens across the EEG tracing to his right changed rhythms. The monitor became irregular. Beep, 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 beep. But the pens that measured the girl's brainwaves slowed until they barely made a squiggle on the page. He was no doctor, but there was no way this could be good. Angela stood rigid, staring without blinking, her face a mask. Then the alarms began to shriek, 3 different ones at once. He glanced up. The line that measured the heartbeat had gone flat. The girl was dying. What did that mean for Angela?
Chapter 26. Hands gripped my waist, spinning me in the dark and toward a deafening light. A wave of white-hot lava seared through me. Shit, Angela. You okay? It was Devin. I broke free from Allie, collapsing into his arms. He braced me as he pulled me behind the curtain separating the bed spaces, then whipped it shut just as 2 nurses and a resident ran to Allie's bedside. I heard the alarms, knew they were too late. Nausea doubled me over, but Devin held me upright. He guided me across to the nurses' station, where we watched the ICU staff try to resuscitate Allie. I'm taking you down to the ER. No. The syllable was a struggle. I was sweating and shaking and needed to pee, but I ignored all that. My eyes were scratchy and dry. I blinked, trying to focus. How long? Almost half an hour. Holy shit. A chill raced over me, knocking my teeth together as the implications hit me. This was bad. Very, very bad. This was my life was fucked forever bad. Angela? Jesus, you're white as a... I was going to be sick. I pushed myself up, leaning against his chest, and swayed. Get me out of here, I whispered, unable to trust my legs to carry me from the unit. He led me into the hallway. I bolted into the public restroom and hurled into the toilet, not even bothering to close the door behind me. Behind me, I heard water running. Then Devin handed me a wad of wet paper towels. I staggered to my feet, flushed, and shaking off his help, rinsed my face, gargled. When I looked in the mirror, I saw a wraith, dark eyes burning through pasty white flesh, lips colorless, sweat matting my hair. What happened? He asked. Inside there. My senses reeled, on overload, unable to process everything I'd experienced with Allie when she... God, I couldn't bring myself to even think it. It sounded crazy. Dark spots circled through my vision, and my stomach flip-flopped. Let's go somewhere we can talk. I need some juice or something. We went out to the family waiting room, which was thankfully empty. He fed quarters into the vending machine and brought me a can of apple juice as I sat on the couch by the window. The lights of the city held back the night, creating a blurry grayscape, as if Thomas Edison could conquer the dark, as if he knew a damn thing about true darkness, like what I'd seen with Allie. A laugh escaped me, harsh and throaty, and edged with enough insanity it made Devin flinch. You sure you're okay? No, not at all. Not sure and not okay. Panic skittered along my nerves, tip-tapping over hot coals. What if Devin hadn't pulled me out of my fugue? Would I have been trapped in there? Not dead, but not alive? Until my body failed? I pushed the juice away, my stomach revolting. A sour taste filled my mouth. Devin sat down beside me, wrapped his arms around my shoulders, and I realized I was shaking. Goosebumps lined my arms, even though I felt feverish. We sat in silence for a few minutes until my trembling slowed. Then he held the juice to my lips as if I was a child. "Drink. You'll feel better." I took a sip, and then another. The apple juice stung my parched lips and tongue, but felt good. I took hold of the can with both hands and gulped the juice down. "Thanks," I said when I'd finished. He took the can and threw it in the recycling bin. I liked him for that, for noticing and thinking twice about a little thing like that. When he turned back, his face was clouded with worry. "She didn't know anything about Esme." I answered his unasked question. His head swung up and down in a slow, heavy nod. "Did she say who did this to her?" "Not his name. I couldn't see his face. It was so hard. What she went through." I looked away, unable to finish. Placed my hand flat against the window pane, absorbing the cold like a tonic. "Her name was Allie. Alamia Saya." Her face replaced mine in the reflection in the window. The face of the girl playing the piano, shy, but at peace. Not the face of the girl tortured by pain. I could only hope that there truly wasn't anything after this life, that once she died, all traces of that pain vanished with her. Who was I to know anything? All these years of playing God, practicing medicine. Practicing, that was rich irony. And I knew nothing about anything. Anger spiked through me. "I need to call Ryder." Devin's cell phone rang. He listened, asked a few questions, then hung up. "No need," he said. "Ryder's downstairs in the ER. Seems he went back into the tunnels. Your Wonder Cop triggered a bomb."
2 ER visits in one night, twice as many as Ryder's entire life. And this time brought in an ambulance. Embarrassing. Especially since there was nothing wrong with him. Well, nothing except a pounding headache and the ringing in his ears and his back all scraped to hell from where he hit the corner. But it was a lot better than it could have been, thanks to Ozzy pushing him out of the way and the thick steel door that had blasted shut when the IED blew. "I'm fine," he growled at the nurse for the third time, sick of her hovering. Despite the fact that she was half his size, she pinned him in his chair with a single strategically placed hand. "You will be, as soon as the doctor checks your CT scan. Makes sure you don't have any bleeding in your brain." Another damn waste of time. He let the nurse finish cleaning the abrasions along his shoulder and back. They burned, and he had lost a lot of skin, but none were deep enough to need stitches. Ozzy sat at his feet, looking up at him with sympathy. Ryder absently scratched the dog behind the ears. The nurse finally finished and left him alone. He was in another curtained bed space, not the same one Sister Patrice had died in, thank goodness. As soon as the nurse left, he stood, braced himself against the bed rail when his vision went swampy, then tugged his way free of the patient gown. "How is he?" A familiar voice carried through the curtain. "Rossi." He turned, still holding the gown, just as she entered. Felt the same electricity he'd felt the first time he'd seen her. Funny how that seemed so long ago. Years instead of hours. She looked like a lifetime had passed. Her face was drained of color, eyes dark and puffy, hair limp. "Heard what happened," she said, stopping short just inside the curtain. "Came to check on the dog." Ozzy lumbered over to her, his head fitting comfortably beneath her palm as he nuzzled her leg. "Damn dog saved my life," Ryder said, holding back a smile. He didn't care how lousy she looked right now. He was glad to see her. Instead of crossing over to her, shoving the dog out of the way, and taking her into his arms like he wanted, he forced his energy on wadding the patient gown into a tight ball and hurling it into the laundry bin. It wasn't the right time or place, and he didn't want to overwhelm her when she already looked like she was ready to collapse. He turned away, reaching for his shirt, the pain twisting through his body, providing a good distraction from any feelings he had for Rossi. He caught her gaze on him as he dressed, but it was a clinical appraisal. She was worried about him. Wasn't that sweet? As she finished buttoning his shirt, she finally stopped giving the dog loving and moved to sit on the exam bed. He tucked in his shirt and joined her, Ozzy immediately plunking down at their feet. All they needed was a fire and some apple pie. "Her name was Allie," she said softly. "Alamea Saya." How the hell did she know that? Was? She just died. But she was talking. Told you her name? Anything else? Too many questions. This whole damn case was too many questions. She shook her head, tiny little jerks as if running away from something. Her lips so tight they formed a single, pale line. "Then how do you know?" "I can't tell you." Again, he was expected to trust her and her mysterious information. Still, she'd been right about Esme. He suspected Devin Price was her source, not some patient she had to keep confidential as he'd initially assumed. Just how close were Rossi and Price? The question wasn't strictly professional. She raised her face and looked at him, not asking anything, not expecting anything. Resigned. Her bruised expression overruled his skepticism. Ryder reached for his phone, got the duty officer on the line. "I need anything on an Alamea Saya." "No, I don't know how to spell it. Start with missing persons reports. Juvenile, maybe 15 or 16. Asian, black hair, black eyes, 5'3", 100 pounds. He listened, trying to ignore the weight of Rossi's stare. Now that he'd taken the first step, believing her, he worried she'd start expecting miracles from him. The officer gave him what info he had and sent Ryder a DMV photo. She beamed out at the camera as if it held all her hopes and dreams. She'd been lovely. Hard to reconcile the girl in the photo with the ravaged victim they'd found in the tunnels. It's her. She was 16. Address in the tower, but no missing persons report, just like the others. They sat there a few moments, his feet on the ground, hers swinging in the air, dog lying with his chin on his paws, staring up at them both. He should head back over to the tower. God, he was sick of that place. Notify the parents. Rossi should have been home in bed. She looked wrecked. He probably did as well. Instead, they sat in silence. It felt good, comfortable, as if the rest of the world had vanished. He shook his head. He wasn't prone to such philosophical thoughts. Hell, he still hadn't made good on his promise to buy her dinner. Swallowing a regretful sigh, he slid to his feet. The dog shook himself and stood beside him. She sat, looking like a kid, her feet still swinging. "Can I come?" "I'm going to notify Allie's parents, I know. I'd like to come with you." She jumped down from the cot. "I've made notifications before, and I'd like to talk to them. She belongs to us." By us, she meant the advocacy center and the sex and juvie squad. He considered and nodded. Far better than her venturing into the tower on her own, which he wouldn't have put past her. One thing tonight had shown him: Rossi was good company, better than most partners he'd worked with. He trusted her, even if she didn't carry a weapon. First time in a long time that he'd trusted anyone, including himself.
Chapter 27. I could have gone home. It was 3:30, and chances were the bar would be quiet for a few hours until the family party resumed. Holidays with long weekends translated to marathon jam sessions, the music handing off from one player to the next, virtually never ending. Jacob and my uncle would have persuaded me to perform with the band, and then after, I'd have been forced to mingle, make small talk as I invented new ways to avoid my mother, while watching her avoid me. Not tonight. Family was just too hard. And what if I had a spell, or something happened in front of them? I couldn't let them know I was sick, not until I had answers. Ryder had given me the perfect out, a way to avoid my family, avoid my lonely apartment above the bar, with the music vibrating through the floors, rattling its guilt into my very marrow if I didn't join in, and avoid thinking about, well, too many things to count. Hell, between Allie and the 7 kids we'd rescued from the tunnels, I might be able to avoid my family for days. I went to expedite Ryder's discharge. He was in favor of ignoring the paperwork and leaving against medical advice. But since we were dealing with workers' comp issues, and I knew he was already skating the edge with his superiors, I figured it was best to take a few minutes to follow the rules for once. And it gave me a chance to double-check that his head CT was really okay. As usual, my timing sucked. I returned to find Jacob standing in Ryder's alcove, his coat smelling of sweat, cigarettes, and beer, as he played his role of D.A. Heavy. It doesn't happen very often, but I hate when he gets that way. There's a reason the law works, and it's not up to you to interpret it. Leave that to us lawyers. Treating me and my staff like we're grunts, jackknifing to his commands. Even worse, usually he's right. And when we do things his way, we win our cases. Doesn't always mean the victims win, though. Another reason why we're still divorced. He puts the law first, I put the victims first. When I got close enough to hear what he was saying, he wasn't fired up about the law. This was about me. Want to explain to me how a civilian consultant, my wife, ended up down in those tunnels with you getting shot at? Or why I'm apparently one of the last to hear about it? Jacob stood facing Ryder, his shirt sweat-stained and wrinkled. He'd come here straight from my uncle's bar, no doubt. Our music, that's what had kept Jacob and I together in the first place. Playing music, riffing off one another, finding hidden gems of chords and unexpected grace in the notes as they soared around us. That was always when we were at our best. If your ex-wife wanted you to know, guess she would have called you herself, Ryder said, his voice matching Jacob's level, lethal tone. It wasn't often Jacob found someone immune to his snake charmer mojo. If there hadn't been 2 parents waiting for us to wake them from their sleep and tell them their daughter was dead, it might have been fun to watch. Ready to go, I told Ryder. Jacob didn't spin around when he heard my voice. He wobbled. I realized the smell of beer wasn't only from his clothing, one of the many hazards of attending my family's gatherings, but that he was well on his way to being drunk. For a man who seldom finished a single beer, that wasn't far to go. Angie. He made my name sound like a weight, something that had to be pulled out of him. Are you all right? Do you have any idea how many times I called you? Hell, I turned my phone off while working with the kids and hadn't turned it back on. He had no business being worried. It rankled me that he was so possessive, as if he still owned part of my heart, belonged in my life. Of course, he did. Just like my family did. Didn't mean I had to like it. I've been busy. His chin jerked at my tone. Outside the legal arena, he's a pretty easygoing man, not easily wounded except by those he cares for. Even now, The expression that flashed across his face wasn't anger or hurt. It was concern. Ignoring Ryder, he stepped into my space and gathered me into his arms. "You look like hell. Sure you're okay? When I got the call..."
This audiobook is free for you to enjoy. If you'd like to support me, please take just 1 minute to listen to this relaxing music. Thank you so much.
I knew my worth, despite my fate. Strength in silence, power in pain. Turning my losses to infinite gain. From the ground up, I rise and grind. Chasing dreams I was born to find. Made from struggle, built from scars. Now I'm reaching up to touch the stars. For everyone out there holding on through every storm and every wrong, keep pushing forward, don't lose sight. There's gold at the end of this endless fight. Story of the struggle, tattooed in ink. Didn't fold or break, I found my link. Social chains and broken glass, stepping over shadows, leaving them in the past. Got miles to go, but I'm standing tall. With a fire inside, I won't let fall. Built from nothing, here to stay. Paving my road, my own way. From the ground up, I rise and grind. Chasing dreams I was born to find. Made from struggle.
God, I hated how good his arms felt around me. I almost succumbed to the temptation of melting into them and letting him carry me away from everything. Would have, except I felt Ryder's presence as strongly as Jacob's. I was torn between loyalties, which was idiotic. I didn't owe either man anything. I pushed Jacob away. It was harder than I wanted it to be. I'm fine, but our rapist has struck again. This time, a 16-year-old. She didn't make it. He frowned, sobering. 16. Younger than the others. Ryder settled down onto the physician's chair, straddling it, just like he had when we'd first met, less than 12 hours earlier. My mind buzzed with everything that had happened since. "Walk me through this case, seeing as it's now officially mine," he said. "All business now. I read Harrison's reports, but it's always better to hear things firsthand." Harrison was the detective who had died 2 weeks ago, the one Ryder was replacing. Ozzy nuzzled my leg, coaxing me toward the exam table. I slumped onto its thin mattress. Not another fugue. I had no aura of unbidden music, just simple, sheer exhaustion. Ozzy sat on the floor, stretching his head to fit perfectly beneath my hand as I scratched behind his ears, giving him a silent thank you. Jacob paced, posture straight, a storyteller weaving his magic, just like he did in a courtroom. 4 women, that we know of, he began. All taken and held for days, the longest a week. That was the first. Miranda Elsfire, 26, single mom, no official employment, but she used to work off the books, cleaning restaurants after hours. "Lived in the tower?" Ryder asked. Jacob nodded. "Taken from there as well. Same with the others. Same with this last girl. Well, lived there. We're not sure where she was taken from. No missing person report." That tracks as well. Harrison traced the victims back to the tower, but when he went to their apartments, they'd all been emptied. No one in the tower even acknowledged these women existed, much less that they lived alongside them for years. Tyree Willard's doing. Easier to disappear someone than deal with the cops. That's what Harrison said. Before... Jacob paused. Before his accident. I hadn't really liked Harrison. It was clear he hadn't enjoyed working with our victims, but he'd been more than competent, and I appreciated that. Anyway, the others fit the same profile as Miranda. Single, no documented employment, early to mid-20s, no one reporting them missing. Miranda Elsfire, Becca Brown, Yvonne Taylor, Susanna DeWitt, and now Alamia Saya. Ryder recited the victims' names like a prayer. All kept for days. Means the actor has a safe haven, someplace he's certain no one can disturb him or find the victims. All taken from the tower. We think, Jacob said. Not sure about Alamia. All living in the tower, possibly all taken from there. He knows the tower, can blend in. Or he's got pull with the residents there, I interjected. Someone in authority.
Tyree,
Ryder said, in a tone of excitement. From the gleam in his eyes, he'd enjoy locking up the gang leader. No, he doesn't have to go to such extremes to get access to women from the tower. Not to mention everything pointing back at the tower. Tyree isn't sloppy or stupid. Way too much risk of it blowing up in his face, with the girls being left alive. Wouldn't really call it alive, I put in. What he did to their brains is almost as bad as the torture their bodies suffered. No chance of recovery? I shrugged. Too early to say for sure, but it's been months since the first, Miranda, and there's been no improvement. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the chains suspending the curtain around the alcove. Then he nodded once, a small movement, and returned his attention to us. Tell me about that. About this PXA drug. Jacob looked to me, handing over the baton. I was too exhausted to move, so I stayed where I was. PXA is a synthetic compound, a variant of ketamine, which is in turn related to LSD, but with devastating properties. It provides the same dissociative state as ketamine, but instead of anesthesia, it activates pain receptors, causing feedback loops, so the impact of any painful stimuli is multiplied. So this actor, the term the police used for unknown suspects, isn't just inflicting physical torture on his victims. He's using this drug to amplify the effect of what he's doing to them? Ryder shook his head. Is that why the first 4 ended up in the psych ward? He drove them crazy with pain? There's a bit more neurochemistry involved, but yes, basically, the high doses of PXA combined with the physical stress to overload their neuroreceptors. The problem is, when you jam up the system like that, you jam up everything. So he fried their brains, like a meth head or crack addict, only faster? Sounds like this guy must know his chemistry, and maybe something about medicine. I mean, from the tox reports, it seems as if he's trying different doses, shortening the time until he gets the end result he wants. Despite the fact that he wasn't scheduled to officially start working the case until next week, it was clear Ryder had done his homework. We'd been working on the theory that he was titrating the drug to make it last longer, maximize the amount of time he had to inflict pain before they became unresponsive. Yet the amount of time he's kept them has shortened, not lengthened. Maybe he's more interested in the drug itself, making the actual assaults on these women some kind of twisted experimental protocol, Jacob asked. That propelled me off the stretcher, startling Ozzy and both men. They're people, not lab rats. This man tortured these women, and it's pretty clear from the physical findings that he enjoyed it. Ryder leaned forward, against the back of the chair he straddled. We know, but I'm trying to get beyond the presentation of the crime to his motivation. What if this guy is looking to create some perfect form of PXA, something he can make big bucks with, and the opportunity to torture women is just a nice bonus for him? Maybe he's a meth cook gone amok, Jacob asked. Ryder nodded. Except I don't know of any street value for PXA. In fact, the junkies call it death head and avoid it like the plague. I was still trying to process the idea of someone torturing these women, literally driving them out of their minds with pain, as a means to a commercial end. The pain I'd experienced when I was in Allie's mind, was it all for money? There are some medical protocols experimenting with variations of PXA. It has potential as a non-addictive opiate alternative. Jacob jerked his chin at that. I don't understand. A drug that stimulates the pain centers can be used as a painkiller? Potentially. It's all about the balance of the chemicals available for the brain to process. For instance, capsaicin, the active ingredient in hot peppers. The stuff we use in pepper spray, Ryder put in. Right. Painful stuff. But it has also been used to stop pain by overstimulating pain transmitters until they're depleted. As for PXA, I haven't read the research behind it. Louise might know. If it is possible, how much would a drug like that be worth to someone? Ryder asked. A safe and effective replacement for opioids is pretty much Big Pharma's holy grail. It'd be worth billions. And all of it legitimate money. He pushed the stool away as he stood. I think we need to stop looking for a typical sadistic serial rapist and start looking at someone with ties to drug and pharmaceuticals. It does open a whole new line of investigation, Jacob agreed. Was that a hint of respect in his voice? Angie, if we analyze the PXA found on the other victims, would it be possible to nail down something about this guy's manufacturing process? Perhaps he's varying ingredients or something. Maybe. What he was asking was totally outside my field of expertise. I treated drug overdoses all the time, but the chemistry behind them? I left that all behind in med school. You should talk to the lab guys. They've got all the evidence. Maybe they can run it through a mass chromatograph or something. Jacob bounced on his heels, now totally sober and energized. He's as passionate about his work as I am, loves digging in and getting his hands dirty to build a case that's a surefire win once he gets it to court. I'll head over there as soon as they open. Don't forget about our other victims, I reminded both of them. Jacob, could you follow up with tracking the families of our 7 kids found in the tunnels? Apparently, Children's Services is getting nowhere. I was loath to put their faces out there with the media, but that might be necessary if we couldn't identify all of the kids and find their families soon. No problem. You heading home? No. Ryder and I are going to notify Alamia Saya's family. Jacob drew himself up to his full height, rigid, his face masked, his voice dropping into the danger zone. He stared at me, not Ryder, as he said, "Could we have the room?" As if I didn't know that look, that tone. Hell no! First, if you're talking about me, you'll do the courtesy of doing it in front of my face. Second, this is my job, and you have no right to interfere. Third, I ran out of steam, realizing that not only did I not have a third, but neither man was listening to me. They were too busy playing testosterone tug of war. Ryder's hands were open at his sides, near his gun. His mouth had tightened at the corners, revealing the slightest hint of his canines. Jacob did what I'd seen him do 100 times, right before he ground an adversary into legal dust. He relaxed, smiled, like he enjoyed the challenge and would be sorry when the fight was over. Men. Idiots. Darwin was so wrong if this was the best evolution had to offer. I threw the curtain open hard enough to make it rattle. Take it outside, not in my ER. Both men blinked and swiveled to look at me. Ryder's face relaxed into an honest, self-deprecating smile, revealing a dimple I hadn't spied before. Jacob looked puzzled, as if he didn't understand why I was angry. Then Jacob stepped to me, his palms resting on my shoulders as he turned me to block the rest of the room, and Ryder, from my vision. I don't like the idea of you going over there. Not tonight, he said, in a low voice filled with concern. That place is on the verge of total collapse. I really wish you'd think about this, Angela. Come home with me. Let Ryder make the notification. You can pick this up in the morning. I've had years of practice, and it was still hard to resist Jacob when he did that. It wasn't just the tone of his voice. It was the way his body curved toward me, offering comfort, protection, everything I needed. I almost said yes. I wanted to say yes. Exhaustion had melted my bones, not to mention the fears I'd bricked up behind a wall of denial. It would be so easy to simply leave it all behind, take what Jacob offered. Ozzy's wet nose tickled my palm, reminding me of what was at stake. No easy way out for me. Standing on my tiptoes, I kissed Jacob. A brief brush of the lips, More than casual, less than a promise of more. Thanks, but I have work to do. He didn't look happy. Not at all. He looked over my shoulder to Ryder. She's your responsibility. Ryder nodded. It was perfectly clear they weren't speaking as prosecutor to police officer. I wanted to haul off and slug them both. But someone had to be an adult. Shaking my head, I grabbed Ozzy's leash and walked out.
Chapter 28. Devin was glad to leave Good Sam behind. The place creeped him out, even more so after watching Angela do her seance thing. As he walked, he absently scratched the scars on his palms. Angela's spells were nothing like Mrs. Anders and her deliverances. When Mrs. Anders got going, praying and chanting over him and his mom, trying to purge the evil that was Daniel Kingston, she'd leave for another world. But not like Angela. Mrs. Anders's trances seemed like cheap carnival sideshows compared to Angela's. No wonder Angela was scared shitless, especially being a doctor. Damn hard to face something like that when you've seen up close what happens to people sick in the brain. Tumor, that's what he figured. Not that she'd asked for his diagnosis, but what else could it be? He didn't blame her for not wanting to find out for sure. Hell of a death sentence. His phone rang, and he moved out of the wind into a storefront to answer. It was Harold. "What did you find out?" Devin asked. "Remember that Nigerian who tried to hustle in on Andre's territory? Idiot wouldn't shut up. Kept blabbering about American freedoms and how they protected his right to try to steal from any fool willing to part with his money? Yeah. Andre stitched the guy's lips shut before he shot him dead. Well, these folks got their lips sealed just as tight. Nothing on Esme? It's weird. The people in the tower don't act like they're scared she's in danger, but that somehow she's a danger to them and that scares them. Like if she gets found, the whole place comes toppling down. So you got nothing about who took her or where she might be. Sorry, boss. Cops hassling folks over there? Nope. They've finished and gone. Tyree's folks are on alert, patrolling the halls. The place is on lockdown. Devin didn't ask how Harold had maneuvered his way past Tyree's men. Harold was good at circumventing obstacles, either with money, talking, or, if need be, a well-placed fist. For a white guy, he was pretty handy to have around. Tyree was protecting someone. If it wasn't Esme, then it had to be the Kingstons. Any mention of Leo or Daniel Kingston? Some whispers about Leo. Folks look over their shoulder when they mention his name, like the devil is chasing them. I think he might be tied to the girl you found in the tunnels, because folks sure shut up fast when I asked about her or those other kids you found. That room where they'd found the girl and the other little kids, that had felt a lot like Mrs. Anders's old deliverances, the crazy exorcism mood. Mrs. Anders had always insisted that Devin be purified as well as his mother. Back in her home country, Mrs. Anders had told him, she was a famous witch hunter. Witches and demons liked possessing children best, because their defenses were weak. Whenever a devil visited an adult, it came from a child nearby. Had she any idea the guilt trip that laid on a little boy? He would have done anything to purify his soul if it meant setting his mother free. He would have died if Mrs. Anders told him that was the only way to save his mom. He held up his palm, letting the pre-dawn mist settle on his scars. Burns from holding candles during the purification rituals. A skinny boy kneeling for hours on a hard floor, hands held out in supplication, candles balanced on them, hot wax searing his flesh. Small price to pay for his mother's healing. What you want me to do, boss? Harold's voice broke through the haze of memories. Keep working things there. Let me know if Tyree makes a move. Will do. Devin headed back toward St. Timothy's. It was 4 a.m., but not too late to have a come-to-Jesus meeting with his old friend, Father Vance.
To my surprise, Ryder decided to walk back to the tower. "It'll take just as long as driving," he explained. "Streets are blocked with the emergency crews after the explosion." "What caused it?" "Fire guys thought it was phosphorus, used in making meth. Good thing the door blew shut, or else the entire place would have gone up." He sounded awfully blasé for someone who could have just as easily been blown to pieces. His expression was emotionless, which, I gathered, meant he was feeling a hell of a lot more than he was willing to share. "One of Tyree's booby traps gone wrong?" He shrugged. "I'm sick of playing crazy eights." He drew a horizontal figure 8 with his finger in the air, Ozzy following the movement with his nose. "Good Sam to the tower, to Good Sam to the tower, and back and again, with the occasional stop by St. Tim's in between. Makes me feel like a damn cosmic yo-yo. Patrice or your friend Father Vance would say it's God's will." He scoffed. "I say it's the job. It's sometimes like this. You go where the answers are." "And the answers are in the tower?" Again, he paused before answering. "Maybe. Or maybe that's just what we're meant to think." He told me about seeing the bloody handprint right before the explosion. "Forensics won't be able to get DNA because of the heat, but they think they can lift a print." Maybe somebody took advantage of Tyree's security to use the tunnels for their own purposes. Allie and the other victims could have been held there without anyone knowing. "I think there's a lot going on down there that no one ever suspected. Allie could have been dumped with the other kids to divert suspicion, and to give the actor time to set up the phosphorus trap. Anyone came knocking, it would destroy any evidence he left behind." We continued on, crossing the street, Ozzy swinging his head in both directions, checking for traffic. Ryder cleared his throat. "So, I thought you and Vorsanger—" "Yeah, so did he." I shrugged. Ryder sounded interested, which was nice, since I felt the same about him, except that right now, with my mind taking crazy left turns into La La Land, I couldn't risk it. Shouldn't risk being here at all. What if I had another fugue, and he saw? Now it was my turn to feel panicked. My skin rippled with a sudden need to flee. Before I could surrender to it, he touched my elbow. That was all. The touch of his hand, and suddenly I was calm. "Why did you and Vorsanger split?" "It's not like we didn't love each other. I guess we still do. Only we needed different things. We met when I was in med school, and he had just finished law school. He was an intern at a law firm, broke his ankle sliding into third during their company softball game." "Love at first sight?" "Kind of. I don't know. Definitely like at first sight. We were comfortable together. After a long day at work, we'd be together, and it was easy. An oasis, a safe haven. For a lawyer, once he's out of the courtroom, Jacob is the least confrontational or competitive guy I know. Anything I wanted, he was fine with." He made a noise, remembering the way Jacob challenged him in the ER. I'd never seen Jacob act that way before, except during a trial. Wasn't sure if that should make me angry or not, but I knew I didn't like being the pull toy in their testosterone tug-of-war. "So you got married," he said. Seemed like a good idea at the time. For about a year or so, it was. But then I was in my residency, long hours demanding patience, life and death decisions, and I just couldn't handle coming home to make more decisions, to take care of one more person. It wasn't that he was demanding, just the opposite. Felt like if I didn't make a decision, if I didn't have a plan, then nothing got done. It was exhausting. Then I'd feel taken advantage of, so I'd try to get a rise out of him, pick a fight, anything to make him stand up and do something. Soon, that's all we were doing. Fighting. Usually about nothing. We decided enough was enough. But you still have sex. And our music. Why not? Two people can enjoy and comfort each other without getting tangled up in emotions or causing pain. Gee, you make it sound so romantic. Thought it was the guy who was supposed to be allergic to commitment. Let's just say I don't want to see anyone else hurt because of me. Besides, why can't people just enjoy the moment? We'd arrived back at St. Tim's. Ryder had been right. The street now overflowed with vehicles and people. There were cameramen and reporters interviewing anyone who'd stop and talk, civilian or first responder, asking about imprisoned children. Damn, Ryder muttered. Words gotten out. I heard more than one reference to the kids as feral and living like rats in the dark. When one perky female reporter speculated on possible cannibalism, Ryder had to grab my arm to prevent me from rushing her. It's our fault they don't have any facts, he reminded me. Can't have it both ways. We sidled around the edges, avoiding the lights of the cameras. I shortened Ozzy's lead, not wanting him to get tangled up with the police and firemen hustling hither and yon, all with a sense of purpose in their expressions and gaits. We came to a fire department SUV with its rear gate open. Two men huddled over something, one of them wearing a bright orange prison jumpsuit, the other in turnout gear. In the car, a guard was slumped down in the back seat, asleep. See you live to fight another day. The fireman greeted Ryder and reached down to scratch Ozzy behind the ears. Gotta thank you. The overtime my guys will be getting after your shenanigans will provide them a very Merry Christmas indeed. Overtime? Yes, sir. We've been ordered to follow your guys and clear every inch of those tunnels of any potential fire hazards. Job's gonna take weeks. The prisoner in the jumpsuit bobbed his head excitedly, grinning. And I'm the official consultant. Ryder looked over their shoulders at the map of the tunnels they had spread out. Kingston's giving you unlimited access? Of course. Only way to do the job properly. Interesting. He threw a hissy fit about me stepping foot inside earlier. Have they been able to get into the room where the explosion was? No, it'll be a while. You have any idea how hot phosphorus burns? Won't be much evidence left after that. The fireman grunted. Won't be much of anything left after that. Be safe down there, Ryder told him, and we continued on. What was that all about? I asked. Daniel Kingston stopped us, me, from searching the tunnels earlier. Pretty much threatened to have me fired, in fact. Interesting that as soon as that one room is destroyed, he's giving us full access. You think Kingston is involved with what happened to Allie and the others? I think there's no evidence left to prove anything, and that's awfully damned convenient. So is the timing. You know Kingston owns more than real estate. Yeah, he also owns the mayor and the chief of police and probably the DA. I mean other business holdings. He bought out Narcissus Pharmaceuticals last year, made his son CEO. I remembered because the advocacy center had been slated for grant money from Narcissus, but the takeover canceled the funding. And yet, they somehow found money to throw a big gala celebration tonight. Guests treating the victims of violence, most of them from Kingston Tower, weren't high on Daniel Kingston's priority list. He's planning to move their operations here to Cambria. It's supposed to revitalize the economy, save the city from bankruptcy. Ryder turned to stare at me. No shit. So we have a tie to our actor's stalking ground, the tunnels where the victims might have been held, and now to a drug company, complete with access to the chemicals needed to manufacture PXA. Wouldn't go that far. The company's based in Ireland, hasn't moved here yet, so it's not like Daniel Kingston actually has easy access. Plus, any good high school chemistry lab would have the chemicals needed to make PXA. It's all circumstantial. Not enough for a trial or even a search warrant, I reminded him. Living with Jacob and working with him on so many cases, I'd become pretty well versed in the rules of evidence, which is why I hadn't brought up Narcissus Pharmaceuticals earlier. Jacob would have read us chapter and verse on proper procedure. I had a feeling Ryder might not be as worried about playing by the rules. "Warrant schmorrant," he scoffed, affirming my instincts. "Right now, I don't have enough to go on to even think about a warrant. I need a direction to take the investigation. Sounds like Kingston might fit the bill. Or maybe you just don't like the man. Maybe I don't like the man because I have damned good instincts. Better watch it, or those instincts are going to get you fired for real." We approached the sidewalk leading to the tower's main entrance. A gaggle of boys and young men lounged around the front steps, blocking the path. Ryder stopped at the edge of the walk and gestured to the nearest, a scrawny kid, underdressed for the pre-dawn chill, in a windbreaker and Nike t-shirt. He jumped up and ran over to us, as if he was a doorman greeting a limo. Ozzy barked at him once, a friendly warning. He gave the dog a mock salute, and I noticed a zigzag-shaped scar on the back of his right hand, the mark of the Royals. Tyree didn't believe in tattoos for his loyal subjects. Too easy to remove or fake. Once you were a member of the Royals, you were branded for life. It made me think about the brand we'd found on each of the rape victims and Allie. It wasn't the same shape as the Royals' crown, though. The brand my victims had was larger, more rounded. I wondered if Tyree's prostitutes also got branded. The thought made me shudder. The idea of him treating girls like cattle. It would explain why Patrice and Jess had been helping them escape. Would Tyree kill his own sister? He seemed genuinely worried about Esme down in the tunnels, but maybe he was mainly concerned that she'd tell the police he had murdered Jess and Patrice. Maybe their murders had nothing to do with the sexual assaults. And where did our other victims, the 7 kids we'd found with Allie, fit into things? Any answers were hidden in a thick fog I was too exhausted to fight through. Ryder said something. The boy took off at a saunter and returned a few minutes later with an older boy in his late teens. Same crown-inspired brand on his hand, more attitude and gold around his neck. "Y'all want to see the Saya family?" he drawled, talking around a toothpick in his mouth. "Not without Tyree say so. We're in lockdown." "You can't do that," I blurted out, much to his amusement. He looked down his nose at me, then slid his glance to Ryder, implying that Ryder wasn't much of a man if he couldn't keep his woman in check. Ozzy took a step forward, poised to rush inside with me. "I'm going to see that family, and you can't stop me." It was Ryder, not the kid, who grabbed my arm, his grip strong enough to hold me in place before I could try to bolt past the Royals. "You know Doc Rossi from Good Sam?" he said, his tone matching the kid's exactly. Not threatening, no edge, just a couple of dudes talking. "You probably want to stay on her good side. Never know when you might be needing her services. Why don't you call up to Tyree and tell him if he doesn't open those doors in 2 minutes, none of his people will be welcome at Good Sam again." The kid clamped down on his toothpick, considering, then rolled back on his heels and shrugged. "Oh, but he ain't gonna like it." He turned away and pulled out a cell phone. "You know we'd never refuse to treat anyone," I whispered to Ryder. "Why not threaten him with your men?" "Tyree deals with threats from cops 5 times before breakfast. You're a wild card. He doesn't know if you'd follow through on the threat or not. And with you, he can give in and make it seem like a joke, so he won't lose face." "Oh, so I get patronized by a drug-dealing gang leader pimp, and we're worried about him saving face?" "Yep. Hey, you're the one who wanted to come along." That shut me up. The kid returned, grinning. "You're in. Tyree's granting you an audience." Chapter 29. We were escorted inside the tower. Devin had been right. The inside was clean, in decent repair, except for the fact that only one elevator seemed to work. The royal accompanying us was joined by another member, this one carrying a gun prominently displayed at his belt. Together, we traveled up to the roof. The men kept looking me up and down, then smirking at Ryder. Ryder smirked right back. I ignored them all. Not because I can't take a joke, although juvenile misogyny isn't my idea of humor. But now that we were inside and I saw how many royals were between us and the exit, I was too busy analyzing the possibilities of us not making it back out again. Ozzy felt it as well, crowding his body against my leg, the leash as taut as it would go in the tiny area, ready to lunge into action. I flicked my gaze to Ryder, who stood to my right and behind me, and saw that despite his smirk, he'd elbowed his coat back, resting his hand on the butt of his gun. Not that a gun would do us much good in the elevator. The elevator lurched to a stop, and the doors slid open. One of the royals sprang forward, bracing his back against the door, gesturing for me to exit as if he were a palace guard. Ladies first. It would have been more charming without the gold cap etched with a reclining Playboy silhouette and the "beg for it, bitch" tattoo on his arm. I crossed the threshold, not surprised when he turned to block Ryder's path. Tyree wants a private audience with the doc. Trying to look casual, like I did this every day, I turned around. That works for me. Ryder's smirk barely wavered as he met my gaze and gave me the slightest nod. No problem. He slammed his palm against the control panel. As long as the door stays open. The younger one frowned and opened his mouth to protest, his elbow drawing back, clearing his way to his gun. The older one shook his head. Chill. He inclined his chin to Ryder, cementing the pact, and turned to escort me and Ozzy to meet Tyree. As I crossed the open space lined with red velvet, curiosity trumped my fear. I'd treated so many patients who lived here in the tower, who kowtowed to Tyree and his gang every day, but I'd never been inside before, much less had access to Tyree's private rooftop sanctuary. The man had spent the last 20 years running a criminal enterprise, staying ahead of the police and his competition, so I knew better than to underestimate him. But his tastes definitely skewed more porn-obsessed juvenile delinquent than what I imagined for an underworld kingpin. Of course, this is Cambria. Not too many kingpin role models for a young gangster to emulate. Two scantily clad girls, kneeling on either side of Tyree's throne, facing him, looking eager to anticipate his every wish, didn't raise my opinion. He was talking to someone on the phone as I approached. With the slightest flick of his finger or gaze, people from the sidelines hurried to his side, conferring in whispers or pulling up information on the sleek laptop that graced his otherwise empty desk. Donald Trump would have been proud. He hung up as Ozzy and I arrived at the large mahogany desk. I ignored the jealous stares of the two women kneeling beside him. Unsure if he wanted his people to know about his earlier forays into the tunnels, I decided to play it safe. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Willard. He pushed his chair back and stood, taking my hand and shaking it like an equal. Welcome, Dr. Rossi. Two men arrived and whisked the girls away, along with everyone else who stood near, leaving me and Tyree alone. Except for Ozzy, of course. The dog obviously knew Tyree, but he didn't relax. I glanced over my shoulder. At the far end of the makeshift room, Ryder slumped casually against the wall of the elevator, but his hand was near his gun, and his gaze targeted Tyree. Once we were alone, Tyree turned his back on Ryder and his guards to look out the windows at the rooftops jumbled beyond. From here we could see all the way to the river, the view framed by Good Sam rising up from the darkness on the right, and the angular lines of a Victorian-inspired rooftop greenhouse on the other wing of the tower to our left. The greenhouse was totally out of place on top of this concrete slab that had become a prison to so many. Lit by a strange red glow, it reminded me of St. Tim's, the way the candlelight inside the church transformed stained glass into devil's eyes. "Heaters," Tyree said, noting my stare. "For the plants. They don't like the cold." He turned to face the greenhouse as well. "You know, when Kingston first designed this place in the 70s, he won awards. One of the first green roofs used in urban development. The community garden was meant to feed hundreds, just as the rooftop playground was meant to give the kids who lived here a safe and secure environment, far away from street gangs below. It was his pride and joy back then. Put Kingston Enterprises back on the map." His chuckle was a throaty rumble. "What happened?" "Usual. Funding dried up, leaving everything half done. We're standing on the playground." He gestured to the space surrounding us that had become his royal court. Only part of Kingston's vision that actually became real was his greenhouse, lovingly designed and built, modeled after the Victorian conservatory on the roof of his family mansion, transplanted up here to the middle of Cambria City's wasteland. He winked at me. "Guess I don't have to tell you what cash crop I grow in there nowadays." "How much more time will you need?" I asked. Another gamble, but one that paid off when he turned and arched an eyebrow in my direction. "To finish prepping the Saya family. Tell them what not to say to us." He angled himself so that no one would see his grin except me. "Knew you'd be trouble." "Any word on Esme?" "No, sorry. While we're waiting, maybe you could get me that list of the families of the other children. I'm sure they're all from here." "Our jobs are a lot alike. We both have to prioritize, do what we can with what little we have, whatever it takes to protect our people. Finding Alamia Saya's killer and whoever took those children isn't a priority? Finding Esme is my priority. She's the one at most risk. Isn't that what you doctors call triage? You don't think Allie's death has anything to do with whoever took Esme?" His expression darkened. It took him a full exhalation and inhalation before his jaw unclenched enough to answer. "If it does, I'll handle it. Once Esme's safe." "You know who killed Allie." I had a feeling. "Did the same person take the other children?" He gave a little shake of his head, even though he didn't answer my question. "Things aren't what they seem, Doctor. Those children weren't taken." "What do you call being locked away in the dark?" "They were being protected." "What about Allie? Was she protected?" He pivoted on one foot, turning into my space so fast I almost took a step back. But I forced myself to hold my ground. Ozzy didn't feel such constraints. He bared his teeth and growled at Tyree's sudden movement. "It's my job to protect my people. All my people. The best I can," Tyree continued, ignoring the dog. "Sometimes compromises must be made. You may not understand why I do what I do, but don't you dare come into my house and ever question my loyalty to my people." It took effort, but I met his gaze, nodded. "My job is to reunite those children with their families and make sure they're safe. Are you going to help me with that?" A long moment passed. Neither of us blinked, but he settled his weight back, giving me room to breathe. "Will they be safe with their families?" I persisted. "I know you don't believe me, but those children would have been better left where you found them. You put them in foster care and they're as good as dead." He stretched his fingers out, as if resisting pulling them into a fist. "Bring them back here where they belong, and I can guarantee their safety. That good enough for you?" No, and it wouldn't be good enough for Children's Services either, but I humored him. "For now. What about the Sayas? Are you going to help me and Ryder find Allie's killer?" I was certain he knew who it was. Wasn't surprised when he shrugged. "They're free to tell you anything they can. as long as you let me know if you find anything that tells you where Esme is. A bargain with the devil. I'd made worse. Deal. Your boyfriend won't like it. Ryder? He's not. He was shaking his head. Not the cop. Devin. You were down there in the tunnels with him. What did he tell you? Suddenly, I realized what all this play acting was about. More than stalling us from talking to Allie's family, he wanted to know about Devin Price. Did he know Devin was Esme's father? I played dumb. Showed me where to find your booby traps, how not to get lost in the tunnels. He didn't tell you anything about my sister Jess? How it was his fault she went blind? No. He twisted his lips together, as if deciding whether to unlock a secret. What did he say about me? About what his plans are? Why don't you ask him? Anger reddened his neck and climbed up his face. The veins crawling across his murderous, thick biceps bulged. Not used to anyone challenging him, much less a woman, I guessed. The air behind us buzzed as his crew sensed his anger, a nest of hornets protecting their leader. Ozzy growled again, which didn't help matters. You treat a lot of people there in your ER, he said. Most of them from here. Not the smartest answer, but somehow the more he tried to threaten me, the more relaxed I felt, as if the events of the night had depleted my adrenaline stores to the point where I felt no fear. Maybe not the best survival instinct. You think I don't know that? He thundered. There was a collective gasp behind us, and someone must have rushed forward, but he waved them back with one finger. We're at war here, Doctor. You are standing on the front line. I protect my people the best I can, but the enemy is all around us. You think Devin is an enemy? That's exactly what I'm trying to find out. He's only interested in saving Esme. Tyree stared down at me again, his chin bobbing in time with the pulse jumping in his neck. Let's hope you're right. If I'm not? Stupid question, but I couldn't resist. Then your ER had better stock up on body bags, and it will be all your fault.
Chapter 30. Devin didn't find Marcus Vance at the rectory. Instead, he found the priest inside the church, on his knees, praying at the altar rail, a rosary twisted around his joined hands. Shoulders bent and broken, forehead bowed. Nothing like the tough street fighter Devin remembered from his youth. How do you get this gig anyway? Devin sat in the pew behind Marcus. They just let anyone be a priest? Marcus finished his prayer, rosary beads clicking between his fingers. Finally, he looked up to the crucifix, crossed himself, and joined Devin. Some say sinners make the best priests, like St. Paul. Devin rolled his eyes. St. Paul's conversion was a favorite story of the nuns and the older women like Mrs. Anders and Jess's mom. As if Devin would someday find himself on a road to Damascus. Did the cops show you the room those kids were kept in? Marcus flinched. Nothing obvious, but a flicker of emotion that was like shouting to Devin. Funny, Marcus used to have the best poker face around. Guess being a priest had softened him up a bit. So you knew about the kids. Devin didn't wait for confirmation. Reminded me of what Mrs. Anders used to do when I was a kid. All that crap about demons and devils possessing children. No child had been immune, but somehow it was always Devin that Mrs. Anders had focused her special attention on. Because of his mom and the way the devil himself, Daniel Kingston, just couldn't stay away from her. The old lady had used his mom, and Devin, to manipulate Kingston. To curry favor with the church? Buy protection for the other women of Kingston Tower? He stood, knocking a knee against the pew as he spun away from Marcus. Do you have any idea what they did to me? To my mom? He was tempted to pull his shirt up, show Marcus's scars. They weren't all from the burns he'd received trying to save Jess from the fire in the tunnels. There were plenty left over from Mrs. Anders, trying to beat the devil out of him. Funny, Devin had blocked out most of that. Old memories resurrected. Price of coming home. Long-buried anger flared. He restrained himself. It took every ounce of energy he had, and shoved a scarred palm into Marcus's sight instead of smashing it into his face. That's what they did to a little boy, Marcus. You were old enough then. Did you know? How about what they did to my mom? All in the name of Jesus. They tortured her as much as Kingston did, and then they deliver her right back into his hands. Marcus's gaze never wavered. They were trying to protect everyone. All the families over at the tower, Devin. You were too young to remember how bad things were back then. Not a night went by without another murder in a stairwell, or another woman raped. The cops didn't give a shit. The only way to get any help was to keep Kingston happy. And do you remember what my mother went through? How beautiful she was before Kingston got to her? Remember what she looked like that last day when they took her away, Marcus? Eyes flat, staring at nothing, drool on her face, worse than dead. Marcus glanced up as if expecting his God to answer. 8 years, Marcus. 8 years she endured that monster. 8 years my family played Judas Goat for the rest of the tower. Don't you think after all that, I deserve some answers? Marcus remained silent, his eyes on the crucifix above them. You know something. It wasn't a question. From the way Marcus stiffened, he understood how serious Devin was. Tell me, now. I can't. I'm sorry. All his life, Devin had never heard Marcus apologize to anyone for anything. Where's Mrs. Anders? I know she kept those kids down in the tunnels. Did she hide Esme somewhere? Who wants Esme dead and why? Who killed Patrice and... His voice faltered. Jess. As the questions poured out, Devin came as close to tears as he had in decades. Still, Marcus remained silent. You want to die? Devin shouted, his voice echoing back from the stained glass effigies as if the saints all had the same question. I don't mind killing a priest, but I'd rather not kill a friend. If I told you what I know, I'd just be condemning someone else, wouldn't I? They must have taught Marcus how to use double talk in the seminary, because he used to be a straight shooter. Said little, and what he did, you could count on. Guess that means you might as well kill me. Save me from having more blood to atone for. Marcus! It's Father Vance. Damn, that was cold. Devin tried another track. You can't tell anyone anything said in confession, right? Marcus nodded. So I'm making my confession, Father Vance. Esme is my daughter. I know. Who told you? Marcus remained silent. Of course. As a priest, he now got to keep everyone's secrets. Made him a powerful man without raising a fist. He folded his hands together as if praying. If I knew where Esme was, I wouldn't be here, Devin. I'd be out there, trying to help her. You sound almost like your old self, Marcus. Almost. Like he was going to trust a priest to take care of business. As always, it was down to Devin to get the job done. He turned to leave, not bothering with genuflecting or even glancing toward the altar with its silent god. Devin, don't you want absolution? Haven't done anything needs forgiven, Father. Not yet. But you want something on your conscience, Father Vance? My daughter's gone, her mother dead, and someone's gonna answer for that. I figure my best bet for answers is Mrs. Anders. She can't hide behind no confessional. Mrs. Anders might have gone too far, but she's always done what she thought was best for the people of the tower. She loved your mother, and she loved you, Devin, just as she cared for Jess and Esme. You saying she doesn't know anything? Marcus considered, his lips twisting as if trying to untangle a truth that wouldn't violate his precious priestly obligations. I'm saying, maybe start with the man who knows everything that goes on in the tower. Daniel Kingston? No way would Daniel ever tell Devin anything. And why would he be involved in Jess's death or taking Esme? He'd never shown any interest in them before. Kingston? He hasn't given a rat's ass about the tower, not since he finished with your mother. I'm talking about the man who does Kingston's dirty work for him, cleans up after him, keeps folks in line so Kingston doesn't have to worry. Tyree. He's who you need to be talking to. Ryder's fingers cramped with the urge to draw his weapon and charge in after Rossi, as she and Tyree held their tete-a-tete in this crazy-ass rooftop porn palace. Once he was past his initial juvenile impulse, he watched Rossi. The woman was fearless, giving Tyree's shit right back to him, standing toe-to-toe with the gang leader and never flinching. He kept his calm, followed her lead, ignored the drip of sweat that inched down his spine. Finally, Tyree waved her away as if giving her a benediction, and then she and the dog were back in the elevator with him, on their way down to the 4th floor to where Alamia Saya had lived with her family. Here there was no red velvet, no sense of open space, just anonymous plywood doors painted an indiscriminate color, lining the 2 wings stretching out from either side of the elevator. An armed sentry stood guard at the elevator. 2 more patrolled each hallway. Their escort nodded to the sentry and led them to a door a third of the way down the east wing. He pounded on it with the side of his fist, then left before it opened. Rossi moved to stand in front of the door, but Ryder waved her back, and she joined him to one side. His hand was on the butt of his weapon, ready to clear it from its holster. The door opened, revealing a stooped Asian woman with sparse gray hair and the white film of cataracts covering her eyes. Ryder scanned the space behind her. People sitting on couches and the floor, a few crying, others conversing in a foreign language. He relaxed his guard and let Rossi take the lead, interested in seeing how she'd handle this crowd, knowing they'd be more comfortable with her than a cop. She used the dog to help soften the blow, just like she had with the kids. Allie's family was Laotian, here illegally except for the children who'd been born in Cambria, Allie and a younger brother. The brother, a 14-year-old dressed in baggy pants and a Penn State sweatshirt, did the translating. His parents, aunt, uncle, and grandmother collapsed in tears around him when Rossi broke the news. News they'd already heard from Tyree's boys, no doubt. But the boy, the brother, he kept looking at Ryder. His gaze wasn't filled with grief, rather, anger and mistrust. While Rossi comforted the family, Ryder beckoned the boy to join him. I ain't done nothing. The kid's first words confirmed Ryder's suspicion, as did the still angry red brand on the back of his hand. When'd you get that? Ryder nodded to Tyree's brand. The boy shuffled his hands, not sure what to do with them, settled for folding them in his arms against his chest and leaning against the door jamb like the gangster he wasn't. Was it to you? Ryder waited. Kid caved fast. Few days ago, after Allie went, Kid finally let some grief filter through the anger. Blinked fast, eyes wet. Turned his face away from Ryder to look at his family. Someone had to do something to protect the family. Not like you all do. Tell me about Allie. What was going on in her life? The kid looked down at his feet, embarrassment sprinting over his face when he lost his balance and had to straighten, assume a new pose. Girl had her dreams, and she stood by them. Decided she was going to play in a band, run away to New York, anywhere but here. Sounds like an expensive dream. Did Allie have any money? No pose. This time it was pure rage that ratcheted his spine straight. Tyree told her he could help her make some. Fast. Know what I mean? She was working for Tyree? No. She said no. Girl was such a dreamer. Didn't realize no one says no to Tyree. Not ever. He picked at the fresh burn scar on his hand. But one thing about Tyree, he protects his own. That's for real. Right. Until Tyree had no more use for his own. Ryder tried another track. If Allie wasn't going to work for Tyree, where did she plan to get the money to go to New York? I don't know. But she had something planned. Dressed real nice, extra nice, that last morning when she left for school. What day was that? Monday. Said something about coming home with enough money so none of us would have to worry about anything anymore. Talked about taking us all with her. He pursed his mouth as if ready to spit. Girl was such a fool. He gave the kid the other rape victims' names. Any of them know Allie? His expression immediately closed down. Don't know nothing. He turned to go back inside, ending the conversation. Ryder had one last question. Why didn't you or your folks report Allie missing? He figured the answer would have to do with their immigration status. The kid surprised him. Because that's when the money started coming. $1,000 every day she was gone. Note said not to tell. Money? Ryder wondered if the other victims' families had gotten money during their absences. How did it come? Show me the note. The boy pushed away from the door, out into the hall where they couldn't be overheard. Can't. Burned it after I found the money. It was in our mailbox. Me and Allie are the only ones who check it. Figured maybe it was from her way of saying goodbye, taking care of us. He looked over his shoulder at his family. They don't know anything about it. But now you know it wasn't Allie who sent it. Any ideas who could have? This time it was fear that drove the kid's balled-up posture, making him less of a target. That's why I burned the note. Paper it was on. It had like an invisible ink picture. You mean a watermark? Yeah, one of those. What was it? Everyone here knows that mark. We see it everywhere we look. Tyree's crown? Was it the Royale's mark? Kid shook his head, holding his hand with Tyree's brand up as if noticing it for the first time. People are so stupid. It's not Tyree's crown, never was. He pointed down the hall to the elevators. Above them was a sign riveted to the cinder block wall. Ryder couldn't make out the words, but even from here he saw the logo. A lowercase d tilted to one side with a capital K perched on it at an angle. Zigzag lines joining the points of the letters, making it look like a person wearing a crown. Daniel Kingston's logo.
Chapter 31. After leaving the Sayas, we trudged back to the elevator. Tyree's men were nowhere to be found, but the car was waiting for us. We both leaned against the back wall of the elevator, Ozzy between us. Ryder reached for my hand, and I let him hold it. Wasn't sure who was comforting whom, but it felt good. and I was too tired to fake being strong anymore. It had been hours since my last fugue state. Other than contact with almost dead people, they seemed triggered by heightened emotions, fear especially. Maybe I hadn't had one recently because Ryder made me feel safe. Or maybe I was so exhausted that the fear had been leached out of me. Look at me, playing scientist, trying to explain something I was busy denying existed. My dad always said I got that from him. The Rossi ability to argue both sides at the same time, guaranteed to drive anybody crazy. I shied away from that thought. Standing here with Ryder, I didn't feel so crazy. Despite the circumstances, I felt pretty damn near normal, and it was refreshing as hell. Ozzy led us outside and immediately did his business on the straggly bushes that lined the walkway. I craned my neck up. Few lights this early in the morning, not until you reached Tyree's rooftop office and the greenhouse with its eerie red glow. That greenhouse wouldn't be a bad place to hide a kid like Esme. Ryder looked up. Easy to guard? Hard to approach without warning? I'll see if the Stadies can swing a helicopter past. Get some pictures. He turned his gaze on me in approval. I like how you think, Rossi. Stifling a yawn with one hand, he grabbed his cell phone with the other and called to arrange a flyby. And get me thermal imaging, he added. I'd love to know how many people are inside. He hung up. They say thermal might be tough because of the heaters for the plants, but we'll see. You in a hurry to get home? No. Why? I still owe you a meal, and I'm starved. He turned in the direction of my apartment above my uncle's bar. You're just a few blocks from here, right? Yeah, right. You know I am. Don't try to bullshit a bullshitter, Ryder. How much did you bet? The world of sex crimes is pretty small, and more than a little incestuous. Who else are you going to unwind and share stories of the day's work with when your shift is spent interviewing victims or their rapists? My team includes Jacob as our ADA. I pretty much inherited him when I took over the advocacy center, but we work well together despite our history, or maybe because of it. 2 dedicated social workers, 4 sane nurses who, like me, divide their time between shifts in the ER and working at the center, an on-call psychologist who volunteers her time to provide counseling for victims and their families, a corps of volunteer victim assistants, 1 county sheriff's detective, and 1 city detective, the position Ryder was taking over after Harrison's death a few weeks ago. All of them, except the volunteers, they were pretty much civilians, didn't socialize with the rest of us, knew I never invited men to my place, never invited anyone there, in fact. But that didn't stop them from hazing any newcomers as an initiation to our select group of merry mischief makers. I have no earthly idea what you're talking about, Ryder said, but his grin gave everything away. Despite being up all night, almost shot, almost fired, and almost incinerated, he crackled with energy. Okay, 2 could play at this game. I recalled his address from his ER chart and turned south. You're just a few blocks from here. On Riverside, right? Without waiting for his answer, I started walking, Ozzy at my side. I turned back and called over my shoulder. Come on, you still owe me breakfast. He shook his head, chuckled, and jogged to catch up. Hope I didn't cross a line. Is it because of Vorsanger? Why did he assume Jacob was still in my life? I mean, he was, but not the way Ryder seemed to think. No, and don't take it personally. Jacob never gets an invite either. He considered that, a sly grin slipping across his face, as if he was keeping score. I suppressed the urge to roll my eyes. Men, did they ever think of anything but sex? We settled into a steady rhythm, the street empty. No Black Friday pre-dawn shoppers here. They were all beyond the city limits, with the strip malls and big box stores. As we walked, the darkness punctuated by the occasional street lamp. I couldn't stop thinking about those kids. Esme, Allie, the other children. It was like catching water. As soon as you closed your fist, everything that you thought you had a firm grasp on drained away, leaving nothing. Ryder's house was a craftsman-style bungalow with a river rock foundation supporting a wide porch, peaked gable, and wide lathed siding, painted a gentle dove gray with cobalt blue trim. In the soft glow of the porch light, it looked like a house out of a fairy tale, complete with moon gate and a cobblestone path leading to the porch. Obviously a house that had been lovingly restored and cared for, unlike many of its neighbors. I climbed the steps to his front door, also cobalt blue, and spotted matching rocking chairs sitting on the porch, waiting for winter to loosen its grip. "Nice place," I said as he ushered me and Ozzy inside and took my coat. "Thanks. My folks live across the river. My sister and her family 2 doors down from them. But when I came home from the army, I needed space." He looked around, as if noticing his own house for the first time. "And this place needed tons of fixing up, which worked out fine, since I was in the mood for a lot of hammering and pounding back then." "You did all this yourself? It's lovely." He seemed abashed at the adjective, probably not manly enough for a cop's bachelor pad. But it was lovely. Not fussy, just simple, rich colors, clean lines, not jumbled and messy like my place, or my life. Serene. That's what the ivory-colored walls, with their black and white photographs, and the classic Shaker-inspired furniture on crisp, heart-of-pine floors felt like. An oasis. Safe haven. I wandered over to the stone fireplace that took up an entire wall of the living room. The wide mantel was cluttered with photos. Ryder and an older couple. Him with his arms wrapped around a woman a few years younger on one side, and a man a few years older on the other. Him rolling in the grass with a young girl and boy, and a mixed-breed puppy, and several of him in various types of uniform with his fellow soldiers. He looked much, much younger then, and, despite the stark, mountainous landscape in the background, much happier. "When did you serve?" I asked. "The 187 was one of the first in Afghanistan. Finally came home in 2004, joined the force, been a cop ever since." He shrugged away his years of service, even as his hand brushed the photo, aligning it just so, as if it were a holy relic. He pushed away from the mantel. "Better take care of the dog." Ozzy and I followed him into the kitchen. Maple cabinets, blended with a modern mosaic glass backsplash. Instead of the current trend of bulky islands to break up the space, he'd chosen a farmer's table, solid and scarred. The kind the Waltons would have been at home gathered around. "Yard's fenced in," he said as he let Ozzy outside. Then he surprised me by dragging 2 large stainless steel dog bowls out of the pantry, along with a bag of kibble. "I dog sit for my sister's kids." I rifled through family photos stuck haphazardly between duty schedules, coupons, and takeout menus on his fridge. "They're cute. How old?" 8 and 9. He finished pouring the dog food and water and leaned against the table, watching me as I shamelessly examined his personal effects. "You're the first person outside family that I've brought here in a long time." It was an admission as much as an invitation, but I didn't RSVP, with regrets. Given everything going on in my life, it didn't seem fair to him, or me. The dog gave a little whine, and Ryder let him back in, pausing to get down on the floor and rub his belly. "Always wanted a dog." "He's not yours. He'll go back to Esme when we find her." I was surprised by the harshness in my voice. He was, too, his gaze bouncing up to study me. He climbed to his feet, ending up so close to me that his chest brushed mine when he drew in a breath. I thought he was going to kiss me, but he didn't. Instead, he studied my face as if reading an obscure language. You believe that we'll find her. I admire that. With everything you've seen, you can still trust, still believe. His tone dropped until it sounded like it had back when we were inside St. Tim's. He'd misunderstood. What I felt wasn't anything to do with God or a higher power. It wasn't that kind of belief. It was necessity. I'd never rest, not with Patrice's voice rattling around in my head, and she'd never rest, not until we found Esme. You're wrong. I gave a little shake of my head. But you do. Believe. I saw you in that church. Even after everything you've seen and done, you still think there's a God? My tone skirted incredulity, fell back to a plea for understanding. How could I not? Think about last night. First, I, master of the microwave. He nodded to the appliance over the stove. Inexplicably crack my head open on the exact same night that you, despite your family and ex-husband waiting for you, decide to work late. It was because of my family, not in spite of, but I didn't interrupt. You chose my chart, he continued, out of all the other patients, came to my room, put up with my bullshit long enough for us to both be there when Patrice arrived. From his tone, he truly believed what he was saying. Do you have any idea how many dominoes had to fall at the precise time and place to make all that happen? He shrugged, not quite smiling, but enough to reveal that elusive dimple. How can you not believe in a higher power after all that? It was my turn to shrug. I almost hated to disappoint him, but I had to give him the truth. Trust no one. That's all I believe in. He tilted his head at my words. You trust me. I conceded the point. I wouldn't be here if I didn't trust you. Okay, maybe trust isn't the word. Maybe it's faith. Faith in something more than what we see and know. Faith? I scoffed. The conversation was veering into emotional dark alleys I had no desire to wander. Where do I find that? The corner 7-Eleven? Trust is all I have to give you. If that's not enough, it's enough. Another heavy silence, as if we both wanted something we couldn't have. I was about ready to say to hell with the craziness going on inside my head, to hell with good sense and fair play and all that bullshit, and kiss him, when the dog nudged himself between us. The moment vanished. Who knows? Maybe I'd imagined it, believing that was the safest bet.
Chapter 32. Devin left St. Timothy's and pushed his way through the crowd, watching the cops and firefighters, the rising sun casting a red glow that added to the lights of the emergency vehicles. You'd think it was a goddamn block party the way the music blasters and laughter cut the air. At the tower, he was stopped before he even stepped foot on the entrance walk. Smart-ass kid who thought he might grow up to be tough someday. Lucky Ryder had taken Devin's gun. Tell Tyree I'm coming up. No one goes up, the kid argued. A few older Royales had joined them. They knew Devin, watched to see what would happen. Devin had no time for this shit. As the kid squared up in front of him, had no one taught the idiot how to fight? Devin took him out with a single elbow to the throat. Kid gurgled from the sidewalk as Devin stepped over his body. Way to go, runt. Tyree himself appeared at the entrance to the tower. Still wasting your time on fun and games? Devin climbed the steps to meet Tyree. It's no game. You know what Jess and Esme mean to me. Tyree flexed his arms, muscles rippling beneath his Under Armour long-sleeve shirt. He wore no jacket, impervious to the cold. At least, that was the impression he was trying to give. No wonder his followers went around severely underdressed for the weather, trying to live up to Tyree's image. Games. 20 years since Tyree had taken control of the Royales, and it was still all just games. An image of Jess, lying in her own blood, flashed before Devon. "You ready to help me save Esme? Or are you going to keep on standing in my way?" Tyree narrowed his eyes, then shrugged dramatically. "Come with me." He spun on his heel and entered the tower, not looking back to see if Devon followed. 11 years ago, Devon would have had to hustle to catch up with the larger man, but not now. Now, within a few paces, Devon was walking side by side with Tyree, matching him step for step. Tyree nodded to one of his guards who stood before a metal door, one of the tunnel entrances. The kid opened the door and held it as Tyree and Devon passed through. No one else. The door clanged shut behind them, but the steps leading down to the tunnels were lit by LED lanterns spaced every few feet. "You know the cops and firefighters are swarming all over this place," Devon reminded Tyree. He figured if Tyree was going to kill him, he'd do it where his people could watch, someplace that emphasized his power, like his little throne room upstairs on the roof. They're over near the courthouse right now. Got themselves a grid system they're following. Makes it easy for me to keep track of them. We'll have plenty of privacy, don't worry. Devon knew better than to press Tyree. Man was like a bull. If you wanted something from him, best way not to get it was to force him into a corner. He'd learned that the hard way with his and Jess's future on the line. Wasn't about to risk Esme's as well. So he bit back his pride and his worry and followed Tyree into the dark. To his surprise, Tyree led him back to the abandoned refrigerator unit where they'd found the children last night. But the more Devon thought about it, the more that made sense. "You knew the kids were here. You and Mrs. Anders," Devon said. "She's back at her old witch hunter tricks, performing exorcisms, making innocent kids believe they're evil demon spawn." Tyree stopped outside the closed door to the refrigeration unit. "She did what she did because she was trying to protect you and your mother." "Don't buy it. Not anymore. Maybe you could convince me when I was 8 that I was the real problem, that I was to blame for what Kingston did to my mom. But I know better now. Mrs. Anders, Jess's mom, all those women, even the damn priest, they did what they did to save themselves, and they didn't care if my mother paid the price." "They didn't just save themselves," Tyree said in a flat tone. "They saved everyone. Think of what Kingston could have done if he'd taken it in his head. White men like him, filled with power and glory, they're used to getting what they want. Sometimes you just gotta learn that the best way to get what you want, what you need, is to let them have it. Then everyone wins. Your mama, she just never could bring herself to understand that." "But you do, right, Tyree? You parade around like you're the king of the Royales, when all you really are is a lackey, taking orders from Daniel Kingston, doing his dirty work." Tyree didn't respond. He merely smiled, teeth gleaming in the lantern light. He swung the door to the walk-in refrigerator open, ignoring the crime scene tape hanging limp to one side. The stench of blood hit Devon. Blood and other bodily fluids best left unnamed. Tyree shoved him over the threshold. The room was dark, except for a single flashlight in the far corner, propped up against the wall so its light shone up, creating more shadows than it exorcised. Beside it, leaning up against the corner, was a cop. His hands and legs were bound, his mouth covered with duct tape. He glared at Tyree. Tyree pulled a .45 semi-automatic and used it to prod Devon farther into the room. Devon stumbled and almost tripped over a body. Blood squished beneath his shoes. Tyree kicked one of the plastic LED lights across the threshold to illuminate the rest of the room. Mrs. Anders lay at Devon's feet, blood covering her chest and belly. She'd been gutted. Chapter 33. Being with Rossi, here in his home, was surreal on so many levels. Ryder felt comfortable around her, even when their conversation slid sideways from his usual pickup banter into a discussion of trust and faith, things he didn't talk to anyone about, much less a woman he'd met less than 12 hours earlier. Some men find God in the darkness. Some find only themselves. Ryder had been in and out of so many black holes that he'd found and lost 1,000 gods. Some nights he lay awake, certain he was still buried inside a mountain, wandering in the dark, and that this world he woke to every day was the dream, not the reality. Hard to care much about what happens in a dream, but still, he managed. He was a good cop. The kind of cop who wouldn't have been doing the job if he wasn't sure he could make a difference. Same reason why he'd been a good soldier. Only lately, it was getting harder and harder to believe. On good days, Ryder chiseled away at the mountain of corruption that threatened the innocent citizens of Cambria City, hammering in the dark with a badge instead of a pickaxe, fighting for a city built on coal and the blood of the men who dug it. On bad days, well, lately there had been far too many bad days. Days when the good guys didn't just lose. They didn't even bother showing up. Not Rossi. She gave her all. Ryder had the feeling that wasn't just last night, but every day. He fed her breakfast. A mashup of eggs, hash browns, salsa, cheese, and sausage, all scrambled together in one skillet. Eaten from the same skillet because he didn't have any clean plates, and plied her with questions about the advocacy center, a topic he knew she wouldn't mind talking about. Some of the cases she told him about. He'd been a cop for going on 10 years. He wasn't shocked, more discouraged. What people did, to themselves, to the ones they loved, to children. What's going to happen to the kids from the tunnel? He asked as they loaded the dishwasher together. They even both agreed on putting the silverware in handle up, something his sister was always fussing at him about. Even if we find their families, we can't just give them back, not after they were abandoned the way they were. She stifled a yawn with the back of her hand. Pediatrics is full, so I can't keep them there. Tyree was right about one thing. You can't put them into the foster care system. Separating them, it would about kill them. He surprised himself with his vehemence. It wasn't his job to play social worker. But those kids, the way they barely made eye contact, much less talked, they were so young. Throwing them into the system the way they were now, so damaged and vulnerable, it would kill them. I'm working on it. One of my nurses is watching them today while our psychologist evaluates them. After that, he waited, assuming she'd shrug or utter some kind of throwaway cliché like, "It's out of our hands," words intended to let people off the hook and assuage their guilt. Not Rossi. Instead, she glanced up at him, meeting his gaze, and said, "After that, well, we might just have to get creative. How many bedrooms do you have here, Ryder?" She smiled, but she was also halfway serious. He couldn't help but smile back. You know, in his own warped way, I think that's exactly what Tyree was doing when he hid them in the tunnels, she said. Might help if we knew what he thought he was protecting them from. Ryder glanced at the clock. 6:20. Too early to try to talk to Kingston. And he definitely couldn't go smelling like this. Sweat and blood and grime and the chemical stink left from the explosion in the tunnel. Not to mention a shirt soiled and jacket ripped. Ozzy had curled up on a corner of the couch, watching them with one eye, the other drifting shut as he made a snuffling sound that was almost a snore. Rossi plunked down beside the dog, scratching him behind the ears. "Will he be okay here?" she asked. "I should head over to Good Sam soon." "Yeah, he'll be fine in the yard. No rain today, they say. If you don't mind waiting a few minutes, I'll walk over with you. Just want to grab a quick shower. Unless you'd like to..." He purposefully left the invitation open-ended, interested to see where she'd take it. She dismissed him with the wave of a drowsy hand and curled her body around the dog, using Ozzy as a pillow. Ryder shook his head and climbed the steps to his bedroom. Couldn't help but imagine a dozen more attractive what-if scenarios than stripping off his filthy clothing, straining sore muscles, and stepping into the shower alone. Those fantasies fled 15 minutes later when he returned downstairs and saw Rossi, fully relaxed for the first time since he'd met her. More than relaxed, vulnerable. First time he'd seen her without her guard up. He risked a touch, only a touch, of the woman sleeping on the couch. Just a finger, a gentle caress of the area where her neck lay bare, right below the corner of her jaw. Warm. She was so very warm, almost feverish, as if she were more alive than any other woman he'd ever met. Her pulse hummed beneath his touch, steady, strong, reassuring. Turning his back on the clock, giving in to temptation and exhaustion, he sank down onto the sofa beside her. The dog whined, shifting his weight, and Rossi responded by sliding closer to Ryder. Curling his arm around Rossi's body, his heart and breathing matching hers, he closed his eyes and dared to sleep. "What the hell?" Devin whirled on Tyree. "You killed her! She might have known where Esme is, and you killed her!" Tyree frowned. "What makes you think she knew where Esme is?" "Every path I go down searching for Esme leads to the Kingstons. Daniel is too old now, but I figured if Leo was following in his father's footsteps, then he might be using the same place where his father used to take my mother. Daniel Kingston would come for her, take her from me, or sometimes Mrs. Anders or the other women would fetch her for Kingston, take her away. My mom said it was her very own special hell, used to mumble about being surrounded by devils while angels sang." He trailed off. It was a long shot, but his last lead to find Esme. Now even that long shot was gone. "Listen to yourself, Runt. Your mama was strung out, crack crazy. She didn't know what she was saying half the time. Besides, I didn't kill the old lady." Tyree nodded to the cop. "He did, trying to get her to tell him what she knew." Devin frowned, not understanding anything about this scenario, which was exactly what Tyree wanted. Devin off balance. "Think you're so smart," Tyree jeered. "You have no clue. Those kids you so-called rescued last night? Mrs. A and me, we were the ones who saved them. Hid them from the real monster. And we paid a price for it. That's why he..." Tyree nodded to the cop. "Came after Mrs. A. to see what all she knew. Next on his hit list is taking care of all those kids." "Did she hide Esme as well?" Devin asked, staring at the old lady's corpse, wondering what secrets she'd taken to the grave. He should have been glad she was dead, after all the pain she'd caused, but he wasn't. The long night had sapped his strength. All he had left was enough to care about Esme. Nope. She would have told me if she had. Damn. "Why did you and Mrs. Anders take the kids to start with? Who were you protecting them from? Leo? His father?" "Those kids ain't got no one else. Their mothers are all gone, leaving them behind as witnesses. Me and Kingston's pet cops, we were meant to clean up after, get rid of the kids. But they're my people, my responsibility, so I saved them. I took the risk and told Mrs. A to keep them safe, until you came along and ruined everything. Now there's blood being shed, and it's on your head." Devin tried to parse his words. Cleaning up? Kids as witnesses? He remembered Angela telling him about the victims who'd ended up with their minds destroyed, and how no one had reported any of the kids as missing. Kingston. He took their mothers? Life in the big city hasn't smartened you any, runt. Kingston's too old, and he's sick. Before tonight, it's been months since he left his mansion. Leo. Rage surged through Devin at the name. And you're protecting him, cleaning up his mess like some kind of trash man. It made sense. Daniel Kingston owned the tower, would have eyes, ears in the place, some way to protect his investment, especially his investment in his lily-white son and heir, who just happened to be a psychopathic serial rapist and homicidal maniac. Who better than Tyree? Did Leo kill Jess? Is he the one after Esme? Devin was guessing, but from the scowl on Tyree's face, he was right. What happened, Tyree? Did Esme see him kill Jess? This is none of your business anymore. It's between me and Leo. I'll deal with it in my own good time. So it was Leo. Like father, like son. Both destroying the lives of the people who lived in the tower. But Tyree's betrayal was worse. As bad as Mrs. Anders's and the other women who'd offered his mother up to Daniel Kingston. Devin's gaze measured Tyree in the dim light. What size you wear, Tyree? Why? I'm gonna get you a new suit. Real nice one. Nice enough for a funeral. He'll be wearing it if I don't get Esme back, alive. You talk big, runt, but you don't know shit. He whistled, and two men dragging a third emerged from the tunnels behind them. They entered the room. The third man was Harold, unconscious, maybe dead. Before Devin could move, Tyree whirled and fired his weapon at the cop. 3 shots, all in the kill zone. The sound boomed through the small room, echoing into Devin's bones. You really thought you could come on back to my town and send your men poking and prodding into my business and get away with it? Tyree shot Harold in the face. Don't bother looking for your other 2 men. Nice thing about having the tunnels connecting the tower to Good Sam. Hospital has an incinerator that comes in real handy at times. He stepped back to admire his handiwork. Harold, by some miracle, was still breathing, gasps bubbling through the bloody mess that was his face. Tyree shot him twice more in the chest. He turned to Devin, raised the gun at him. Devin's heart stumbled, then stopped for a moment that hung between them. Everything he'd done, everything he still had to do, like saving Esme, it was all for nothing. Then Tyree grinned. He flipped his grip on the pistol, holding it for Devin's inspection. Recognize this? You should. It's yours. The one the cops had taken from Devin earlier at the hospital. Ryder. Was he in on this? Devin would have bet good money that the detective was one of the good guys. But, hell, he'd been wrong about so much since he'd come home. Maybe he'd been wrong about Ryder as well. Trust no one. When was he going to learn? Here's the deal, Tyree said. I can't afford pissing off the Russians, so I won't kill you unless I have to. You leave town. Forever. Today. You do? I'll work a deal with Kingston. See to it that Esme lives. You don't? The cops get this gun complete with your prints all over it. And she dies.
Chapter 34. Waking up beside Ryder was an unexpected surprise. Not because of the man. Believe me, I'd love to do more than just sleep beside Ryder. Smart, handsome, in an irresistible, weathered, world-weary way, and even more attractive, at least to me, was the way he took nothing and no one for granted. 7 scrawny, anonymous kids from the tower were just as important to him as Sister Patrice, or meeting with Daniel Kingston himself. As much as I'd love for Ryder to share some of that passion with me, it was the worst idea ever in the history of worst ideas. In the past 12 hours, my life had spiraled into a headlong rush to insanity. I couldn't risk pulling Ryder down with me. Even more, I didn't want to risk losing his friendship. And one thing was becoming clear. If my symptoms continued to escalate, I'd be in no position to pursue any kind of more meaningful relationship. So, attraction or no attraction, this wasn't going any further than it already had. I sat up slowly, trying not to wake him, or Ozzy, who was snoring so loudly I wondered if they made CPAP machines for dogs. I couldn't believe how good I felt. A little sore and achy, no surprise, given what my body had gone through during my fugue states last night. But what was surprising was the energy. It surged through me like a shot of adrenaline. Sunlight streamed in through the bay window. I glanced at the clock. 7:40. Amazing what an hour of sleep could do. 1 hour of sleep in 5 months? It wasn't a world record. There have been people who have gone years without a full night's sleep. But I already missed it, and yearned for more. I stood and stretched. Ryder's eyes were open, watching me with a definitely non-clinical appraisal. I imagined what it would be like seeing him look at me every morning. Inhaled so fast my gut ached. Not in the cards, I reminded myself, with regret. I used his bathroom, and when I returned, he had Ozzy set up on the back porch. "You know," he said as he handed me my coat and helped me on with it. "As a detective, I have keen powers of observation and insight into the human condition." He grabbed his own coat and held the door for me. I was creating a checklist in my mind, prioritizing everything I needed to do today. Find a safe place for the kids, follow up on Allie and the other victims' lab results, come clean with Louise and submit to her poking and prodding, maybe find out what was wrong with me. "What?" I asked, stumbling over a non-existent crack in the walk leading from Ryder's front porch. "I was saying, over the 12 hours I've known you, my keen powers of observation have told me that you find me irresistible. And yet, you were going to sneak out without saying a word this morning, weren't you?" His tone was light, but there was an undercurrent that felt all too heavy. It took me a few seconds to process what he was saying. Ryder was right. I had been giving him mixed signals. Not because I wasn't sure how I felt, because I wasn't sure what was wrong with me. Could I really expect anyone to dive down that rabbit hole before I had any answers? No, of course not. "You're right. I'm an idiot." He filled in the silence as if I'd spoken. "We have to focus on what's important. Finding Esme and taking care of the kids and stopping Allie's killer. We work together. It's a conflict of interest. Against the rules, right?" A regretful tone entered his voice. "Right." His tone turned firm, a soldier receiving orders. "Of course. Sorry I even brought it up." We turned onto the sidewalk. I wanted to tell him the truth about what was going on with me. But how could I? I didn't even know what to say without sounding crazy. Why had it been so easy telling Devin last night? I guess because he was a stranger. I had no real feelings about him. Would never see him again once we found Esme. "Although," Ryder continued, "way the brass feel about me right now, I'm not sure it would be too hard for me to arrange to be transferred somewhere else, so we wouldn't have to work together. I'm sure they have openings in the motor pool, or maybe as a crossing guard. Stop it. I spun to face him, stumbling off balance. He caught me by the elbow and steadied me. Just stop it. You can't abandon those kids or the advocacy center. Besides, you won't have to. I'm leaving. His mouth sagged open. Why would you? I'm sick. There. It was out. His eyes widened, and his grip on my arm tightened. Not painfully, more like he didn't want to risk losing me. Wind from the river whipped between us, carrying the scent of snow. He edged closer to me, our breath mingling to create a cloud. You're sick? What's wrong? Is it serious? His words tumbled over themselves, as clumsy as my feet. He pulled me to him, his breath in my ear, warming at least one small part of my body. We stood there, oblivious to the cold for a long moment before I pushed away. I wiped my eyes and began walking once more. 2 steps later, he was by my side, his hand wrapped around mine. I haven't slept in 5 months. I started. Not until this morning. This morning? That was barely a catnap. Wait, did you say 5 months? No sleep. Plus, losing my balance. Tremors in my muscles. Fevers, night sweats. I gave him the litany of symptoms. Well, the ones that didn't make me sound insane. And now, last night, I started having spells where my whole body just freezes up. Like seizures? When I was a kid, a girl in our class had petite mal epilepsy. She'd stare off into space, frozen. They have medicine for that, right? He sounded so damn hopeful. I couldn't steal that from him. After all, the man had known me for only 12 hours. It wasn't his burden to shoulder. Epilepsy would be the best-case scenario. But I don't know. I'm going to see my friend Louise Maida this morning. She's a neurologist. She'll figure this out. You think it's something bad? So bad that you didn't see a doctor sooner. Like what? A brain tumor? Something like that? I dropped his hand. God, I was so damn tired of not knowing. Maybe. I'm not sure. Point is, I've got a lot on my plate right now. Oh, I see. This is you letting me off the hook. No. Ryder, no. I stopped, turned to face him. I couldn't read his expression, which seemed to happen when he had feelings too deep to share with the world. Maybe that was for the best. This is me asking you, as someone I trust, as one of the few people I trust, not to give up on Esme or those kids. If I can't be there for them, I need to know someone is still fighting for them. He stared at me, his eyes matching the sky behind him, a blue so bright it made you want to paint with it. A blue that should have made me feel happy, hopeful, but that instead made me regret everything I was about to lose. I wanted to be that person, the Hallmark type, brave and strong, facing a life-changing illness with courage and dignity. But, looking into his eyes, it took everything I had not to turn tail and run home, grab my fiddle, lock myself in my apartment, and play, until the music flew me away to another world, another life. Okay. His shoulders rose and fell with his exhalation, as his posture relaxed. If that's what you need. Thanks, Ryder. We walked in silence, our hands occasionally brushing. It felt so comfortable, being able to think without worrying about holding up a conversation. Finally, we arrived at the staff entrance behind the ER, dodging the horde of media camped out at the hospital's front door. Ryder rested his hand on the door, but didn't open it, blocking my path. I didn't like the look in his eyes. No, that was wrong. I liked it, very much. But it was dangerous. And confusing. Didn't he understand? We couldn't do this. He leaned forward, and I turned my face away before he could kiss me. But he wasn't aiming for my lips. Instead, he kissed the top of my head, gently, with care. The second surprise of the morning. First, actual sleep. And now this? I didn't even know what to call this. His eyes crinkled in delight at my puzzlement. I'll call you later. To see what the children say. I tried to put things back on a business platform. No. I mean, yes. I want to hear what you learn. But that's not the only reason why I'll be calling. He touched my cheek, brushed my hair away from my eyes. Good luck. He was gone before I could figure out a response. I stood there, staring, even after he'd vanished from sight, my eyes foggy with tears. I was numb, not from the cold or exhaustion, but from all the possibilities, each uncertain, each fraught with pain and danger, not just for me, but despite my best efforts, for Ryder as well. I wasn't sure if I had the strength to carry that burden, wasn't sure if I could resist the temptation. I grabbed the cold metal handle and opened the door to the ER, my true home, my comfort zone, the place where I felt in control. Until now. Chapter 35. Brushing my teeth, showering, and changing into clean clothes, the slacks and blouse I kept in my locker for court, felt almost as good as the hour of sleep had. As soon as I finished cleaning up, I went over to the advocacy center. Couldn't resist checking on the kids. And who knew, depending on what Louise found, if I'd be able to come back again. They were asleep, bundled together in a pile of legs and arms and blankets. The nurse watching them said they'd all eaten, piling their food together and sharing, but without talking. And then they had fallen back asleep. The psychologist was due in an hour, so no answers as far as any prognosis or course of treatment. None of them had asked for their families, and social services had gotten nowhere. I watched them from the observation window, tempted to call Tyree and press him for answers. I hated that I had to trust that he was truly trying to protect the children, but they were safe here behind the locked doors of the advocacy center, away from the prying eyes of the press, and with police officers guarding the entrance, also from whoever had taken them. Nothing more I could do here. My phone buzzed. Louise calling. Time to face my future. Your message last night, she said as we sat in her office, Louise behind the desk and me in one of the patient chairs. You sounded. She glanced up at the ceiling as if seeking guidance. Agitated. Good word for it. So it wasn't some kind of joke. I stared at her. She shook her head, as if chiding herself for even considering the idea. Okay, tell me everything. From the beginning. When did your symptoms start? She took it better than I expected. After her first reaction of shock, then chiding me for not coming to her earlier, she listened, fascinated by my description of my fugue states and communicating with Patrice, Allie, and Mrs. Coates. Everything they said, Patrice's voice, her image of Esme, how she got shot, Mrs. Coates's ring, Allie playing the piano, it's all true. There's no way I could have imagined it. I finished in a rush, feeling emptied. I sat back and waited for her judgment. Hated the way she looked at me like a patient. Hated even more that she didn't immediately clap her hands together in that funny way she has, and tell me the answer, complete with a magical cure. Instead, she frowned. Not an encouraging frown either. It could have been your imagination, she said, filling in the gaps of what you expected. Why would I expect a nun I'd never met to talk to me while I held her heart in my hands, and tell me about a missing girl who I also never met. The mind is a mysterious thing, memories even more so. You know that from your work at the Advocacy Center. How easy it is to accidentally plant a so-called memory by simple suggestion. Maybe it wasn't until after you learned the girl was missing that you thought you remembered the nun telling it to you. I shook my head, not sure why I felt the need to defend the veracity of my visions, spells, whatever the hell they were. After all, if I agreed with her, then I was just a wee bit delusional, something easily explained by sleep deprivation and stress. But no, I had to insist on being full-blown psychotic. I know what I know. You can ask Ryder. I told him about Esme being missing, not the other way around. She made a note, probably to remind her to verify that Ryder actually existed and wasn't another delusion. Then she made me change into a patient gown and did a complete examination. It was obvious she didn't like what she found. Next thing I knew, she had me whisked away for an EEG and MRI, tests that, if the results were abnormal, there'd be no hiding it from the rest of my colleagues. No such thing as patient confidentiality when the patient is a physician. 2 hours later, her nurse ushered me into Louise's exam room. I changed back into my street clothes. Being a patient was so damn humiliating. And took a seat, waiting impatiently. No, more than impatient. Angry. Because, damn it, I wanted my life back. In my control. And to do that, I needed to know the face of my enemy. Needed something to fight. She walked in without knocking, head face down in my chart. "What did the MRI show?" I asked. Louise leaned against the closed door, looking down at where I sat, in the swivel chair traditionally reserved for the physician. I'd taken the chair by habit, and once in it, couldn't bring myself to move to the patient chair. Her face, a mask denying all emotion, told me everything. But I needed to hear the words. I felt a twinge of guilt, forcing a friend to give me my death sentence. But better a friend. She took her time sitting down in the patient chair, adjusting the seat, arranging the papers that had quickly filled my chart. From my vantage point, I saw pages of lab results, EEG tracings, an MRI report. I was too far away to read them. I would eventually, of course. Part of being a doctor is being a snoop. But for now, I waited. Not so patiently. She reached past me to bring up my MRI on the computer screen. No tumor or aneurysm. Suddenly, I could breathe again. Oxygen rushed into my brain, making red spots dance in my vision. Louise cleared her throat, and I knew my relief had been premature. But there is evidence of microvascularization in the thalamic region. She zoomed in on the image of my brain. Vacuolization? Part of my brain was filling with tiny holes, turning into Swiss cheese. Even I could see them on the magnified MRI. What's causing them? MS? Some other demyelinating disease? I'd heard of vacuolization before, but always as a result of severe brain trauma or metabolic diseases, never with symptoms like mine. I braced myself, thinking I might have a rocky road ahead of me, but certain I could navigate it. Even diseases like MS are no longer the death sentences they once were. I was wrong. So wrong. Louise shifted uncomfortably. "I need a blood test to confirm." "Blood test to confirm what?" She didn't answer me. A frown broke through her rigid mask. She stifled it, sorting the lab results neatly into my chart. Louise was methodical, but I couldn't wait for confirmation. I needed to start fighting this thing. Now. Test for what? Prion diseases, specifically Creutzfeldt-Jakob and variants, including fatal familial insomnia. Mad cow disease? But I've never been exposed. Her words caught up to me. Fatal insomnia? What the hell is that?
Hereditary disease, discovered by an Italian doctor in the 1700s. He was the first documented fatality from it as well.
Louise was good. But knowing the specifics about a disease that I'd never even heard of, she must have looked it up before coming in to talk to me. You think that's the one, don't you? Fatal insomnia? I don't know. The blood tests will take a few weeks to come back. The only lab that does them is in Italy. Fatal insomnia. The words collided in my brain. Didn't make any sense. Except all those years of medical school and residency, training myself to not need sleep, not to mention the crazy mixed-up shifts I work in the ER, and now you're telling me I might actually die from insomnia? You're young for it. She was hedging. But the stress of your altered sleep-wake cycle could have precipitated it. How many patients we talking about? Is there a cure? A few hundred known cases. That was pretty damn rare. No wonder I'd never heard of it. Yearly? She shook her head. Total. Since 1765. From the brief research I was able to do, there are about 60 today, alive, across the entire planet. The only research center is in Italy. I'm waiting to hear back from them on treatment options. 60 out of 7 billion people on the planet? That's like 1 in a million. More like 1 in 100 million. My brain was struggling to comprehend the odds, although who cared about the odds when you were the one? Luck like that, I should buy a lottery ticket. She ducked her head, focusing on the papers before her, and it hit me. What she already knew, but couldn't say. Why bother buying a lottery ticket when you weren't going to be around long enough to see if you won? She reached a hand toward my shoulder. Toddler that I am at times, I pushed hard with my feet, propelling the wheeled stool out of range of her comfort. Louise crossed her arms, hugging my chart to her chest. There's been speculation that quinacrine may slow the progression. Do I have time for speculation? Maybe. She hesitated, her mind scouring 100 checklists of variables. The average time from start of symptoms until death is 18 months. She scribbled a prescription for the quinacrine. If I'm wrong, it won't hurt anything. It's worth a try while we're waiting for the genetic test results. In the meantime, you need to quit working. I took the tiny piece of paper, held it between my fingers, waving it in the air. Quit? Take leave. She tried to soften the blow. And no more driving, at least until we know for sure. I stood, the blood rushing to my toes in an ice-cold wave of fear. Angela, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I am. Louise was never wrong. Not about something this important. You can cross it off your list, I said, as I opened the door to leave. She frowned, blinked as if there might be tears in her eyes, and nodded. Neither of us had to say what she would be crossing off her to-do list. No doubt, some polite variant of, "Tell Angela Rossi she's dying." Chapter 36. I retreated to my office in the Advocacy Center and hit Medline, the medical community's online search engine, hard. No mention of talking dead nuns or other abnormal communication in any of the fatal insomnia literature, but other, almost equally weird symptoms abounded. Catatonic states that sounded like my fugues, people suddenly performing wildly creative feats. Like a guy who had only a high school education, solving a complex math theorem that had stumped geniuses like Einstein for centuries. Or a woman who previously had no writing ambition, creating a remarkable, award-winning literary gem, as if they were tapping previously unexplored regions of their brains. Sparks of genius tempering their descent into madness. 4 months later, that savant mathematician went on a crazy spree and took his own life by walking naked into the ocean. And the novelist? She ended up in a straitjacket to prevent herself from gouging her eyes out and tearing her skin off after she ate her own lips. This was the fate waiting for me if Louise's tests came back positive. Who said God didn't have a sense of humor? I mean, just the concept, fatal insomnia. It made as much sense as a platypus. Except, it was no joke. Finally, I turned the computer off and wandered over to the observation room to check on the kids. The psychologist had finished her initial interviews, and they'd fallen back asleep. Sleeping like the dead. The irony wasn't lost on me. I felt strangely numb, removed from the whole situation. After all, what could I do? I still didn't have an answer. Damn, I hated being a patient. A soft knock came at the door. Devin Price. Different designer suit, but the same wary, weary expression. Figured you'd be here. I need to ask a favor. He shifted his weight as if his Italian loafers pinched. Sure, what do you need? Could you take a ride with me? I wasn't exactly in the mood for company. Can't. I have to see what the psychologist learned from these guys. We still don't know where their families are. He frowned, obviously not accustomed to anyone saying no to him. You do this for me, and I'll tell you what you need to know about those kids. Devin, if you know something... Anger that he'd used the children as leverage sparked through me. He ignored me, staring through the observation window, one hand pressed to the glass, watching the little girl he'd made laugh last night flail in her sleep, until another child reached out to soothe her and pull her back into the fold. Believe me, there's no rush learning what I know. Tell me. He sighed and turned to face me. You're not going to find their families. They haven't got any. At least, none that can take care of them. That's what Tyree had said, but I hadn't believed him. How do you know that? The reason why Tyree hid them was to protect them from the man who drugged and raped their mothers. I stared at him, then past him to the sleeping children. The PXA victims? The ones up in psych. The ones still alive. I'm guessing there were others, and you'll never find their bodies. It made sense in a warped way. All our victims were single. I couldn't remember if they were all mothers, but they might have been. We'd had a hard enough time identifying them. Plus, it wouldn't have been part of their ER chart, whether or not they had children. Maybe in the police files, but Harrison had been in charge of the investigation, and he was dead. Suddenly, I wondered if that car accident of his had been an accident after all. Did Tyree tell you who was behind the rapes? I asked. He shoved his hands in his pockets, ruining the lines of his silk suit. Nothing anyone can use as proof. But maybe, if you come with me... He let the offer dangle like bait. Not like I was going to be much help to the kids, not if what he said was true. With Ryder searching for Esme, there was nothing more I could do for her. Is this going to help find Esme? I hope so. His voice dropped, low and deadly, with a touch of desperation. Where? Out to see my mom. I stared at him. I thought your mom was dead. He shook his head, looking at the ground. For the first time, I realized how young he was, not even 30. Funny, last night I would have pegged him as much older. Not dead. Just gone. You said she had a heroin overdose. I remembered him telling me about her last night, but he hadn't actually said she was dead, had he? Heroin mixed with fentanyl. Persistent vegetative state, the doctors call it. Since I was 8. Once I had some money, I found her a nice place, just outside of town. Real pretty. My stomach lurched as I realized what he was asking. You want me to... Finally, he met my gaze. All he did was nod. I held my breath, fighting my initial impulse to tell him no. Fear gnawed at my throat. But if it would help find Esme, how could I say no? Flynn's adrenaline reflex was on hyperdrive as she and Esme huddled in the rear corner of the ER's waiting room. Too many people. Too many eyes. At least she had their backs to the wall, and since they'd come in through the main entrance, they didn't have to go through the ER's metal detectors, so Flynn still had her gun. But she hated feeling this exposed. Anyone could report back to Leo or Tyree or the cops or someone somewhere, and next thing you knew, there'd be bullets flying again. Flynn could count the number of people she trusted in this world on one hand. Angela Rossi probably didn't even remember who Flynn was. Why should she? She saved lives every day. But she was someone Flynn trusted, and she'd been in those tunnels last night, risking her life to help Esme. Who else could Flynn turn to now? Esme had fallen asleep, her head cradled in Flynn's lap. Flynn's coat wrapped around her, shielding her from prying eyes. Flynn envied the girl. Couldn't remember the last time she'd slept that good. Years. Not since the first night creepy Wayne, her mom's boyfriend, crept into her bedroom. She'd been about Esme's age. Wished she had the gun way back when. Instead, it had taken 4 years and her almost dying before she found the courage to kill that son of a bitch. That was 3 years ago, but she still saw creepy Wayne's bloody face screaming at her every time she closed her eyes. Finally, a nurse called the fake name Flynn had given. Flynn carefully cradled Esme, the little girl whimpering in her sleep, before curling her body against Flynn's chest as she threaded her way through the crowded room and through the door. The nurse led Flynn and Esme through the maze of tiled corridors that made up Good Sam's ER. Sounds of a man crying, mixed with a toddler's laughter and a raspy vibration like a drill. The people creating the sounds sequestered behind closed doors and curtains, leaving Flynn's imagination to fill in the nasty blanks.
Dr. Rossi left already.
I really need to speak with her, Flynn said in an official tone. The overworked registration clerk hadn't asked to see any ID or questioned Flynn when she'd identified herself as a social worker caring for a patient from the advocacy center. Flynn wasn't surprised. Despite her youth, few people ever questioned her authority. One of the perks of being reborn in your own image. She didn't take shit from anyone, and the rest of the world instinctively understood that.
Reception said this is another one of Dr. Rossi's children from the tunnels?
The nurse asked, unlocking a set of doors that led to the advocacy center. Flynn didn't correct her misassumption, not as long as it got her what she wanted.
We're keeping them safe from the media in here. We can let her sleep with the rest. Dr. Rossi said she'd be back to check on them later today.
They stopped outside a large interview room. There was a picture window, its drapes open, revealing a group of kids piled together, sleeping on mattresses covering the floor. A bored-appearing nurse reading in an armchair above them. Flynn shifted Esme's weight, buying time to process the sight and the nurse's words. There'd been other kids down there in the tunnels, and somehow Dr. Rossi had found them and was taking care of them? Whatever was going on, the advocacy center was the last place anyone would be looking for Esme. She'd stay safe for now, giving Flynn time to figure out how to keep her alive. Not to mention how to stop Leo. Daniel expected her to do the impossible, and so far, she'd never let him down. But maybe saving Leo was asking too much. All Daniel wanted was to make sure his son was safe before the cancer took him, that the family name and business would be protected at all costs. Except Leo had turned it into this crazy cat and mouse game, and she wasn't sure anymore that she was still the cat. If Leo was the one trying to kill Esme, how could she stop him without betraying Daniel? The nurse opened the door, the click of the lock startling Esme awake. The girl struggled in Flynn's arms until Flynn set her on her feet. She was half afraid Esme would take off running, but instead, she threw herself at Flynn, wrapping her arms around Flynn's neck, tight. "Can I have a minute?" Flynn asked. She didn't sound official, not with Esme clutching at her. But the nurse gave a weary smile, as if she was used to seeing her patients break hearts, and entered the room without them. They were alone in the hall. "Don't go! Don't go!" Esme cried. "I'm scared." "It's okay, Esme. You'll be safe here. I'll be back first thing in the morning." She turned Esme around so the girl could look through the window. "Do you recognize any of those kids?" "Sure. That's Andre, and Zachariah, and Venice. We're all in Mrs. Anders' Sunday school class. Why are they here? Did something bad happen to them, too?" "I think maybe. But the nurses and doctors here are taking good care of them, and they'll take care of you until I can get back. Can you remember the name I told you to use?" Esme nodded. Flynn swallowed hard. It was the name of her real little sister, the one she'd protected by killing creepy Wayne before he could start messing with her. The one she hadn't seen in 3 years, not since she'd died and been reborn. Dr. Rossi had worked a miracle then, bringing a frozen, drowned girl back to life. Flynn would have to trust that she could work another and keep Esme safe. "That's right. Listen, anyone asks, that's your name, and you were in the tunnel, and you're too scared to talk to anyone but me and Dr. Rossi." "Who's Dr. Rossi?" "Did you see the lady in the tunnel who had your dog with her?" Esme nodded. "That's Dr. Rossi. She's one of the good guys. If I'm not back," meaning if Leo killed her before she could get back, "if I'm not back, you tell Dr. Rossi everything. Your real name and what happened." Esme shook her head. "But the bad police, they'll come back." Flynn froze. "Bad police?" Esme nodded, slow and steady, like she knew she'd said too much. "They shot my mommy." "Esme, you need to tell me everything." Flynn crouched down so that she was at Esme's eye level. "It's really important, okay?" Esme considered, then gathered herself and nodded. "Yesterday morning, a man called. He said to tell Uncle Tyree that he wanted his ring back or he'd be paying him a visit." "He called your home, not your uncle's?" "I told Uncle Tyree what the man said, just like he asked, but Uncle Tyree got all upset. It scared me, and Mommy. They were yelling and fighting, and he told her we couldn't leave the apartment, then slammed out." "Then what happened?" "Mommy said she'd had enough of Uncle Tyree, and she called a friend. Guess they weren't home, because then she called Sister Patrice, but she was at the soup kitchen, and by the time she got there—" Her voice trembled, and she looked down at her feet. "That's when the bad people came. They hurt my mommy, and we ran. Sister Patrice told me to hide, to climb up to the metal sidewalk." "The catwalk?" "Yes'm, that. But it was too high. I couldn't reach it, so I stayed on the bookshelves and went as far as I could, away from the door where the bad police would be coming from. But they still found me." She was sobbing now, but bit her lip, trying to deny her tears. "Are you gonna let the bad police shoot me, like they did my mommy?" She threw her arms around Flynn, almost knocking Flynn over. "Please don't let them kill me dead." Chapter 37. Devin drove, a black town car, which didn't seem to suit his personality, maybe the persona he tried to project, but not the man who had coaxed smiles out of 7 traumatized children last night. We headed west, up into the mountains. "You never told me. What do you do for a living?" His smile was a slippery one, fit the car more than the man I'd come to know. "You never asked. I'm in acquisitions." He was lying to me. I felt disappointed. After all, he knew my biggest secret. So you followed in your father's footsteps. It was cruel, a reminder that I knew his secrets as well. But I didn't apologize. He jerked his head to face me, ignoring the road. I'd seen that look before, on the faces of angry men ready to do violence. No. He fired the word like a bullet. Not like my father. Nothing at all like my father. Another lie. I leaned back in my seat, watching him, waiting. Daniel Kingston raped and tortured innocent women to keep control of his property, turn a profit. That's not me, not who I am. Who are you, Devin? He blew his breath out, his frustration circling between us. I've killed men. Self-defense, mainly. Guess it depends on how you define it. But that was a long time ago, and they weren't exactly what you'd call innocent. His voice dropped, as if we were in a confessional. Sometimes, when I do the things I do, people get hurt. And sometimes I do feel good about it. He slid a glance in my direction, pleading. That's not why I hurt them, but sometimes it's just the only way to get the job done. I knew damn well he was talking about a hell of a lot more than the pain we doctors rationalize inflicting. But I kept remembering how he was last night with those kids, the way he risked his life trying to find Esme. Sorry, I was wrong. He shook his head as if I'd misunderstood, his attention focused on the road, anywhere but on me. All my life I've spent hating him, dreaming about how I'd kill him when I finally came home. Sometimes that anger is all that keeps me going. I can't give it up. It's an addiction, takes everything I have not to give into it. Which is exactly why you're nothing like your father. He still didn't believe me. I understood. Some things you have to figure out for yourself. Can't trust someone else to tell you the truth. You said Tyree told you who was behind the PXA attacks, I said. He gave a grunt of disgust. Kingston's son, Leo. I thought about it. If Daniel Kingston made Leo the CEO of the pharmaceutical company he was bringing to Cambria, it made sense that Leo had a background in chemistry, which would go with Ryder's theory that the rapes were secondary to the PXA drug being modified. What had he called it? A twisted clinical trial. Why would Leo kill Sister Patrice and Jess? I'm guessing they saw something they shouldn't have. And Esme? You think Leo might have something to do with Esme? He didn't answer right away. Do you think you can do that thing you do? With my mother? Funny, Louise thought my newfound ability to communicate with the not quite dead was a simple delusion, my Swiss cheese brain filling in details, making them seem real. She was my best friend and doubted me, yet this man, a virtual stranger, he believed, had faith, in me. How does your mother fit in? I need something she has. You mean something she has to tell me, don't you? He hesitated, staring at the road before us, then nodded. If you can reach her, I'm hoping she can tell you where Daniel Kingston used to take her. One coherent memory from a woman who'd suffered years of abuse and drug use before she fell into a persistent vegetative state 2 decades ago. You know it's a long shot. Your mom's brain waves probably won't have the right pattern. Why is it important to know where Daniel took her 20 years ago? If Leo has Esme, why would he take her to the same place when he has the tunnels and property all over the city? He swallowed so hard his Adam's apple jerked up and down. If Leo has Esme, the only reason he'd keep her alive is to torture me. Best way to do that would be to make her suffer like my mother did. I blanched. Esme was just a child. To think of her in the hands of the sadist who'd hurt Allie and those other women was unimaginable. Except I didn't have to imagine it. Thanks to Allie, I'd lived through it. We pulled up to a large Queen Anne house, almost, but not quite a mansion. probably built by some turn-of-the-century banker or railroad magnate as a country home 100+ years ago. The discreet sign in front read, Holbrook Care Facility. The receptionist knew Devin by sight as John Smith. So unoriginal. Who'd believe it was an alias? Mr. Smith, it's nice to see you again. Her gaze settled on me with curiosity. And you brought a friend. She signed us in. No tacky, sticky name tags here. Instead, Devin got a custom ID badge to clip to his suit coat, and I got a generic visitor's one. I followed Devin through the halls, the only sound our footsteps on the polished dark wood floors, and the occasional distant muted tone of a woman's voice. John Smith? I asked, once we were out of sight of the receptionist. No one knows about this place. No one. It was the only way I could keep her safe. I had a feeling he brought me here for more reasons than just one. You're worried this is your last time here? He shrugged. You've met Tyree. I watched him kill a cop this morning. Didn't blink twice. He killed a cop? We need to tell Ryder. Tell Ryder? He made a sound that was half scoff and half growl. Seeing as how Tyree shot the cop, who just killed an innocent woman himself, with the gun that Ryder took from me, well, let's just say I'm pretty sure Ryder already knows all about it. I reached for my phone. He laid a hand on my arm. Not tight or even painful, just a warning. We were playing by his rules now. Ryder had nothing to do with sending a cop to kill anyone, or with helping Tyree to frame you. He handed that pistol off to patrol officers. Besides, we were together pretty much all night long, and he almost got killed trying to find Esme. Don't forget that. A crease formed along his forehead. Exhaustion rimmed his eyes. Maybe he didn't know, he conceded. But one thing I do know is Tyree is taking orders from Daniel Kingston, so that's all the more reason not to get Ryder involved. Put a target on his back as well. He released my arm. You do what you think is right, but I'm not talking to any cops or wasting any time giving evidence. As of now, I'm not trusting anyone with anything until I have Esme back safe and sound. I pulled my cell phone out, glanced at it, then returned it to my pocket. Let's see what happens here first. But if this is a dead end, we need to let Ryder know. That way, we'll have leverage to use on Tyree. Tyree doesn't know where Esme is. If he did, he'd be using her against me instead of running me out of town with threats. Way I see it, the person we need to get leverage on is Leo Kingston. Or even better, his father. We reached a bedroom door. He knocked and entered without waiting. He knew no one would answer. It could have been a room at any upscale bed and breakfast. Bright chintz curtains, antique dresser and rocking chair, tasteful art prints. Only the bed, a special air bed designed to minimize the risk of pressure sores, and the woman lying motionless in it revealed the truth. Devin approached the bed and sat on the edge, taking the woman's hand. She lay with her face turned to the left, as if looking out the window. She didn't look old enough to be his mother. Her face was too peaceful, no wrinkles or worry lines. Her hair was neatly braided, one long rope of hair draped elegantly over her left shoulder. She wore a burgundy dressing gown that enhanced her dark complexion. Hi, Mom. It's me. This is Angela Rossi. She's a doctor. Been helping me. He glanced at me. Angela, meet my mother, Tanisha Price. There was a single framed photo on the table beside me. A woman in her 20s bouncing a baby boy on her lap. Her smile had a radiance to it that reminded me of the stained glass saints at St. Tim's. But she wasn't looking up to God or anyone else. Her gaze centered on the boy with such focus and power. It was as if the rest of the world didn't exist. She was beautiful. She still is, he said, stroking Tanisha's arm. There was a gentle knock on the door, and a nurse entered carrying a basin, a bottle of no-rinse shampoo, and a stack of towels. "Mr. Smith, I heard you were visiting today. I know how you like to help with her hair." Devin smiled and took the basin and towels from her. "Thanks, Michelle. I'll take it from here." The nurse nodded and left. Devin hung up his suit coat and rolled up his sleeves. Hidden beneath his clothing were scars. Old ones. "Burns?" I asked. He glanced down at his arms as if he'd forgotten they were there. "Most are from the fire. When Jess was hurt. We were kids, looking for a place to make out, and stumbled across a new lab Tyree had set up." "Booby-trapped?" I remembered the blackened door we had passed last night down in the tunnels. "Yes. The room went up so fast. I pulled Jess out, but something splashed in her face." He turned away, pretended to be concentrating on washing his hands. "It was in the ER we learned she was pregnant. Best and worst night of my life." I said nothing. What was there to say, except empty platitudes? He dried his hands, positioned the basin on the chest of drawers beside Tanisha's bed, and sat on the edge of the bed. "Nothing compared to her scars," he said. Gently, he slid a palm between her left cheek and the pillow, and turned her so that I could see her entire face. Under her left eye was a brand, exactly like the one Allie and the other victims had had seared into their flesh. Tanisha's had healed, and I could finally make out details. 2 letters, a D and a K, arranged to look like a crown resting on a man's head. Daniel Kingston's insignia.
Chapter 38. "What caused that mark?" Angela pointed to the brand on Devin's mother's cheek. "One guess," he said bitterly. He undid Tanisha's braid and combed the no-rinse shampoo through her thick hair. Daniel Kingston's signet ring, his special calling card. "Devin!" He glanced up at the excitement in her voice. "Allie and the other victims, they all have a brand just like this. It was swollen and inflamed, too fresh to get a decent idea of the details, but I'm sure it's the same." He finished combing Tanisha's hair and rebraided it. "I already told you it was Leo. How does knowing he's using his dad's ring to mark his victims help?" "We don't have any proof, but a big heavy ring like that, full of nooks and crannies, almost impossible to clean completely. We might be able to match DNA from it to our victims." "That will take weeks or months. Esme is out there now, and Leo's looking for her, wants her dead, if he doesn't already have her." Devin tied a burgundy ribbon around the end of the braid, carefully tucking the stray strands inside the bow. Every time he did this, he imagined braiding Esme's hair, Jess sitting beside him, like a normal family. Imagining? More like wishing. The kind of wish that never came true. "You ready to try this?" he asked Angela. She didn't look ready for anything. Her face was pale, eyes sunken. Most of all, she looked afraid. First time he'd seen fear in her. He didn't blame her. This thing she did, who knew where it could lead a person? He'd almost lost her earlier when Allie died. "I wish there was another way," he told her. It was only half a lie. He'd take any wisp of a clue if it led him to Esme. She nodded and sat down on the opposite side of the bed, taking care not to touch his mother. She pulled in a deep breath, closed her eyes, and reached a hand to Tanisha's arm. And then she was gone. Devin wasn't sure if he'd ever get used to the way she was fully there, so vibrant, alive one moment, and then just empty, totally frozen, only the pulse at her neck and gentle rise and fall of her chest revealing any signs of life. He watched her, realized something was different this time. Her eyes darted back and forth beneath closed lids. Her breathing was irregular, short little gasps followed by long, too long, pauses. The kind of breathing he'd seen in guys with sucking chest wounds, right before they died. Devin was torn. He wanted to make sure she had all the time she needed, but he also couldn't risk her dying without telling him what she'd learned. He moved to her side of the bed, standing close but not touching her. Finally, when she stopped breathing so long that her lips went dusky and her body slid forward, all tone in the muscles gone, he caught her and grabbed her hand, removing it from Tanisha's body. "Angela," he called, feeling for a pulse. It took a long time, but it was there. Barely. "Angela, come back now." In the ICU with Allie, just his touch had brought her back, even though Allie had been dying. No response. At least she was still breathing. He carried her to a chair. She slumped, lifeless. "Come on, wake up." He crouched beside her and shook her. Again, harder. "Damn. What now?" Finally, he slapped her. Once, twice. Hard enough to rock her entire body. Christ, she was burning up. He grabbed the water basin and splashed water on her face, surprised it didn't sizzle. Her lips moved the slightest bit. He grabbed her, rubbing her hands and arms, then lifting her chin to stroke her forehead and cheeks. "Angela, come back. Please, come back." She choked and gagged like a drowning woman. Her entire body spasmed. Then, like turning a switch on, suddenly she was back, pushing and flailing and struggling as if fighting for her life. Her eyes popped open, wide with terror, and she would have screamed if he hadn't covered her mouth. "It's okay," he told her, trying to get her to focus on him. Her breath came in gasps so powerful he felt them cascade down the length of her body. "Angela, it's okay. Everything's okay." She shook her head, pushed his hands away, and flung herself from the chair to the floor as she vomited into the basin he'd left there. Her body heaved over and over again, until finally she collapsed back against the wall, hair hanging in her face. He took the basin, emptied it and rinsed it, then returned to kneel beside her on the floor, handing her a damp washcloth. Slowly, she relaxed against him. Less feverish, but still warmer than normal. He gently lifted her back into the chair, then grabbed a glass of water, helped her drink it, her hands too unsteady to hold it on her own. "Did you see anything?" he asked after she'd downed 2 full glasses and spilled half of another. She held a hand up, pleading for time, and finished the 3rd glass. Her gaze was haunted, spiraling around the room, never holding steady for longer than a few heartbeats. But her breathing was back to normal, and her trembling had eased. Finally, she shook her head. "I'm sorry. There was nothing." "Nothing?" "Nothing." Her voice was a pale shadow of her normal clear alto. "Blackness. No. Not even blackness. No color. No anything." She blinked hard, gripped his arms, and stared at him. "I was lost, so lost, falling. It felt like forever. Nothing to measure time or distance, no memories, no me. It was only a few minutes, shorter than when you were with Allie." "Time doesn't matter. Not in there." She shuddered. "Devin, I'm sorry. So sorry." He nodded, looking away to his mother lying on the bed. "It's okay." He knew this day would come, just had always hoped. Fool to ever hope. Of all people, he should have known better. He left Angela and moved to stand beside his mother. She looked so peaceful, as if she were asleep. But now he knew better. "Give us a moment?" Angela seemed to understand. She squeezed his shoulder. "I'm going to call Jacob, see if we have enough for a warrant to search for that signet ring. If any of our victims' DNA is on it..." "Can't risk Esme's life on wishes and ifs," he told her. "She won't be safe until Leo is behind bars." Maybe not then. In fact, he wasn't counting on the cops to deal with Leo at all. That pleasure was going to be Devon's, and Devon's alone. Once Esme was safe, that was all that counted. She nodded. "I'll wait at the car while you say goodbye." Then she surprised him by giving him a quick kiss on the cheek. "Devon, I'm so sorry I couldn't help. I wish..." He looked away, his vision suddenly blurry. Blinking back unbidden tears, he told her, "You did the best you could. More than most would have been willing to do. Thanks." She left the room, and it was just him and his mother, all alone, just like it always had been. "I miss you, Mama," he whispered as he tenderly pressed the heel of his hand over her lips, sealing her mouth, and then pinched her nostrils. It had to be done. For her sake as well as his. Some small part of him, the 8-year-old boy who'd let Mrs. Anders whip his skinny body with rosary beads and dunk his head in holy water until he about drowned. That boy who'd held candles until they burned his flesh, willing to do anything if it meant the light in his mother's eyes returning even for one more day. That boy would always be hostage to his mother's memory as long as her body lived. He stroked her hair, kissed her closed eyelids, crooning nonsense nursery songs to her as he sat with her until his hand cramped. "I love you, always have and always will." She never struggled, just one quick jerk toward the end, before the pulse fluttering at her neck faded away. He released his hand, straightening her covers, and sat with her. Then, one final kiss. "This one's from Esme." He stood and left his mother behind. Chapter 39. It wasn't difficult to find Rossi's address. She lived above a bar called Jimmy's Place, a working man's bar in a working-class neighborhood 6 blocks from St. Tim's. When Vorsanger had called Ryder, asking to meet someplace outside work, he'd been all too happy for an excuse to leave the brick walls he'd been banging his head against all day. He'd gone home, then walked here with the dog, Ozzy being better company for Ryder than Ryder would be to anyone else, mood he was in. Why wasn't Rossi answering her phone? Was she avoiding him? Or was it because she'd gotten bad news from the doctor? No one objected to Ozzy's presence, but all heads swiveled to give Ryder the once-over when they entered, immediately marking him as an outsider. Ryder didn't mind. He was quickly caught in the spell of the music wafting from every corner of the dark-paneled, high-ceilinged room. He stood for a moment, letting the cold breeze from the open door sway the tune around him. It sounded haunting, otherworldly, a woman sobbing for a lost love. He shook his head. Lost love, yeah, right. And strode up to the bar in search of a little industrial-strength fortitude. On the large screen TV behind the bar played a video of another one of Rossi's past performances. The sound was nowhere near the quality of a live performance, or even the computer video he'd seen yesterday. Yet Ryder was transfixed. Jimmy himself, according to the name embroidered on his shirt, took Ryder's order and delivered a beer to Ryder's waiting hand. The bartender had an average build, light-colored hair, and dark eyes, with the ruddy complexion of someone who maybe sampled his wares a little too often. "What's the name of that song?" Ryder asked. "Ain't got no name. When the kid plays, she makes it up as it comes." "The kid?" The bartender straightened, aimed his chin at Rossi's image on the nearest screen. "My niece. She's something, isn't she?" The man had no evidence of Rossi's dark, Mediterranean looks. He was Irish, through and through. "And the rest of the band?" "Mickey's mine, playin' the baron." He indicated the drummer. "And Gino is a cousin from the kid's dad's side. Italian. That's her dad's own concertina he's playin'." "The flute player?" Vorsanger, gyrating his hips against Rossi's in time with the music. "Penny whistle. That's Jacob. Somehow she let him get away." Jimmy shook his head, acknowledging his niece's mistake. "He plays fiddle as well, but not like her. Sings too. Once they get back to songs that have words. Folks love when the kid comes to play live, even if they don't know the music. And they'll never hear it again, not the same way. Different every time. That's why we started taping them." "How often does she perform?" "With Vorsanger." "Not often. Was supposed to play last night, but she had to work." Jimmy looked down as if ashamed. "She needs to get herself a man. Settle down." Ryder felt his pulse throb in his temples. She was an immensely talented and hard-working physician in an inner-city trauma center on the front lines. Her work as a victims advocate made her elite even among the cadre of emergency physicians. And last night? Well, last night had been a hell of a lot more important than playing fiddle in some damn bar. "But if it's live music you came for, don't worry none. There'll be plenty of it once the band gets a bite to eat." He nodded to a boisterous group at a table filled with empty pitchers and platters of food. A striking blonde woman in her 50s sat at the head of the table, holding court. He wondered if Rossi would be playing with them later tonight. She'd texted him about the brand on their victims possibly being linked to Kingston. Easy enough to get photographic documentation to verify it matched Kingston's ring. Now it was up to Vorsanger to get the DA to sign off on a warrant to search the Kingston mansion. And from the tone of his voice when he'd asked Ryder to meet him here, it hadn't sounded like good news. As if on cue, Vorsanger came through the door. The atmosphere in the bar changed immediately, very different from Ryder's entrance. Members of the band and others scattered around the room waved or nodded a greeting, while Jimmy had a pint of Smittix poured and set on the bar before Vorsanger could get his coat off. "Where is our lass?" Jimmy asked. He never used Rossi's name, Ryder noticed, wondering what family drama had sparked that. "Her mom wants her here tonight." Despite his warm welcome, Vorsanger scowled past the bartender to the blonde sitting with the musicians. "Tell Patsy there are things that take precedence over her collecting yet another pound of flesh." Ryder watched Jimmy, wondering what the uncle who so easily dismissed Rossi's professional accomplishments would say to that. He just grinned. "I'll not be tellin' her a damn thing, thank you very much. You want to enter the Lyons' den? Be my guest." And he moved down the bar to pull another pitcher for the musicians. "I take it Rossi and her family don't get along," Ryder said. "What family does?" Vorsanger took a deep drink. "Let's just say the Keeley clan, Angie's mother's side, get along best when they're playing music and drinking." Ryder nodded to the TV screen. "She's really good." Vorsanger smiled, watching his ex-wife, emphasis on the ex, Ryder thought, and himself play a duet, now both on the fiddle. "Yes, she is. That's a good one, from our lovers' laments. We used lyrics from sonnets from the Portuguese, wove them into duets. My favorites are the ones when one part would be sung and the other played by an instrument." He reached behind the bar and emerged with a handful of CDs. "Here, Have a listen yourself. Rossi sings? Ryder knew they should be talking about work, but if their case was stalled, what was the rush? She hates her voice, but yes. Wait. He nodded to the TV. A few moments later, Rossi lowered her fiddle and began to sing. Ryder was not one to notice music. He liked a hard beat to run to or work out on the heavy bag with, but other than that, silence was as good as anything else. But this made him want to hold his breath and leap inside the notes, let the music carry him under and fill every pore of his being. It was a new experience, stirred him to want to understand the woman behind the music more than ever. "You're not so bad yourself," Ryder told Vorsanger when the ballad segged into his role. "I've had training. My father is a rabbi. I was meant to be a cantor before I was seduced to the dark side." Vorsanger finished his pint, and Jimmy had another in front of him before Ryder could blink. Jimmy raised an eyebrow at Ryder's beer, but Ryder waved him off. "Speaking of the dark side," Ryder prompted. "Yeah. Got an earful from my boss, and his boss, the DA himself, when I tried to apply for that search warrant. Same old song and dance about how Daniel Kingston is the backbone of the city and without him we'd be facing fiscal disaster, blah, blah, blah." Ryder knew it all too well. Same routine my chief has down pat. "Sorry. It was a good idea. Should have worked. But that's not why I wanted to talk to you." Vorsanger got off the stool and led Ryder and Ozzy to a booth at the far corner. Ryder slid in, taking the seat where he'd have his back to the wall and a view of the door. Ozzy, used to staying where he wouldn't trip up his human companion, plopped down beside Vorsanger's feet and nestled in for a nap. "Why all the cloak and dagger?" Ryder asked. "I tried to look at the evidence from the prior victims, see if there was anything special about the PXA used that would lead back to a source. There was nothing in the database." Ryder shrugged. Another dead end. He was getting used to them on this case. It was a long shot anyway. "No, you don't understand. There was nothing on any of the victims in the database." "You mean no results entered? That's not unusual with the lab's backlog. Not no results. No evidence." Ryder set his beer down. Ozzy stirred below them, sensing something was wrong. "Clerical error?" "That's what I thought. Some clerk scans the wrong barcode on the wrong evidence bag, and everything gets mixed up. So, while I was waiting on the warrant, I went down to the evidence lockup to see for myself. And? All I found were empty boxes. It's gone. All gone." Silence hung between them. Police and prosecutors were the only ones allowed to handle evidence, and then only under strict supervision, following chain of custody rules. Ryder wished he'd gotten something stronger to drink than beer. To do that, disappear evidence from lockup. Exactly. It means we have dirty cops covering up for Kingston. Harrison was the last person on the evidence log, but I don't believe it was him. And when I suggested to my boss that we investigate, he suspended me. Said since Harrison and I were the only two connected to all the cases, it must have been one of us. Shit, he suspended you? Vorsanger waved off Ryder's concern. What worries me is, who knows how high up this goes? Ryder nodded, taking in all the implications. Or who we can trust.
Chapter 40. Devin and I drove away from the rest home in silence. I was mired in my thoughts. Less than thoughts. Memories of that awful emptiness I'd just experienced. It left me feeling queasy and feverish, parched, as if every cell of my body had been torn apart, left to rot in some cosmic desert, long enough to shrivel and dry, then reassembled into something not quite approaching human. So that was death, or as close as you could come and still have a heartbeat. Devin's face was devoid of emotion, his driving jerky, and I knew he also was barely holding it together. I wondered what had happened after I left him and his mother. He obviously loved her very much, had devoted his life to protecting her. But I'd been where Tanisha had lived. Could you even call that living? Where she'd been trapped. 20 years of that hell? Knowing that pain, that darkness, I couldn't have not told him the truth. Watching him now, I couldn't help but wonder what he'd done with that truth. He pulled into his sheets, but neither of us had the energy to go inside the convenience store. Finally, he turned to me, his face crushed with a grief that reached out to me, with the haunting notes of a melody that would never be sung. He wasn't crying. I don't think he could have managed tears without collapsing, and that only made his pain all the more unbearable. I did the only thing I could. I wrapped my arms around him and pulled him to me. We were both trembling as he lay his head between my breasts, and I held him as tight as I could. An almost song poured from me, a melody so ancient and primal that there were no words. I rocked him against my body and realized I was also grieving. Not just the fact that if Louise was right, then I was dying, that soon, too soon, I'd be plunged into the same endless void he'd just pulled me out of. No, it was more than that. Even though Devin was only a few years younger than I was, as I held him and rocked and crooned a nonsense song, I couldn't help but wonder if this is what it would have felt like if I'd had a child. Jacob had always wanted children. I hadn't been sure. No, be honest, I'd been terrified by the prospect. And now, too late. Loss crashed down on me. Just not what I had and was about to lose, but what could have been, what would now never be. I'd be leaving this life without anything left behind to mark my passing. No legacy, no blood, no one to remember and pass the story of my life down to the next generation. My very first memory, Devin said, still pressed against my chest so I couldn't see his face, only hear his voice. The first thing I remember ever is her leaving me. She put me in my safe place in the closet. I was maybe 3. I heard him come for her, yelling and screaming, and then she was gone. He took her from me, and I was alone. His breath rattled against my chest, like something caged, struggling to get free. I don't think she ever came back. Not really. Not ever again. Not after that first time. If Kingston was his father, then the abuse had been going on long before Devin would be able to remember it. But that fact wasn't going to help him, so I kept silent. We sat like that for several long minutes, the November sun slipping past the top of the mountains, leaving us in shadow, except for the bilious glow of the convenience store's neon sign. She must have loved you very much, I told him. If Daniel got hold of her again, even if she can't feel anything, how could I bear that? And Esme? He opened his eyes, stared directly into mine. I can't give Kingston any leverage. I'd sacrifice my own life for Esme, but how can I ask my mother to give more than she already has? He shook his head and pulled away, more than physically, emotionally, wiped his face, left, and went inside the convenience store. I sat there, too tired to follow, my entire body feeling heavy, a weight more than gravity. He'd spoken of Tanisha in present tense, yet I couldn't help but wonder if I had another death on my conscience. No, I bore responsibility for my own actions. That was difficult enough. I couldn't take on Devin's as well. Besides, who was I to judge anyone? Maybe there is a good reason for a higher power to exist, not to worship, but to remind us that we were merely human. Devin returned with a sack full of high-energy snacks and a selection of sports drinks. He was more composed. No more talk of his mother. His expression made it clear. Instead, he was businesslike as he handed me the bag. "You need to eat. Rehydrate." I hadn't realized how starving I was until I had devoured the first candy bar and half a bottle of Gatorade. "Thank you," he said, his voice a close approximation of normal, and he pulled back out onto the highway. "I appreciate all you've done to help." I reached for his hand and squeezed it. "We're going to find Esme." "Don't make promises you can't keep," he chided. "I don't." His hand fell away from mine, and I knew he didn't believe. I wish I could explain why I did. Me, usually the biggest cynic in the room. Maybe it was magical thinking. Maybe it was something even more dangerous, like hope. Wanting a chance to get something right before I checked myself into the psych ward, and Angela Rossi would be heard from no more, banished to my own special dark hell. A shudder ran cold fingers across my belly at the thought of living full-time in my fugues. I couldn't live with it alone. I desperately needed someone who would listen, and Devin was a good listener. Not only that, unlike Ryder, he was safe. No emotional complications to sort through. So I told him about Louise's diagnosis. Fatal insomnia. His tone was one of acceptance, just as he'd accepted my fugue states and the information we'd gained from them. "At least now you know." "Now I know." "Did the doctor say how long? I mean..." "Average time from start of symptoms to death is 18 months. "When did your symptoms start?" I counted back to the last time I could remember a good night's sleep, before the muscle tremors and fevers and off-balance gait, and the restless, electrical tingling in my muscles that kept me moving all night long, before the talking to almost dead people. 5 months. He did the math, frowned. I wasn't very happy either. "There's no medicine?" I remembered the prescription still folded up in my coat pocket. "Some experimental treatments. They don't know if anything will help slow it down. But there's no cure. No stopping it." We sat in silence, barren oaks lining the twisting road, their limbs scratching at the twilight sky. "I envy you, Doc," he finally said, his eyes on the road. "This fatal insomnia shit, it gives you the ultimate get-out-of-jail-free card, you know?" Didn't feel that way to me. I felt imprisoned, even though I now knew the face of my jailer. "How so?" "You can do anything you want. No one to answer to. Don't have to take shit from anyone. You can fight back. And what are they gonna do about it? Lock you away? You've already got a death sentence." "Wow, I didn't take you for such an optimist." "I'm not. Just pragmatic. I say you got a free pass, you use it." His gaze edged over to me. "I say you stop living your life playing by their rules, and you do what needs to be done." He wasn't talking carpe diem, not like Ryder had bantered earlier. He was talking serious shit here. Killing people. Who decides what needs to be done? Could I kill someone? Not just anyone, but someone truly evil, like the man behind Allie's death and the PXA attacks. "You know better than most what needs to be done." He jerked his chin in a nod. "There's folks I wouldn't trust to elect a dog catcher. Then there's folks I'd trust with my life, with my daughter's life. Folks like you." I thought about Allie and the pain she'd suffered. If I'd had the chance, could I do it? Whirling music surrounded me as I relived what I'd seen inside her. Not just remembered, truly, moment by moment, relived. The spell didn't last long, thank God, but when it broke, I was flooded by heat, a burning fury. Because, from the cauldron of all that pain and suffering, I still hadn't been able to retrieve a clear image of the man who tortured Allie. Devin thought it was Leo Kingston. Everything pointed to it being him, but we had no evidence to prove it, except maybe the signet ring, which would take weeks, maybe even months to process. How many more women would suffer or die during that time? How many more children abandoned like the ones we found last night? Leaning back in my seat, I twisted away from Devin and looked at the landscape passing by, needing privacy while I pondered what he'd said. Options. My options. Ryder and Jacob would both tell me we needed concrete evidence, beyond a reasonable doubt, to convict a man of murder. Devin? I knew what he'd say. Trust no one, especially not the son of the richest and most powerful man in the city. A man who could buy a jury, or even buy the DA's office, so it never even went that far to begin with. He'd say, end it now, before any other girls like Allie wound up in my ER, broken and dying. Could I kill Leo Kingston if I needed to? If there was no other way to stop him? I wanted to. Vengeance was so damn tempting. But, no, I couldn't. I was a doctor. I saved lives. How could I take one? Especially after already being responsible for my father and Sister Patrice's deaths. Those 2 lives, those 2 deaths, would haunt me forever. Not that my forever would be very long. Just because I might not have had long to live, should I forget about the rules, about all human decency, about the consequences to my soul? The question shook me to my core, rattled me so hard I couldn't lift the drink bottle to my lips without spilling some. But the answer stripped away all the lies and facades I'd hidden behind since my father died. Because maybe it was Devin who was wrong, and Ryder who had been right all along. Maybe I still believed. In a God, in a soul, in the possibility of redemption. Maybe I still hoped that in the little time I had left, I could prove myself worthy of forgiveness. My eyes watered. Could my mother, my sister, my father, could they ever forgive me for what happened 22 years ago? I thought I'd grown past wispy schoolgirl wishes for what never could be, had long ago decided the best way to honor my father was to live a life worthy of his memory. Had I? Could I? Time was running out. Fast. I hid my face from Devin, turning to the window and pressing my forehead against the chilly glass, the world outside a blur as it sped by. It's humbling to learn we aren't who we think we are. Not even close. None of us. Chapter 41. When she was alive, Flynn never had any patience. But now that she was dead, she had all the patience in the world. With Esme safe and Dr. Rossi to protect her, she was free to take her time and stalk Leo, catch him when he finally let his guard down. After the gala last night, Daniel had given the Brownstone staff the long weekend off, used the holiday as an excuse. But really, he wanted privacy. He was due for chemo today and tomorrow, and it was easier to keep his secret without staff or visitors meddling about. Flynn crept through the cavernous halls of the old house and up to Daniel's quarters. He slept most of the day now, rousing only when absolutely necessary to deal with Kingston corporate affairs or to put on a brave face for Leo. Not that Leo cared or even noticed. She didn't understand why Daniel insisted on continuing the chemo. His doctors had told him it was fruitless, could only prolong his suffering without adding many days before the end. But he was a stubborn man, stubborn and full of pride. He'd decide when it was time to give up on life. He wasn't about to allow life to give up on him first. She admired that about him, thought maybe he'd seen that same stubborn streak in her when they'd first met in Good Sam's ICU 3 years ago. Two souls condemned to death and fighting back with everything they had. With a soft knock, she entered his room. He was in bed, just as she'd expected, but not asleep. Instead, his eyes were wide open, so wide that it looked as if they'd been stretched to twice their size, the whites showing all around, pupils blazing with pain. His neck muscles strained as if he were screaming, but no sound came. I quite like the screaming, usually, but not from him. He'd ruin it all, begging or lecturing, or wasting my time with useless words. Leo said, from where he lounged in a chair moved to the foot of the bed, facing his father's agony like a moviegoer at the cinema. Besides, he smiled at Flynn, aiming a pistol at her. Daniel always got the final word. About time someone else had a chance, don't you think? Flynn rushed to Daniel's side, assessing his vitals as the doctors had taught her. Heart rate much too high, neck veins swollen like they were ready to pop, a sign that his blood pressure was soaring, sending his heart into failure. What have you done to him? Relax. I added a tiny bit of succinylcholine, titrated it along with the PXA. It won't last long, just long enough to fry some brain cells so the doctors will assume it's a stroke. Man in his condition, end-stage testicular carcinoma, they probably won't even bother with an autopsy. And if they do, they'll never find any trace of my special formula, guaranteed to be metabolized and gone, long before anyone can even think of testing for it. PXA? You gave him death head? The man gave you everything. Why would you betray him like this? She whirled on him, fingers sliding the knife concealed in her sleeve into her waiting hand. She could kill him. Oh, how easy it would be. She glanced at Daniel, saw the pleading in his eyes, burning through the pain. After everything Leo had done, Daniel still had faith in him. Do something, she pleaded. He loves you, Leo. You mean everything to him. Everything except the time of day. He'll give me the money, the business, even hire you to protect me from the police, so I'm free to do as I please. But he'll never give me the one thing, the only thing I ever wanted from him. He stood, approached Daniel on the opposite side of the bed, near the IV pump. Flynn noticed a fresh bag of fluid and tubing running to the catheter in Daniel's chest. You've never wanted for anything. What more could Daniel have possibly given you? She leaned forward, one hand sliding below the duvet covering Daniel's body, searching for the IV line. If she pulled it out, yes, there. A simple twist of her fingers and warm fluid began trickling harmlessly down the silk sheets instead of into Daniel's veins. Leo sat on the edge of the bed, his back to her. Such a tempting target, but Flynn restrained herself. Tell her, father. Better yet, tell me. What was the only thing I ever wanted from you? You gave it to others, even to this street whore bitch you dragged from the gutter. Daniel's face twisted. Whether with pain or an effort to speak, it was hard to say. Still can't say it, can you, old man? Leo chuckled. Of course not, because now I'm the one with the power, and you won't be saying anything. Not ever again. He adjusted the IV, then glanced over his shoulder at Flynn. Respect. That's all I ever wanted from him. Simple respect. He blew out his breath and stood, pocketing the pistol and brushing his hands together as if he'd just finished a particularly tedious job. We're through here. He's finished. You can call 911 if you like. No matter to me if he lives out his days a vegetable or dies here tonight. He'd choose the latter, I'm sure. so you'd be doing him no favors by saving him. He strode toward the door. Flynn took a step, ready to end him, but beneath the covers, Daniel's hand grasped hers. Leo paused at the door. You work for me now, Flynn. I know it was you in the tunnels last night. I know you have the girl squirreled away in one of your bolt holes. Bring her to me. I don't work for you, she spat, shaking free of Daniel's grasp. I'll never work for you. He looked back over his shoulder, a superior smirk creasing his face. You do. You will. For the rest of your life. Which is however long you keep me amused. Because if you don't, that precious little sister of yours, the one you killed a man to protect, she becomes my next guest. He nodded as if they'd sealed a deal. I expect the girl delivered tonight. With that, he left. An icy chill filled Flynn's veins, freezing her in place. Daniel grabbed her arm once more. He needed her. Hang on, she urged him, pulling out her phone and calling 911. Help is coming, she told him once she'd hung up. I'll tell the police everything. You won't have to worry about Leo hurting you ever again. He frowned, shaking his head weakly. No. The syllable was barely a scratch, but the fact that he was able to move, to speak, meant the drugs were already leaving his system. Was it enough to save him? He opened his mouth again. She leaned down closer to him. You do as he says. He swallowed hard, a grimace of pain twisting his face. Never forget. Omnis nominis defendere. His voice grew stronger, his color less pale. To hell with the family motto. Above all, defend the family name. There was only one Kingston she cared about defending. But Daniel, we can't let him get away with... Not we, he said, contempt filling his eyes. Me. You're nothing compared to the Kingston name. Flynn jerked away, confusion and betrayal colliding. Protect my son, he ordered, gripping her so hard his hand trembled. Sirens could be heard from outside his window. Daniel? Her voice emerged, sounding like the girl she used to be, the one who died in the river, the weak one, the victim. He didn't answer. Flynn stared down at this man, this stranger who she'd thought cared for her, wanted to help her create her new life. Slowly, one finger at a time, she pried his hand away from her arm. He slumped back onto the pillows, face slack, barely breathing, but she did nothing to help him. By the time the paramedics burst in, she was already gone.
Chapter 42. Although Ryder was the one sitting facing the door, it was the dog who knew she was there first. While he and Vorsanger mulled over their conspiracy theory, Ozzy suddenly shook himself awake, crawled out from under the table, and turned to sit facing the bar's entrance, tail thumping against the floor. Ryder glanced up, then Vorsanger turned as well. The door opened, and Rossi entered. She looked even more wrecked than she had last night. Drained. Long day, or bad news from her doctor friend. Either way, she needed to take better care of herself. Ryder wished she'd let him be the one to do it. Her eyes met his. Despite the bad news he had for her, he forced a smile. It wasn't very difficult, not when it was for Rossi. And her face became animated once more, the fatigue falling away. For a split second, he imagined being able to do that, making her feel better with just a simple smile every day. Why was it that Rossi brought out the dreamer in him? The rest of the bar's clientele grew quiet, more frosty than even Ryder's reception, most of the Arctic chill coming from the direction of the blonde at the musician's table. Rossi's mother. Without leaving her chair, Patsy Rossi created a gravitational pull her daughter couldn't resist. Rossi gave Ryder a self-effacing shrug and, shoulders bowed, obeyed her mother's silent summons. Ryder was so intent on the family drama that he almost didn't notice the door opening once more and Devin Price bounding through it. "Had to park in the alley," Price said to no one in particular as he spun to the bar as if he was a regular and ordered a Jack Daniels. "No ice, no water, none of that soda crap, just the way God intended it." The rest of the bar returned to its buzz of conversations, the musicians leaning away from Rossi and her mother. The two women sat together, a bright golden sun, all-seeing, all-knowing, commanding a moon into a dark eclipse. Ryder turned to Vorsanger. "What's with Rossi and her mother?" Vorsanger made a sound like a sigh cut short. "Ancient family history. It's no secret. Jimmy will fill you in, if you like." He held up his phone. "I'm still on hold with Daniel Kingston's executive assistant, trying to schedule that meet and greet." "Good luck with that," Price said, scraping up a chair and sinking into it. He sipped his whiskey with one hand and patted Ozzy on the head with the other, appearing totally at home. "Price. Devin Price." Ryder made introductions. "Jacob Vorsanger, Assistant District Attorney. Mr. Price here has—" What exactly was Price's role in all this? He'd never managed to get a straight answer. "He's been helping us with our inquiries." Vorsanger looked interested at that, shook Price's hand. Ryder strolled to the bar, trying to eavesdrop on the Rossi family drama. Jimmy poured him another beer without Ryder asking. Seemed he'd been accepted into the fold. "Can I ask?" Ryder nodded to Rossi and her mother. Another blonde had joined them, a woman Rossi's age adorned in expensive jewelry and wearing designer clothing. At breakfast this morning, Rossi had mentioned a sister, Eve, a year younger than she was, recently divorced. Eve sat on the mother's other side, their shoulders touching, leaning toward each other, leaving Rossi in exile at the crowded table. Watching them, Ryder remembered something his training officer had said after they'd responded to a particularly nasty domestic. "No one knows how to hurt us better than the ones we love." "Jacob didn't tell you?" Jimmy swiped the bar with the rag even though it didn't need it, regarding his niece once more. "Girl can't seem to help bringing heartache and pain wherever she goes." Heartache and pain? A bizarre contrast to the laughing and dancing on the TV screen behind Jimmy as Rossi and the band threw themselves into a merry dance tune. At the table, the musicians had finished their drinks and were collecting their instruments, several of the men trying to coax Rossi into playing. She shook her head without raising her eyes. "She should play," Jimmy said. "Least she could do for her mom. Not to mention helping us a bit. Folks always stay longer, drink and spend more when she's on stage." He shook his head. "She's wasted in that hospital." Ryder kept his disdain from his face. If these people couldn't see Rossi for what she was, they were idiots. "You said her father was a musician as well. He around?" "No." The barkeep pulled himself a beer, something dark and frothy that required him to pour slowly, tilting the glass just so. "We lost Angelo a while back. Poor Eve was only 11 when it happened. Which would have made Rossi 12. Tough age to lose a parent. Not that any age was a good one." "What happened?" Jimmy took a drink, wiped foam from his lip with the back of his sleeve. The music from the TV had died down to a low, lilting lullaby-like ballad, perfect for telling sad tales. "No one blames the girl. She doted on her father. 2 peas in a pod, the dark ones in the family, sharing their looks and their music, and their tempers." He gave a little shake of his head. "All Patsy needed was for Angela Joy to help out. look after her little sister until she got home from work. All Angela Joy wanted was to rebel. Always had to have things her own way, that one. Ryder drank slowly, waiting for Jimmy to tell the story. Jimmy, who called Rossi only by her given name when speaking of her as a child. There must have been a powerful catalyst for that. You didn't go around stealing a kid's name for no good reason. No one blames her, Jimmy repeated. She'd had detention plenty of times before. So when Angela Joy was kept after school, again, her mom went home to take care of the baby instead of waiting for Angela Joy to be set loose by the nuns. Eve, the baby, would have been 11, Ryder reminded himself. So, Jimmy continued, Angela Joy got to stew at school until her father got off work. The nuns locked up after detention, made her wait outside on the stoop in the rain. Teach her a lesson, they all thought. Let her see the consequences of her actions. But it didn't quite work out that way. No, guess not. Jimmy's sigh caved in his barreled chest as he spun a coaster with his fingers, not looking at Ryder. Angela Joy figured if she was going to be in the rain, she might as well walk home herself. She almost made it, was less than a mile away when she spotted a car coming toward her in the rain. The road curves there. There's no sidewalk, just trees on both sides, you know, so she was walking on the berm. She tried to jump out of the way, but... His voice trailed off, leaving Ryder to fill in the blanks. It was her father. Did he die in the crash? Not until 2 days later. Patsy was a mess but stayed at his side the whole time. The girls were at our place. Patsy never got over it. The kid looks just like Angelo. Every time Patsy lays eyes on her, well, no one blames her. An obvious lie, but Ryder kept his silence. Anyway, the girl never went home again, stayed on with us from then on. The music from the TV slowed and died, fading away. Jimmy shook himself, turned away, but Ryder saw him swipe at his eyes. Taking his beer with him, Ryder slid from his stool. I wish you'd just once put your family before work, Patsy Rossi was saying to her daughter as Ryder approached. She swiveled her diamond glint of a glare in his direction. Ryder gave her his best, I can't wait to bust you smile, and took Rossi's hand. Excuse us, he said, tugging Rossi from her seat and steering her away from her mother without further explanation. Thanks, she murmured. Rescuing fair maidens is part of the job description. He nudged her toward the fire exit at the rear of the bar. The alley outside was crowded with 2 dumpsters and a collection of garbage cans, but it was private. I called, just like I promised. She nodded, her gaze focused on the broken glass at her feet. I saw Louise. He swallowed hard, squeezed her hand. She didn't squeeze back. After a long moment, she continued. It will take a while for the tests to come back before we know for sure. What is it? She looked up but past him, her gaze scanning the sky visible between the buildings as if searching for a star to wish on. Her expression twisted into a grimace. This was hard for her, he knew. More than trusting him with her secret, relinquishing control over her future. Nothing you've ever heard of. Nothing I've ever heard of. Louise is pretty sure, though. It's called fatal insomnia. Guess the name says it all. Ryder took a step back. Not away from her, just enough space to find air to breathe. She dropped his hand and turned toward the door. Thanks for watching the Advocacy Center for me. He grabbed her arm, spun her to face him. Right now, I don't really give a shit about the Advocacy Center. I'm worried about you. I don't need rescuing, Ryder. I don't need you. Forget about me. Just do your job so I don't have to worry about what I'm leaving behind. Is that too much to ask?" She stepped away, but he stopped her, placing both palms on her shoulders to hold her still for one precious moment while he tried to find the right words. Who was he fooling? There were no right words. Not for this. "Yes," he said. She jerked her chin up, finally meeting his eyes, even if it was with a glare that would have sent most men running for cover. Ryder stood, waited a beat, weighing his options. In battle, he had been known for never hesitating, but that had been easy. He simply carried his fear with him, strapped it on along with his weapons. But this minefield was far more treacherous than anything he'd faced in Afghanistan, with far more at risk. Rossi's heart, and his own. "Yes," he repeated. "It is too much to ask. I'm not walking away." "Damn it, Ryder!" She sucked in her breath, her expression hardening. "I don't need anyone to take care of me. I'm not a charity case. You did the honorable thing, offering. Now get the hell out of my life." She was bluffing, he was certain. To protect him. Okay, let her save face, deny there was anything between them. No problem. He knew better, could see it in her expression. And now that he had an objective, nothing was going to stop him from completing his mission. "I can take care of myself, Rossi. How about if we take it one day at a time?" he suggested. She relaxed at that. "No strings? No commitments?" Right. The Rossi philosophy of intimacy, like her relationship with her ex. He'd watched the two of them with their little dance of "it's only sex," both protecting their hearts, and he wanted no part of it. But if she needed to play it safe, if that's where they had to start, he could go along with her. For now. "No strings, but I'm here if you need me." She rolled her eyes and broke away from him, going back into the bar. He followed, glad that she couldn't see his grin. She was sick, maybe dying, but somehow he felt, no, he knew, that everything would be all right. Rossi was the smartest person he knew. No way in hell would this fatal insomnia shit be the end of her. What kind of name was that for a disease, anyway? Rossi was going to be fine. He'd make certain of it. At their booth across the bar, Price and Vorsanger were deep in conversation. Price now leaning forward on his elbows, head beside Vorsanger's as they stared at Vorsanger's phone. "What's the deal with Price?" Ryder asked, itching for an excuse to arrest the man. No way was he happy about Rossi hanging out with a guy connected to the Russians. "We all want to find Esme. Why not work together?" She made it sound so damn easy. He gestured for her to slide into the booth before him, putting her as far from Price as possible and keeping his gun hand free. Across the room, the band began setting up while a steady stream of customers entered, swirling between the dance floor and the bar. Thankfully, their booth was as far from the stage as you could get, so they could talk in relative privacy without shouting. "You two come up with a plan?" he asked Vorsanger. "Daniel Kingston is in the ICU at Good Samaritan. Apparently, he has end-stage cancer and has been keeping it a secret to protect his company's stock value. His assistant said he's in critical condition." Ryder slumped back, hitting his head against the wall of the booth. "Well, hell, there goes the one guy who might have the answers we need." It was already a dead end. Daniel would never rat on his son, Price argued. "Leo's the one trying to kill Esme." "You have proof? What makes you so certain it's not your pal, Tyree Willard?" Ryder shot back. Price rolled his eyes. "Sure, blame the black guy. Because there's just been so very many black psycho-crazy stalker rapist serial killers. Oh, wait, no. That's the white man's turf, isn't it?" "Hush," Rossi said, her tone reminding Ryder of his sister, the kindergarten teacher. We all know it's Leo, even if we can't prove it, she added when Vorsanger opened his mouth to protest. What's important is stopping him before he can find Esme or hurt anyone else. He's probably at the hospital with his father. She slid Vorsanger's phone from him. Let me call the ICU and check. We did find out more about Leo's background, Vorsanger said, as Rossi turned away from them and plugged one ear with her finger. The band began playing a rousing jig or reel or some kind of foot-stomping, hand-clapping dance that had the crowd gyrating. Vorsanger paused for a moment, his gaze landing on the musicians, looking wistful. Then he shook himself. He has a degree in biochemistry and almost finished a research fellowship in pharmaceuticals before he left the NIH. Ryder wondered if there was a way he could check Leo's alibi for the times the women were taken without alerting the soon-to-be most powerful man in the city that he was under suspicion. He grabbed his own phone and began searching. The only time they knew for certain was when Allie was grabbed 4 days ago. Rossi gave Vorsanger back his phone. Leo's not there. Daniel Kingston is in a coma. Stroke. They're not sure if he'll survive the night. For some reason, Price straightened at that, rocking the table and staring at Rossi like they shared a secret. Ryder frowned. No way in hell was she going off with Price. Not again. One small wrinkle in your theory. He turned his phone to show them the photo of Leo with the Narcissus Pharmaceutical Board of Directors. According to this, Leo was in Ireland on Monday. That's when Allie was taken, Rossi said. He could have hired someone to grab her, Vorsanger said. Have her waiting for him when he got back into town? Or maybe it's not him. Maybe someone else raped and overdosed Allie, and the others. Could even be trying to frame Kingston by using his ring to brand the victims. Price bristled at that. No, it's Leo. Has to be. We need to focus. What's our priority here? Ryder asked, wanting a plan of action. He was tired of dead ends. Saving Esme, Rossi said. Price nodded. Ryder glanced at Vorsanger, who was tapping his fingers in time with the beat of the music. Agreed, Vorsanger said. Saving the girl has to come first. Okay, Ryder said. What's our next step? Silence thudded through the space between them. We're pretty sure Leo doesn't have her already, right? Vorsanger asked. At least we hope not, because then she'd probably already be dead. The others nodded, Price staring deep into his empty whiskey glass. This was personal to him, Ryder realized. Maybe too personal. So who took her in the tunnels? Someone who knows the tunnels and who would risk their life to save Esme. That's gotta be Tyree, Rossi said. Price shook his head. No, Tyree would have told me if he knew where she was. Would he? Rossi leaned forward to better meet Price's gaze. You said there was bad blood between you and Tyree, that he wanted you gone, didn't want you to have anything to do with his family. He kept Jess from you all those years. Maybe he's keeping Esme as well. That struck a chord. The muscles in Price's neck knotted, although his face flattened into stone. The kind of blankness, no emotion, no remorse, that Ryder had seen in men right before they killed. Ryder straightened, putting himself in the way of Price's gaze. Don't even think it, he muttered. Price said nothing, his lips pressed into a tight line. You can't go after Tyree, Rossi said, the voice of reason. If you kill him, we might never find Esme. He was willing to talk with me this morning. Let me try. All three men turned to stare at her. Do you think that's wise? Vorsanger asked, sounding more like a lawyer than ever. Price gave a reluctant nod. She's right. Tyree's all about protecting his turf, saving face. He can do that with the doc better than the cops or anyone else. Ryder didn't like it, but he didn't see another choice. Rossi stirred beside Ryder, half pushing up out of her seat.
Like I said, I should talk to him. Come on, we're wasting time.
Price set his whiskey down. I can't go near the tower, unless you want Tyree in a killing mood. Fine with Ryder. Wait here with the dog. That way, if we need backup, you won't be far.
Why would Devin be our backup?
Rossi asked.
Won't we just call the police once we have Esme safe?
The men exchanged glances. Vorsanger took the lead and explained to Rossi about the missing evidence and the trail that led back to the police, and perhaps even the DA, being in Daniel's pocket. Ryder was glad he sat between Rossi and the exit. She didn't take the news well.
All those women, Allie, they'll never get a chance at justice? We can't ever lock up Leo Kingston, stop him from killing again?
Her voice was low, but all the more powerful, a shockwave of indignant fury.
Who did this? How?
I'm going to find out, Vorsanger promised her, taking her hand in both of his. Even if it means my career. We can still stop Leo, Ryder added, feeling more than a little jealous of the way Rossi looked at her ex. We just have to catch him doing something illegal. After we have Esme safe, Price put in.
Before anyone else gets hurt,
Rossi said. She nudged Ryder with her hip.
Sooner we get Esme back, sooner we can find a way to nail Leo.
He couldn't argue with that. He slid free of the booth and gave her a hand to help her out. Realized that somehow, despite all the arguments against it, they were doing exactly what Rossi wanted. Vorsanger joined them and, to Ryder's surprise, he laid both hands on Rossi's shoulders, pulling her so close their foreheads almost touched, blocking her from Ryder's view as he whispered something to her. Something that made her nod her head and straighten her shoulders, an intimate exchange of encouragement. They stepped apart, Rossi returning to Ryder's side, and that pretty much said it all.
Chapter 43. As I left the pub with Ryder and Jacob, I felt a little bad about abandoning Devin. At least he had Ozzy for company. Although he seemed to fit in with the rest of the crowd just fine, I knew it was a show. He'd much prefer to be stalking the streets alone, searching for Esme. A lot like Ryder that way. Men of action forced to slow down and behave in a civilized manner in order to fit in with society. Jacob was the opposite. He actually enjoyed people, whether it was entertaining a crowd at the bar or finessing the power game that was a trial. He loved navigating nuances and unspoken undercurrents. The door to the bar swung shut behind us, the air instantly lighter, more easy to fill my lungs with. Guess I fit into the same category as Ryder and Devin. Only I long ago gave up trying to fit in with society. Not even my family. Outsider, outcast, outlier. That's me. When Ryder had escorted me from my mother's table and her ever-silent demand for contrition, although after years of playing the game, I knew no matter how much I atoned for the sin of being the one who lived, she'd never grant me absolution. I remembered the ache of loss I'd felt earlier when I'd held Devin in the car, and it finally hit me. I wasn't mourning the loss of a possible future family. The grief that had felt like such a weight, anchoring itself deep in my soul, that grief was for the family I'd already lost, 22 years ago when my father died. And now I was dying. Probably. No, after the events of the last 2 days, I couldn't deny that something was very, very wrong. I could fantasize about Louise being mistaken and a last-minute miraculous reprieve when the lab tests came back in a few weeks. But it was time to face reality. I was dying. These next few weeks might be my last, before degenerating into a helpless, bedridden, psychotic zombie. Because that's the fate fatal insomnia delivers. And why I couldn't let Ryder play White Knight. He had no earthly idea what was coming. First, insomnia, then delirium. Worse than dementia because you're aware of what's happening to you, even as you lose control of your body and your ability to separate reality from hallucination. And finally, your body fails, abandoning you in an eternal, dreamless, sleepless wasteland where you lie, catatonic, unable to care for yourself, totally dependent on those around you. Only then, after months of this awake but paralyzed state, only then does death finally hear your confession and grant you the grace of ending your miserable, pathetic life. That's what I faced. As much as I loved her, I imagined my mother would still think it not punishment enough. Saving Esme might be the last thing I did that was truly my own, a choice made of free will, solely in my control, not driven by the demands of my disease. One last chance to make a difference. Save a life. No way in hell was I going to squander it.
"I'll get the car,"
Ryder said, leaving me with Jacob, after giving Jacob an inscrutable glance. More of that silent man talk, as if testosterone communicated better than words. Too tired and depressed to care about Ryder's frail male ego, I slumped against Jacob and let him hold me. I turned to him, our bodies pressed together, raised my face. I wasn't a very good wife, was I? He ran his fingers through my hair. No. Such a mensch. My fake Yiddish accent had him smiling again. I can always trust you to be honest. No. He squeezed my shoulders, pulling me close. You were a great wife. You took care of me. Now let me take care of you. I know there's something going on, Angie. For once, let someone take care of you. I took his hand in mine and squeezed. I can't. You can't. It wouldn't work. That's what you said about our marriage. Honesty. That was the one thing we always had going for us. I kissed him on the forehead, untwined my fingers from his, and pulled away, standing on my own once again. Ryder pulled the car up to the curb and jumped out, holding his phone. "I'm texting you a few names of cops you can trust. Men and women I trust with my life," he told Jacob, "in case you need them." While we talked with Tyree, hopefully returning with Esme safe and sound, Jacob was going to the federal prosecutor in charge of investigating public corruption to tell him about the missing evidence and the search warrant the DA had quashed. "Do you have to do this tonight?" I asked Jacob, suddenly realizing he might be risking more than his job. If Daniel Kingston was the money who bought the dirty cops and politicians, with him in a coma, they'd have no one to protect them. Desperate men used to wielding power and now cornered. It was a dangerous combination. Jacob nodded and turned to walk down the block where his own car was parked. "I'll call you when it's done. Take care." Before I could reply, a sharp cracking noise split the night. At first, I thought it came from inside the bar, some strange new sound effect the band had added. Crazy what you think when people are shooting at you. Last night, in the tunnels, I'd been on guard, anticipating danger. But here on the sidewalk, in front of my family's bar, in front of my home, it just didn't compute. Not until Ryder tackled me, throwing me to the ground as more gunshots crackled above us. He drew his pistol and scoured the street, keeping the car's engine block between us and the shooter, as he searched for where the shots came from. I tried to raise my head to see Jacob and to help Ryder, but he pinned me down, my body pressed flat against the curb, my face hanging over the gutter. The sounds weren't at all like what you see in the movies, more of a pop than a boom. Thuds and pings as bullets hit wooden walls and metal cars. Broken glass of a shop window smashed. the sledgehammer crack of concrete splintering, and then the sound I'd been dreading, a man yelling in pain.
Despite the noise of the crowd and the band, the sound of gunfire blazed through Devin's awareness like a jolt of lightning. He rushed to the door, the dog at his side, easing it open to assess the situation before committing. No one else inside the bar seemed to notice anything wrong. Figures. Bunch of white folk too busy gyrating, thinking they were dancing. Although he did like the music. He gazed into the darkness beyond the bar's door. Ryder had taken shelter behind a car, Angela at his feet, his body protecting her. 2 parking spaces down, Jacob Vorsanger staggered against the brick wall of the building beside the bar, blood streaking down one side of his camel-colored wool coat. The lawyer clutched at his left arm, trying to reach Angela. The plate glass window behind him shattered, glass flying everywhere, and he dove to the sidewalk. Devin spotted the muzzle flash at the alley entrance across from the bar. The shooter was firing shots in pairs or threesomes, definitely not a full auto, probably a pistol. Lousy aim. So far all he'd hit was a few parked cars, a storefront window, and maybe Jacob. Why would anyone be trying to kill Jacob? If it was because of the evidence tampering he'd discovered, surely whoever was behind it had law enforcement connections and would have been a better shot. Ryder raised his own weapon, training it on the alley, also tuned in to the muzzle flash. He fired 3 rounds before their unknown assailant returned fire, this time zeroing in on Ryder's position, forcing him back behind cover. Devin ran back inside the bar to the emergency exit near where they'd been sitting earlier. The door was propped open by a stray brick, a pile of cigarette butts on the ground nearby. Trash cans and dumpsters littered the narrow alley. Devin navigated them, the dog on his heels, emerging a few doors down, diagonally across from the alley where the shooter was. He was out of the shooter's sightline, safe to cross the street and sprint between 2 storefronts to circle back behind the shooter. Ryder spotted Devin and jumped up to provide cover fire, keeping the shooter occupied while Devin made his move. Just as he crossed the street, he saw Angela crawling over the sidewalk to Jacob. Thankfully, the shooter was aiming at Ryder, ignoring Angela and Jacob. Devin pushed his speed, hoping he'd have time to circle behind the gunman before he shot anyone else. To his surprise, as he hit the opposite curb, a blur of fur sped past him, heading directly into the alley where the shooter was. "Ozzy, no!" Angela cried out. Damn dog. Now there was no chance at surprise. Ryder knew it as well, circling out from behind the car and advancing as Devin changed his trajectory to race toward the alley, following Ozzy. No more shots came from the alley, but a man's shouted curses carried through the night. Devin reached the mouth of the alley in time to see Tyree Willard, gun fallen to the ground, as he struggled to get Ozzy off him. The dog had driven Tyree into the side of a dumpster and had his jaws clamped around Tyree's wrist. "Get this damn mutt off me!" Tyree shouted, pummeling Ozzy's body with his free hand. Ryder arrived, gun aimed at Tyree. "Good dog," he told Ozzy as he kicked Tyree's pistol farther away. Then he quickly searched Tyree, removing a knife and another gun, while Devin circled behind the 2 men and grabbed Ozzy's collar. The dog shook his head as if angry, but finally released his hold on Tyree. "Look, it's not what you think," Tyree said as Ryder pulled his arms behind him and put him in handcuffs. His wrists had teeth marks, but not much blood. Devin had the feeling the dog had taken it easy on him, or maybe, given the gang leader's steroid-induced bulk, Ozzy couldn't get a good grip. Either way, Tyree would live. But sooner or later, he and Devin were going to have some kind of reckoning. Ryder spun Tyree around, and Devin saw his opening. He scooped up the discarded weapon and lunged at Tyree, shoving the gun into Tyree's neck so hard it forced the taller man's chin up. "Where's Esme?" Devin demanded.
I'm gonna count to 3, and you best tell me before then, or... Price, drop it,
Ryder ordered, his own weapon now trained on Devon. The distant wail of sirens underscored his words.
I wasn't trying to kill you, Tyree said. You know me, runt. I wanted them dead. They'd be dead. It's Leo Kingston wants you and the lawyer dead, he told Ryder, his words tumbling over themselves in his rush to get it out. He was going to send one of his pet cops to do the job, but I don't want any part of killing cops. That's serious shit, and it never goes well. But Leo, he's crazy. Thinks 'cause his dad's half dead, he's gonna inherit the family name and with it all the power. Like he's freaking Teflon-coated, bulletproof and all.
Devon backed off, untangling the truths from Tyree's assorted lies. Tyree would have no problem killing cops, as he'd shown Devon earlier. He glanced at the gun Tyree had used, Devon's own .45. He'd been going to pin this on Devon, hadn't planned on Devon actually being in the company of a cop and prosecutor. Neither had Devon, but he liked how it worked out. Slow down and tell us everything. Devon kept his gun trained at Tyree's head.
Starting with, where is Esme? Does Leo have her?
Tyree shook his head.
No way I'd let that psycho anywhere near her. But he knows where she is. Said she was going to be in his hands by tonight. That's why I had to play along. Didn't want him to suspect that as soon as she's safe, I'm done. He's done. He straightened, baring his teeth. The old Tyree, leader of the Royales, back in full force. I'll kill the bastard with my bare hands. No one touches my family. No one.
Leo killed Jess and Sister Patrice? Ryder asked.
Not him, but 2 of his pet cops, under his orders. Esme saw him grab his latest girl. Told Jess, but she was too scared to come to me, so she called him.
He jerked his chin at Devon.
Fat lot of good it did her. When he didn't call her back, she asked Patrice for help. Thought she could hide them from Leo.
Guess that didn't work out so well, Devon said with bitterness. Now he knew why Tyree had tortured the cop before shooting him with Devon's gun.
Which meant the asshole had had this info all day and still hadn't been able to find Esme. And fat lot of good you and your gang did, letting her killers waltz right in and out of the tower. If she'd told me... Shut up, both of you. Ryder turned to glance out the alley. 2 patrol cars had arrived. Near the bar, a group of people had gathered, including Jacob and Angela. The lawyer didn't seem too bad off. Angela had his coat and jacket off and was wrapping a bar towel around his arm. We don't have much time. Can you find out where Esme is before Leo gets to her? Tyree shook his head. I know where Leo is, but you'll never get to him.
He nodded at Devon.
He's using one of his dad's favorite spots from when you were a kid. Me?
Devon frowned.
I never went with Kingston. Sure you did.
Stray wisps of memory pinched at Devon.
A woman crying out his name. A tall white man. The sound of flesh slapping flesh. No, no, no. Don't look, don't listen. It's the devil, the devil.
Mrs. Anders' voice intoning prayers, trying to exorcise the demons from Devon and his mother.
The tower greenhouse.
The words scraped free of Devon's lips before he could swallow them back.
Eyes of a devil watching, his mom would say. Not eyes. The light from the heaters filtered through the thick foliage. The acrid smell of fertilizer mixed with the sweet smell of earth and dying. He's in the greenhouse. You'll never get to him there. Not without my help. Tyree shook his arms, the handcuffs rattling. Lose the cuffs, and I'll take you to Leo.
He stared directly at Devon, as if Ryder wasn't even there.
I'm the only one who can get you your daughter back. You're not going anywhere, Ryder said.
Devon realized there was only one way to play this.
He shifted his aim, pointing his gun at Ryder. Drop your weapon and uncuff Tyree. We're going to get Esme back.
Ryder raised his gun at Devin.
Standoff. But Ryder didn't pull the trigger like he should have, like any other cop would have.
Instead, his face tightened as if he'd arrived at the same unsavory conclusion as Devin.
You think that's the only way?
Devin nodded, wishing he didn't have to involve the cop.
But he couldn't see any way around it. Only way that won't end up with innocents dead. He aimed his chin across the street where Angela and Jacob were talking to the patrolman. I can go it alone if you promise to buy me some time. Ryder lowered his weapon. No, too risky. You'll need help if you're going to get Esme out alive. He scowled at Tyree. Someone you can trust. He holstered his gun. Let me handle my guys. I'll meet you in the alley at your car.
Devin yanked on Tyree's cuffs, tugging him away from the street.
It would take only a few minutes to circle past the cops to the alley behind the bar. Hey, aren't you going to take these off? Tyree protested. Ryder was halfway out of the alley, the dog trailing after him. He looked back over his shoulder. Not until you deliver us to Leo. Chapter 44. Ryder jogged across the street to the rapidly growing crowd on the sidewalk in front of the bar. Many carried drinks, flaunting the city's open beverage law as they satisfied their curiosity. Even more were on their phones shooting video and tweeting. By morning, Jimmy's place would top the list of the city's most notorious hotspots. He grabbed the first uniform he saw and sent him and the others in the opposite direction from the way Price and Tyree had gone. Then he stopped to check on Rossi and Vorsanger. The lawyer had taken some shrapnel from flying concrete and had glass in his arm, side, and scalp, but Rossi already had the worst of it bandaged. I've never been shot before, Vorsanger said in a stunned tone, his body swaying. Rossi gestured to Ryder, and between them, they got the lawyer down on the steps, his head between his knees before he could pass out. Ryder had to try hard not to smile. Still haven't, Rossi told her ex. Most of it was just glass. You'll need to be cleaned up and some stitches, though. Oh, Vorsanger said in a weak tone without looking up. Did you catch them? Got away, Ryder lied. Thankfully, the ambulance arrived, and Rossi went to fill in the medics. He didn't like not telling her everything, but there was a damn good chance he might not make it back, and he couldn't risk her doing something stupid, like coming after him and Devin. Where's Devin? Vorsanger asked. The dog made it back, but where'd he go? Even wounded and woozy, the lawyer had a sharp eye. Ozzy sat patiently beside them, waiting for Ryder. Listen, Ryder pitched his voice low. We have a lead on Esme. I've got to go. Can you keep an eye on Rossi? Make sure she stays safe at the hospital? Vorsanger glanced up, his face pale but his gaze clear. You and Devin, you're going after Leo? Alone? No other way. Leo's in the tower, up on the roof in the old greenhouse. That means 7 stories of Royales and Leo's crooked cops to get through, all without risking the civilians who lived there or Esme. Not very good odds. No. That's why we're going to use me as bait. Leo sent Tyree here to kill you and me, but Tyree wanted no part of it, which is why we're both still alive. He can get us into the tower, and together we'll deal with Leo and get Esme out again. Vorsanger frowned, taking in the implications. That list of names you gave me. Good cops, you said. Maybe we should... Too risky. Not with all those civilians. Ryder stood. Vorsanger climbed to his feet as well, less wobbly. Ryder handed him Ozzy's leash. Take care of the dog. What do I tell Angie?
Ryder grimaced, met the other man's gaze. Forsanger nodded. I won't tell her anything. Best that way. Good luck. Ryder didn't answer as he took off down the alley to meet Price and Tyree. He didn't believe in luck. He believed in his men, his training, and God. As he approached Price's black town car, he realized he was going into a situation where none of the three might be able to save him.
I knew from experience that Jacob made a lousy patient. When he got sick, he'd retreat to his bed and ignore my medical advice, relying instead on his mother's long-distance diagnosis and home remedies given over the phone from his parents' retirement villa in Boca. Then I'd end up slaving over a stove, following her recipes for his favorite comfort food. Tonight was different. Getting shot at seemed to have brought out his inner John Wayne, because he insisted on walking to the ambulance and climbing onto the stretcher without help. Ozzy jumped in with us before the medics could protest, or I could find Devin to take the dog. 10 minutes later, we were at Good Sam's ER, bypassing triage and straight to an empty bed. Sherry, the same nurse who'd helped me last night with Ryder and Sister Patrice, entered the room warily. Another gunshot victim? Not really. Cuts and abrasions from flying glass and concrete. The bullet ricocheted, Jacob told her merrily, drunk on adrenaline. He held up his hand, thumb and forefinger measuring a small distance. Came this close to hitting me. Behind him, I shook my head, but Sherry took it in stride and smiled at Jacob. She undid the pressure dressings I'd applied at the scene and began her assessment. His tetanus is up to date, but those lacerations are going to need to be debrided and sutured, I told her. Then I lowered my voice. He hates needles. We'll try to convince you just to superglue them, but don't worry, Dr. Rossi. I'm going to check on my kids from last night, I told Jacob. Ozzy might cheer them up. He looked up, a sharp expression edging past his smile. Poor guy hated hospitals. You're leaving? Just over to the advocacy center. Don't worry, you're in good hands. I patted his arm. Anyone wants to amputate anything, give me a call. I have my phone. Ha ha, you think you're funny, but I know what really goes on in places like this. I left him telling Sherry the story of the great gunfight at Jimmy's place, and headed over to the advocacy center with Ozzy in tow. No sign of any press. The officer on duty examined my credentials before allowing me inside. The kids were wide awake, chasing each other around, over and behind the furniture so that I couldn't keep track of them. I didn't go in, merely opened the door and let Ozzy loose, eliciting squeals of delight as they pounced on him. Ozzy sat patiently, tail thumping as they stroked and patted and hugged him, while I went to the observation room to talk with the nursing assistant on duty. They've been fine, she told me. Slept most of the afternoon and have already eaten 5 times today. Your order said to feed them whenever they asked, so I hope that's okay. It's normal for kids like this to have altered hunger and sleep cycles. Any food hoarding? Another symptom of social deprivation. Yes, but I cleaned it all out when they were asleep and then fed them as soon as they woke. Amazing how they do everything together. But my, they're hard to keep track of. Keep huddling up. She looked past me through the window. Guess it's good they have each other. I was engrossed in the psychologist's notes, more interested in the prognosis and paying no attention to the children. The psychologist thought they'd recover in time, but she cautioned against separating them too soon. Justification for me to keep them here, where they'd be safe. Satisfied, I closed the chart. Now for the hard part. You okay if I leave Ozzy here? Sure, the nursing assistant said. They love him. Makes my job all the easier. Thanks. I left before she could ask me where I was going, or for how long. A good thing, since I didn't know the answers. It all depended on how close to dead Daniel Kingston was. My stomach knotted with dread. Every step I took as I climbed the 2 flights of stairs to the ICU felt like eternity thudding down on my shoulders. But stuck here, it was the only thing I had left to try. Devin had thought Leo would take Esme to the same place Daniel used to take his mother. How could I not try to find the answer? At least then, he and Ryder could save Esme, even if it meant exposing my secret to the world. Maybe not a bad thing. I was tired of all the secrets I was carrying, not just mine, Devin's as well. But I couldn't judge him or betray him. Couldn't even argue that I'd do anything differently if our places were reversed. The glass doors to the ICU swooshed aside with a breath of chilly air that raised goosebumps on my arms. The last 2 times I'd done this, Devin had had to pull me out. Without him near, could I free myself from Daniel's mind before it was too late? Or would I be sucked into that maelstrom of eternal black forever? Flynn sat by Daniel's bedside, hidden in the shadows, unable to bring herself to believe that he'd betrayed her, chosen Leo over her. The man had been like a father to her these past 3 years, had shared secrets with her that he'd never risk with his own son. It had been the drugs Leo gave him, the PXA. He wasn't thinking straight. He couldn't have been. He didn't mean she was nothing to him, that her only value lay in serving Leo. Was she just being foolish and stupid? Or maybe she just wasn't strong enough to handle one more betrayal. Nonsense. She was strong enough to defeat death. She could handle anything. It was Daniel who had taught her that, gave her the strength and confidence to build a new life. She drew on that strength now to face the truth. Daniel had never given her all those impossible tasks to accomplish because he had faith in her. No, he'd done it because she wasn't family. She was expendable. Flynn stood. Time to prove him wrong. She didn't want to leave him, but what choice did she have? When he woke, Daniel would hate her for stopping Leo once and for all, but it was the only way to protect the Kingston name. Wouldn't Daniel want that? And if he never woke, then Leo won. She couldn't let that happen. This had to stop tonight. It felt as if time was throttling her, its death grip marking the seconds, prolonging her agony, torn between holding vigil over Daniel and killing his son. She'd finally gathered the strength to leave when she spotted a familiar figure walking through the doors of the ICU. Dr. Rossi, coming to save Flynn, just like she had 3 years ago. Rossi had changed. She still had that head-up, shoulders-back stride, as if she owned the world. But tonight, her eyes appeared haunted. Flynn felt the same. Had, ever since Leo had moved back in with his father and begun his campaign of terror. "Dr. Rossi, do you remember me?" Flynn asked, certain the answer would be no. After all, she was no longer the ice-cold, drowned teenager fished out from the river. The girl who'd stolen a gun, forced creepy Wayne to the wharf, struggled with him, the gun going off, both falling into water darker than night. Blood everywhere, tumbling, clawing, sucking in water instead of air. Both of them dead. Dead. Creepy Wayne had stayed dead. Somewhere at the bottom of the river, washed away, just like Flynn's former life. Rossi glanced at Flynn. At first she frowned, puzzled. Then a welcoming smile lit her face. Of course, Jane Doe Flynn. There'd already been one Jane Doe in the ER on the morning Flynn arrived, so instead of making her a number, Rossi had given her the name of the tugboat captain who'd rescued her from the frigid waters of the Cambria River. He'd been one of the best men Flynn had ever known. Died of a heart attack while piloting a barge to Pittsburgh last December. "How are you?" Good question. How to tell the woman who saved your life that the new one you'd built based on the lies you told her, was as a killer. Still have trouble with the cold? She raised a gloved hand and waved it. Daniel was the only person outside the hospital who knew the gloves weren't just an affectation. They protected her fingers, their nerves permanently damaged by frostbite, leaving her in constant pain. Rossi frowned in concern. Reflex sympathetic dystrophy, tricky to treat. They couldn't find any meds that helped? Flynn shrugged. I need to ask you a favor. Of course. What? I saw you there, in the tunnels, last night. Rossi blinked. You were there? I'm the one who pulled the girl to safety. Someone was shooting at her. You have Esme? Rossi lurched forward, eyes wide. Is she okay? Where is she? She's safe. I need you to take care of her. Flynn turned away when a nurse came to check on Daniel and led Rossi back outside to the empty corridor. Look, you need to know. It was the police who shot her mother and that nun. She wouldn't tell me any more, just that there were two of them. Why would police kill Jess and Patrice? Leo Kingston sent them. He was threatening Tyree Willard, something about a stolen ring. Leo's been kidnapping women from the tower, raping, torturing them. Killed 2 so far. At least. Probably more I don't know about. Flynn paused, waiting for Rossi to protest. In her world, she was the only one who thought Leo capable of anything bad. But to her surprise and relief, Rossi nodded, accepting Flynn's outlandish story. You've been hiding Esme from Leo and the police? Yes, but now Leo's after me. He knows I have Esme. I need to stop him before he can get to her. Where is she? Here. Flynn allowed herself a quick smile at Rossi's look of surprise. With the other children you brought here last night, down in the advocacy center. Esme's here? Rossi didn't wait for an answer, but headed toward the stairwell. Flynn followed. She needed to be on the move anyway. How are you going to stop Leo? I'm going to kill him. Chapter 45. As we hurried down the steps from the ICU back to the advocacy center, I cursed myself for not watching the children more closely earlier. Thank you, I told Jane Doe Flynn, for saving Esme. But why were you there? How did you get involved in all this? She was dressed all in black, and I realized she moved like Ryder did, as if on constant alert, expecting to enter battle. Had she survived her drowning only to become some kind of vigilante? When she didn't answer, I asked, At least tell me your name. I don't know what to call you. After her drowning, she'd claimed amnesia. But there had to be a damn good reason why a teenager had ended up in the river covered in bruises and blood. Her shoulders bobbed up and down, as if shrugging off a heavy load. Flynn. Call me Flynn. It's who I am now. We arrived at the first floor. The police officer was nowhere to be seen. He was probably inside, checking on the children, so I unlocked the doors to the advocacy center. We passed the empty exam rooms and turned the corner to the observation room when I spotted a woman slumped on the floor. I ran to her, skidding to a crouch beside her. It was the nursing assistant who'd been watching the children. I reached for her pulse. She was dead. A length of surgical tubing wrapped around her neck. I glanced back down the hall behind me, but Flynn had vanished. The door to the observation room was open, but the room was dark. The children! Panic lanced through me. I stood, but before I could move to check on the children, a voice called to me from inside the observation room. Make a sound, and the girl dies. A woman's voice came from the darkness. The lights snapped on, and I saw Esme, eyes wide with terror, being held at gunpoint by a police officer. Officer Petrosky, the woman who tried to keep me from going into the tunnels last night. The one who'd shot at us? No, at Esme. hoping to kill her before we could save her. "Dr. Rossi, isn't it?" Her tone was one of command. "Pull the body inside and close the door." What choice did I have? I dragged the nursing assistant's body inside and shut the door. Hopefully, Flynn had gone for help, but I still needed to get this woman and her gun away from Esme and the other children. Through the observation window, I could see the kids and Ozzy chasing each other in the next room. They all appeared unharmed, no idea of the danger a few feet away. A few of them even smiled. Imagine my surprise when I come on duty only to find the girl everyone's been looking for. Of course, she, Petrosky nodded at the dead woman at my feet, wouldn't cooperate. But you will, won't you? She tilted her head, regarding me once more. I'll make you a deal. You two come with me, and I'll let those other kids live.
We're going to have to go in through the tunnels, Tyree told them once Ryder, Price, and the gang leader had driven away from the crime scene Ryder should have been working, not fleeing like a common criminal. Price drove while Ryder sat with Tyree in the back, weapon aimed at him. "Why's that?" Price asked. "Don't trust your own people?" Ryder wished Price would stop provoking Tyree. They needed his cooperation if they were going to make this work. If the gang leader was desperate enough to partner with him and Price, he obviously couldn't trust his own men. "There's an entrance to the tunnels on Park, near the old carousel," Tyree told Price. Price said nothing, merely steered them south toward Millionaire's Row. "How will we know if Esme's really there? If we get there too soon—" "Almost as bad as arriving too late," Ryder nudged Tyree. "What exactly did Leo say about Esme?" The gang leader shrugged his massive shoulders. "Not much. Just that he had a chick who was bringing her, and she'd be there tonight. Got the feeling Leo doesn't like this chick. Told me he might let my guys have her as a reward." Ryder met Price's murderous gaze in the rearview mirror. Ryder wondered if he needed to worry more about Price than Tyree. Price pulled the car behind the caretaker's shed beside the old carousel. He leaned across the front seat, opening the glove box, then handed a small, high-intensity flashlight to Ryder. They got out of the car. Ryder moved Tyree's cuffs to the front and gave him the light to hold. "Hey, man, that's not the deal." Tyree jangled his cuffs. "Unlock these." "Not until you get us into the tower. Then we'll swap places." Ryder hated that his only backup would be Price, but there was no time to follow protocol. Surveillance, threat assessment, evacuate the civilians, send in an armed response team. Plus, this was the tower. 1,000 civilians and 7 stories filled with well-armed gang members between them and Esme, not to mention a sociopathic killer. Tyree narrowed his eyes, staring at Price. "Not you, him." He jerked his handcuffs, rattling them. "You, Leo only wants dead. Him, he wants alive." Tyree's sudden grin split the night as the light above the door to the shed reflected from his teeth. "You ready to meet your big brother, runt?"
Petrosky was no dummy. She knew she'd have her hands full, so she made me dose Esme with a sedative. I chose midazolam. It also causes amnesia. If there was anything I wanted Esme to forget, it was this night. The back hallway of the advocacy center led to the elevator to the basement, all empty this time of night. Soon we were in the tunnel, my wrists handcuffed in front of me, Esme cradled in my arms, Petrosky behind me, holding the gun on us as we headed to the tower. Still no sign of Flynn or any help. I wondered if maybe she'd set me up, but realized that made no sense. Petrosky had found Esme by accident, without Flynn's help. Surely after risking her life to save Esme once, Flynn wouldn't give up on us now. My answer came in the form of a whisper high above. Amid the unnatural creaks and groans of the overhead pipes was the rhythmic beat of soft footfalls. someone tracking us. We reached the wide intersection halfway between Good Sam and the tower. I tensed, expecting Flynn to make her move. Petrosky had her gun aimed at my spine, only a few inches away, no possibility of missing. But if Flynn timed it right, she could still save Esme. 2 more uniformed police officers stepped out of the shadows. I could almost feel Flynn's frustration boiling up with my own. One of them took Esme from me, and the other held his gun on her, despite the fact that she was oblivious to the world. All this for one little kid? He poked Esme with his gun, and it took everything I had not to rush him. Petrosky prodded me from behind. Who cares if it keeps him happy and us paid? As soon as his father dies, Leo will rule this town, and we can write our own tickets. He'll like the bonus you brought tonight, but we'd better hurry. He's getting impatient. We doubled our speed down the tunnel. I ransacked my memory of last night, trying in vain to remember any place I could create a diversion, give Flynn the advantage. But all of Tyree's traps had been dismantled, and from here it was a straight shot to the tower. A few minutes later, we were in the elevator, heading to the roof. They led us through Tyree's throne room. Several of his men were there, shuffling about, aimless without their leader, and then across the roof to the old Victorian greenhouse. With its beautifully arched roof, wrought iron columns, and gracious wide windows, the greenhouse belonged in a different era, and anywhere but on top of this ugly, squalid building. Petrosky shoved me inside. The other cops placed Esme on a stainless steel table, nodding to the man who stood in a cleared area about 10 feet beyond the entrance. The light filtered through the thick, green foliage surrounding him, giving his blonde hair and pale skin a sickly hue. His face was narrow, with an angled chin and sharp cheekbones. He stared at me, circling me, hands behind his back. I stared back, forcing my fear aside, even as memories of Allie's torture bombarded me. Leo Kingston. Had this man tortured Allie and the other women? Hatred blazed through me. He saw it and nodded in approval.
Well done, he finally told Petrosky. You watch the girl. The others can guard the door.
The 2 police officers backed out. The sound of the doors slamming shut sealed my fate. I could handle that, if I could find a way to save Esme. There was no way in hell Flynn could get up to the roof without alerting Tyree's men or Leo's people, and with the police on Leo's payroll, she couldn't call them. Even if she did, how could they reach us without risking the lives of 1,000 civilians? I'll do anything you want, I told Leo. What did I have to lose? I'd already lived through what he'd done to Allie, and I had to buy Flynn time. Let the girl go. He bounced on his feet like a little boy, so excited he was about to pee himself, a gleeful movement that distracted me. Then I saw the knife in his hand.
Chapter 46. Devin hated how long it took them to travel through the tunnels, but there were cops patrolling and no way of knowing if they worked for Leo or not. Finally, they arrived at the tower. Ryder removed the handcuffs from Tyree and placed them on Devin. Sure about this? Save Esme. Ryder left the cuffs as loose as possible and slipped the key to Devin. He gave Devin a sympathetic look, then disappeared into the stairwell leading to the roof, armed with Tyree's keys. Devin entered the elevator with Tyree, forcing himself to think of Esme as the doors sealed them inside. They arrived at Tyree's rooftop office where Tyree's men waited. Then they were a group of 7, parading through a door behind one of the red velvet curtains and across the rooftop to the greenhouse. The night wind from the river whipped across the open space, bringing with it the scent of diesel oil and dead fish. Tyree shoved Devin through the large, old-fashioned metal doors leading into the greenhouse. The light inside was a strange mix of dusky shadows and the red glow of heaters coming from below. He'd expected the sprawling foliage of marijuana plants, but not the perfumed scent that drifted down from the tiny white flowers dangling from vines encircling the rafters overhead, or the singing. He stopped in his tracks, unable to pull his attention from the singing. Lovely warbles, like a boys' choir. Only these weren't human voices. Tiny songbirds, bright blue and yellow sparks of color flitting hither and yon through the intricate wrought iron that formed the rafters supporting the curved glass roof. Blinking back memories. Angels, the birds sounding like angels. No, too many memories, rushing over him all at once. He stumbled forward, past the wall of greenery, into a cleared area in the center beneath the glass arch. Lying on a potting bench was Esme, who appeared unharmed, but asleep or drugged. Across from her was Leo Kingston, and beside him Angela Rossi, who stared at Devon, not in despair, despite the fact that her hands were handcuffed in front of her and Leo held a filleting knife to her throat, but rather in challenge. Her gaze moved to Esme, and Devon understood. No matter what happened to her, Esme would survive. It was a challenge he was happy to accept. He gave her a small nod. "I brought you yours," Tyree said. "Now you give me mine." Leo glared at Tyree and jerked his chin in dismissal. "You get the girl when I'm good and ready." Tyree backed off to stand beside the police officer, Petrosky, who'd taken position guarding Esme, leaving Devon standing alone about 8 feet from Leo. It would be so easy to kill Leo, but not with the knife at Angela's throat. Only as a last resort. "Welcome, my favorite bastard stepbrother," Leo called in a merry voice. "So glad you could join in on my little reindeer game. In honor of our late great father, I thought we'd play one of his favorites, Sacrifice. Do you remember the rules? We played it last time we met." "I've never met you before," he told Leo, trying to give Ryder time. Leo gave a mock frown. "Sure you have, little brother. Think hard. It was the last time our father brought your mother here so we could hear her scream. She was pretty much burnt out by then, but he wanted to break her one last time. You were maybe 8? Devon shook his head, denying memories he'd locked away for 20 years. That smell, jasmine. How he hated that smell. And the damn birds singing like the world was beautiful, like everything would be perfect, their voices echoing his mother's screams. "No, I don't know what you're talking about." He'd hid, just as he always hid when Kingston came for his mother. But it wasn't the closet he remembered downstairs in their apartment, the one his mother stocked with pillows and coloring books and snacks. Against his will, he glanced past Leo to one of the wrought iron pillars that supported the roof. At its base was a large cabinet, the height of a man's waist, perfect size for an 8-year-old boy to seek shelter in. It stank of fertilizer and chemicals, he remembered. The air filled with microscopic flakes of soil and peat made him sneeze. "How could you forget?" Leo asked. "Especially that final time, when my father let us play along. He gave your mother a choice. Give in, stop fighting, surrender to him. Or he'd take you from her, raise you as his own. He promised her you'd grow up to be just like him, just like me." Suddenly, it wasn't Leo's voice Devon heard. It was Daniel Kingston, shouting at his mother, telling her how tired he was of her. Why couldn't she just shut up and do as he told her? The sound of a slap, a woman's cry, then Kingston. Calm, quiet, giving her a choice, a final choice. His vision wobbled as the memory of that day became more vivid. The view from ground level, from the height of a little boy peering out through the slats in the cabinet doors, overlapped the reality he saw now. He remembered wanting to rush to his mother's aid, knowing he should help her, wishing that he was brave, and cowering, frozen in terror. "It was a bluff, of course," Leo continued. "Father would have never brought you home with us, but she didn't know that. She wouldn't take that risk. You were her whole world." His voice rose to a mocking falsetto. "She chose me," Devin whispered, torn between the memory of his mother's tears and his hatred for the man before him now. Leo smiled and nodded, a teacher praising an especially bright student. "She chose you, submitted to my father, which, of course, meant he was finished with her. He was like that, intoxicated by the pursuit, bored by the actual kill." He paused, waiting for Devin to catch up to the present. "Good thing he had me around. Do you remember, little brother? You watched. We heard you crying. And I held her arm, the needle so bright and shiny. Do you remember her blood rushing back just before I pushed the plunger down?" Nausea sucker punched Devin, and he thought he'd be sick right there. If it weren't for Esme, he would have. "You gave her the hot shot that as good as killed her. And you wet your pants. Then Father took me for ice cream, my reward for a job well done." "I remember," Devin said, his gaze clear once more and riveted on Leo. It was the truth. He remembered everything, sitting on the floor beside his mother's still body, rocking, crying, and vowing to someday kill Daniel Kingston and his son. "I remember." Esme made a small noise, one hand rubbing her nose. Devin glanced from her to Leo. "Sacrifice, that's the game? So you want me to choose between my daughter and my mother?" Leo's grin tightened like barbed wire. "Not you. You're far too easy, predictable." He tapped the knife against Angela's neck. "Her." He nodded to Petrosky. "Bring in contestant number 3. Petrosky chuckled. Devin felt the draft of the door opening behind him. 2 of Tyree's men hauled Ryder inside to the cleared area and threw him onto the floor at Leo's feet.
Chapter 47. All my hope died when Petrosky shoved Ryder inside the greenhouse. Leo, on the other hand, grew more excited, his knife dancing across my neck, a deadly caress. Funny how when I have one person with me, they beg for their own lives. 2, and you beg for the girls. Guess that's to be expected, you being a doctor, a healer and all. Wonder what will happen now that we have 3. He stroked the blade across his lips, kissing it, anointing it, preparing for his own holy sacrament. "I saw you 2 together last night. You seemed very close. Which shall it be, Doctor? The girl or the cop?" Time froze. Not one of my spells, just pure, unadulterated terror. I met Ryder's gaze. He smiled at me. Nothing fake about it. He truly believed we were going to survive tonight. It would have been easy to dismiss it as fool's courage, but I knew he was no fool. Trust. No, more than trust. Faith. From the very beginning, Ryder had placed his faith in me, never questioning what I knew, without the luxury of proof. Faith. How could I return to him anything less? The most difficult act of courage I've ever performed. That's when I realized Devin was wrong. I wasn't free because I was dying. I was trapped, bound and gagged by mortality. Whatever I decided, no, whatever I did, whether I decided it or not, this moment, here and now, was my legacy. An entire lifetime forced kicking and screaming into one frail, too tiny moment. Kicking and screaming, I liked that. I might not have much else to leave behind, but at least I could make my passing unforgettable. All I needed was to get that knife into my hand. Ryder climbed to his knees. Petrosky hauled him up the rest of the way and shoved him against one of the iron columns. He ignored her, and the gun pointed at his face. "I know you get your kicks from torturing helpless women," he taunted Leo. "How'd you like to try it on someone your own size?" "You think I tortured my specimens?" Leo shook his head and clucked his tongue. "You don't understand anything. I might have primed the pump, so to speak. You see, my formulation works best when the fight-or-flight response is already at its peak. All those catecholamines and stress hormones filling the synapses, leaving them ripe for the PXA to block their reuptake." Leo nodded to Petrosky to stand guard over Esme while he took a small leather box from the table. He held up a syringe, its needle sparkling in the light as he drew clear fluid into it. Then he turned to me. The memory of Allie's pain flooded me with fear. I stepped back, bumping into a large pot, rocking it. Leo shook his head as if admonishing a child. "Stay still and take your medicine like a good girl," he said. "Unless you rather I gave it to the child." A symphony of soul-rousing music hit me, drawing me into a fugue. Violins this time, kicking and soaring up and down the scale before leaping into a jig. Music filled with hope and promise, even if it had hit at the worst possible time. "Leo, stop!" Devin shouted. He'd seen what had happened to me, was trying to distract Leo. I was thankful, but hated being powerless, needing protection. "I'll give you a show you won't forget. That's what you really want, right? To get back at me for all the time and attention your father spent on me and my mother? Time away from you." Leo grabbed my arm. I couldn't resist him, frozen by the fugue. My only hope was that it would pass quickly, before he saw how vulnerable I was. "This magic potion is my crowning glory, the one that will leave my mark on history." He plunged the needle into my deltoid. Somewhere, in the dark recesses of my memory, aided by my fugue state, I dredged up the molecular structure of the chemicals he'd mentioned, realized that by having them flood the brain and then blocking their absorption, he could keep a person in a perpetual state of pain and terror, creating a positive feedback loop that basically fed on itself. But those same chemicals were also tied to endorphin production, as well as dopamine, serotonin, and oxytocin. Start playing with those, and you could produce a virtual zombie, someone so dazed and overwhelmed by pain that their own mind would betray them, leaving them vulnerable to suggestion. The perfect instrument of torture and interrogation, combined into one deadly drug, worth billions to the government, not to mention other parties. "I didn't torture those women," Leo continued in a casual tone, his fingers on my pulse, monitoring my response. "They did it to themselves. The right dosage of my new formulation, and a person will do anything I ask them to. Anything to stop the pain. One of them chewed her own fingers off when I suggested they'd make a tasty snack. I told another that burning the nerve endings was the only way to end the pain. Then I handed her a blowtorch." He laughed, a sound that echoed over and over in my mind, replaying itself like feedback from a bad amp. "Wasn't much left of her by the end. Surprised me how long it took her to die. I recorded it all for posterity, of course, in the name of science." My flesh burned with fever, and my pulse raced, galloping out of control. Pain seared through me. If I could have moved, I would have screamed, been writhing on the ground. As it was, all I could do was fight past it, concentrate all my senses on anything that would help us escape. A stray draft tickled the plants near Esme, and I realized Flynn had found her way in through one of the windows. Only the slightest rustle gave away her position. Ryder was also working his hands down his back, reaching for the handcuff key concealed in his belt. I stretched my hearing and could sense Tyree closing in behind Devon. Was he suspicious of Devon? Getting ready to hurt him? No, there was the click of Devon's handcuffs being unlocked. Tyree was on our side. Good to know. Which left me to distract Leo. He caressed my arm, releasing wave after wave of pain in his wake, and leaned to whisper in my ear, "You will obey my every command. If you do, the pain will recede. If you resist, it will grow 1,000 times worse." Then he stood back, glancing at his watch. "Won't be long now. Once the pain reaches her threshold, she'll be mine." "Stop this," Ryder said. "There's no need." "There's every need. This is science, my legacy, my chance to prove to my father that I can accomplish greatness on my own. I don't need anything from him." "Your father's dying. Wouldn't your time be better spent at his bedside instead of this ridiculous demonstration?" Leo's face flushed with anger, and he raised his hand with the knife, ready to stab Ryder. Tyree handed Devon a pistol and edged back, out the door. I wondered at that. Wasn't he here to rescue Esme? Then I remembered what Flynn had said, something about Tyree stealing a ring from Leo. Daniel's ring? Did we have this all wrong? I blinked, finally free of my fugue, but now feeling the full effects of the PXA. Agony doubled me over, knocking me to the floor. Petrosky stepped forward, away from Esme. Through the tsunami of pain, I sensed Flynn sliding behind the table where Esme lay, as Leo turned his attention from Ryder onto me. What I'd felt with Allie, it had been a pale reflection of the real agony she'd suffered. Pain so intense I couldn't describe it, give it any flavor. It was searing and freezing, electrical shocks and choking, wrenching, twisting, breaking. The terror I'd felt lost in Devon's mother's mind would have been infinitely more bearable. Leo hauled me to my feet. "Stand," he commanded. Despite the pain filleting me from the inside out, I obeyed. "Good girl. Now you have a choice." He placed his knife in my hand and folded my fingers around it. "Stab the girl or stab the cop. Now." His final word blazed through my body, jerking it forward like a puppet on a string. I tried to resist, used every ounce of my strength to fight his command, but the pain grew so intense, it felt as if every cell was exploding, sending fragments of twisted, broken, searing agony across my body. The only things that felt real were my grip on the knife and Leo's voice. I looked to Ryder. He nodded, his lips curling in the saddest smile I'd ever seen. I stumbled toward him, Leo following me, while I hoped I was providing enough distraction for Flynn to save Esme, leaving Devon to tackle Petrosky. Then I was in front of Ryder, my chest pressed against his, my hand holding the tip of the knife to his left rib cage, over his heart. Leo practically danced with excitement. Somehow I managed to take a step back, away from Ryder. Leo blocked my path. He circled one arm across my shoulders, as if we were lovers bound for eternity. "Do it. Do it now." And I did. Chapter 48. Stabbing someone in the heart isn't like what you see on TV. First, you have all those layers to get through, jackets and shirts and all. Then the heart is actually well protected anatomically. There's a reason the chest cavity is called the rib cage. Makes it tough to hit, especially when you're aiming blind. No, if you want to stab someone to death, the heart probably isn't your best bet, especially if that someone is directly beside you, on the opposite side of your body from your hand with the knife. Leo had been so wrapped up in his sadistic games that he'd forgotten not everyone responds to a drug in the same way, especially not someone like me, whose brain is filled with millions of tiny holes, interrupting the synaptic connections loaded with the neurochemicals he was relying on to keep his drug active. I pulled my elbow back, but instead of plunging my knife forward into Ryder's chest, I arced it to my left, directly into Leo's left femoral region. He jerked up in shock, wrenching the blade. I kept my hand on the knife, slicing downward, pushing it in deeper. "You bitch!" Leo shouted, pushing me away. Big mistake. I took the knife with me, leaving a gushing wound behind. The femoral artery is one of the largest in the body. Slice that, and you have blood jetting out with each heartbeat. Get the femoral vein as well, and you're dead within a few minutes. Leo pressed his hands against his groin, slipped in his own blood already puddling on the floor, and fell, writhing as he fought to stop the bleeding. I had no time to think about what I'd just done. The PXA still had me in its grip. Not totally, but enough so I couldn't move, not without pain sizzling down every nerve ending. I stood, frozen, my jaws locked as I fought against a scream. Across the room, Flynn grabbed Esme from the table, aiming a pistol at anyone who tried to stop her. No one did. Petrosky whirled, ignoring Flynn, to point her pistol at me. On the other side of her, Devin snapped free of his handcuffs and raised a gun as well. Too late. Petrosky fired. At me. Before I could react, Ryder lunged forward. Not at Petrosky. She was too far away. Pushing me aside and putting himself in the line of fire. I'm not sure if it was the drugs or remnants of my fugue state, but I saw the bullet race across space as if propelled by slow-motion special effects from a movie. Watched it hurtle and spin, while I was unable to move fast enough to stop it before it hit Ryder. The sound of the gunshot was quickly followed by two more, stacked on another two, as both Flynn and Devin fired on Petrosky. Her body jerked right, then left, before she slumped down, her pistol sliding from her slack grasp. Ryder stumbled against me, off balance with his hands cuffed behind his back. Blood seeped through his shirt. I caught him with my own cuffed hands and lowered him to the ground. "I need some help here," I shouted, choking on the smell of gunpowder and blood. At least, I think I shouted. My mind was exploding with the roar of 1,000 gunshots echoing, while my body felt each one tear through me, ripping me apart, over and over again. Every time I blinked, I expected to see my own guts and blood pouring out of me. I tried to focus. I pressed both my hands against Ryder's wound. Not my blood. His. And no guts. Hit in the right lower quadrant. Not the worst place to be shot, as long as the bullet didn't fragment and nick a blood vessel or tumble into the liver. Flynn grabbed my wrists, unlocking the handcuffs, then freed Ryder as well. Esme lay on the other side of Ryder, still unconscious, thank God. She had enough bad memories without witnessing this carnage. I called 911. They're on their way. "What do you need?" Flynn asked. Leo moaned beside us, one hand flailing at her ankle, but she kicked him aside. Devin had disappeared, the sound of gunfire coming from the roof marking his progress. Had he figured out the truth about Tyree as well? "Hold pressure here." I positioned Flynn's hands over Ryder's entrance wound while I checked his flank. Found an exit wound not far from the entrance. That was good. Very good. I bunched his jacket over the top of it, using his body weight to apply pressure. He gave a little sound, choking back a moan. I turned to him, one hand at his neck, the other at his wrist, assessing his pulses. Both strong, breathing regular. Pain still rampaged through my body with each movement, but focusing on saving him kept it at bay. One more gift Ryder gave me, besides saving my life. "You're going to be okay," I promised him. "Except for the psych eval I'll be ordering. What the hell were you thinking, jumping in front of me like that?" His eyes crinkled with a smile as he held back his laughter. Time rushed past us, leaving us in an oasis of calm, a feeling not unlike my fugues, except I was free to move, free to do what I wanted, so I gave in and kissed him. I stroked his hair with my fingers, taking care not to snag the staples I'd placed there last night when we'd first met. Was it only 24 hours? Felt much shorter, like an instant, yet also ages and ages. Swiss cheese brain of mine, I had the feeling I'd best get used to more strange time warps, but I saw the gleam in Ryder's eyes and knew he felt the same way. Then he frowned, his gaze snagging on Leo, still breathing but unconscious, barely any blood left to ooze from his wound. "Help him," Ryder said. I jerked back. "He's gone. It's too late." "No," Ryder insisted. "We need to know where he stashed the PXA." He was right. There was no way in hell we could risk anyone else gaining control of Leo's formulation. Reluctantly, I turned my back on Ryder and crawled to Leo's side. His lips were ashen, his breathing agonal. He was as close to dead as you could get. Without immediate access to an OR and a dozen units of blood, there was no way I could save him. But I could find the PXA. I hauled in my breath, squared my shoulders, making sure Ryder and Flynn couldn't see my face. Only hoped I wasn't frozen so long that they'd have to pull me out. I wished Devin was here. He'd know what to do when Leo died and I was still with him. How quickly I'd accepted this curse. So typical of an ER doc. Make that former ER doc. To improvise, twist a death sentence into some kind of blessing. I lay my hand on Leo's neck. His pulse was thready, barely palpable. The music hit. Different this time, probably because of the PXA still in my system. Painful, roaring, buffeting me as if I'd been sucked into an F5 tornado. At its center, Leo, larger than life, radiating with a fierce, white-hot brilliance. "I know what you want. You'll never find it." He raised a hand, swatting me aside, sending me reeling, falling into the darkness that swirled at the edges, devouring the light, closing in on both of us. Pain sliced through me as if he'd hit me for real, and not with a hand, but with a machete. I was on my hands and knees, gasping, my body blazing with agony. "Scream," he commanded. I like it when they scream. "No!" I climbed to my feet and faced him. "Tell me, where's the PXA?" The darkness had collapsed the circle of light that held Leo and I into a small whirlpool, winds buffeting us, waves of light crashing around us. I staggered, fought to keep to my feet. Leo merely laughed, absorbing more of the light to grow taller, towering over me. "Scream for me," he said, raising his hand to strike me down, a death blow. This was how he saw himself, I realized, just as Allie had seen herself as a concert pianist, had created that reality that we shared. Leo wanted to go down fighting, conquering, all-powerful, deciding not just his own fate, but mine, as he had with all those women he'd tortured. How many more had he killed in his twisted search for the ultimate torture device? Power and control, that's what he wanted with his drug, and now with his death. I wouldn't let him. Instead, I opened my mouth and screamed. Not a scream of surrender or anguish, a rebel yell of defiance, letting loose all the pain the PXA had brought me, all the pain and suffering Allie had experienced at his hands, even the pain Devin's mother had lived through for so long. All of it. A timpani of pain crashing down, burying us both in our shared reality. His cries pierced the roaring that filled my mind, his mind, our mind. And suddenly, I saw, knew what I needed to know. As the pain swept him away, into the dark, he reached out a hand. "Save me." I pushed away, a rush of fever heat forcing me back. He vanished in the darkness. And I blinked, back in the here and now of the greenhouse. Leo's body lay before me, no pulse, not breathing, gone for good. I shook myself. Pain, but not as intense, nothing I couldn't handle. I spun around to Ryder. It was obvious I hadn't been lost in the fugue for more than a minute or so, though it had felt like all of eternity had collapsed into one soul-sucking black hole. "He's gone," I said. I couldn't save him. The gunfire outside had died down. "I'm going to see if I can find some first aid supplies, Flynn. Stay with him and Esme." "Take this." She handed me Petrosky's service weapon. I held the gun. It was heavier than I expected, felt powerful in my hand. I stepped over Leo's body. Funny, he seemed shrunken, inconsequential. I'd basically just tortured him to death, and there'd be hell to pay for that, but I'd deal with it later. I went outside. The roof was empty, except for Devon and Tyree. Devon was on the ground, face bloody, glaring up at Tyree. Tyree had one hand braced against the waist-high balustrade, using it as leverage as he swung his leg to aim a vicious kick at Devon. "Stop!" I shouted, raising the gun. Tyree froze. Devon rolled to his feet. "Do it, Angela," Devon said. "It's because of him that Jess is dead. Think how many people he's killed, how many lives he's ruined. All those innocent girls he delivered to Leo. He deserves to die, just as much as Leo did." I could do it. Kill Tyree. End this here and now, just as I had with Leo. Free the residents of the tower from their reign of terror. Odds were I was dying anyway, which meant there was nothing to stop me. "Do it. Pull the trigger," Devon urged. Freedom coursed through my veins, energizing me, as if the universe was suddenly much, much larger than I'd ever imagined. Larger than the law, or the rules, or penance. Justice personified. A hero's end, here in my grasp. Tyree's face morphed from gloating to terrified little boy, pinched and twisted and desperate. "You're a doctor. You can't shoot me. You save lives." He was trying to keep his voice calm, but it emerged with a whine that made me want to pull the trigger even more. He must have read that in my stance, because he held up his hands in the universal posture of surrender, his back to the balustrade. "It'll be cold-blooded murder if you pull the trigger. Can you live with that?" Wouldn't have to live with it for very long, but I said nothing. It took all my concentration to keep my index finger from squeezing the trigger. "Give me the gun, I'll do it." Devon sounded irritated, casual. He'd done this before, I'd guessed as much, but now it was hammered home. I liked Devon. He was a good guy, better than most. Maybe Hippocrates had it all wrong. Maybe we shouldn't treat everyone the same. Maybe there really were good guys and bad ones who deserved to be stopped before they caused more harm. It wasn't philosophy or morals or ethics that stopped me. It was Ryder. He trusted me, had faith in me, to save Esme, to save him, to do the right thing. So I did. I eased my finger off the trigger. "We're taking Tyree with us. He's the one who killed Allie, not Leo. He needs to answer for what he's done." Devon didn't look too surprised. Tyree chuckled. "How do you figure that?" I couldn't very well tell him that I'd been inside Leo's mind, had seen everything that he'd done, and Allie hadn't been any part of it. "Esme said Leo threatened her and Jess if you didn't give back the ring you stole, Daniel Kingston's signet ring. I'm guessing that once Leo finished with his victims, he had you take care of cleaning up. You knew those women's minds were destroyed, figured it was a way to frame Leo without Daniel knowing you were involved, so you branded them with a ring covered in his DNA. If you were a real man, you'd have just shot him like the animal he was," Devin said. "Right, and have his old man take it out on me? Kingston would have burned this place to the ground, everyone who lives here with it." Tyree's face twisted into a sneer. "You have no idea, riding around in your fancy car, wearing your fancy suits, but I'll always protect my own." "But you didn't, did you, Tyree?" I asked. "What happened? Did Allie spot you disposing of a body? She dressed real nice that morning. Was she coming to tell you she'd reconsidered your offer of a job? Anything to get enough money to get out of here. But you didn't know how to titrate the PXA. You overdosed her. And in the meantime, Leo got back from Ireland, figured out what you were doing, and he came after you." "You let Leo kill Jess," Devin said. "And you used the search for Esme to cover up you moving Allie into the room with the other kids. Figured if the cops found her and them, they'd finally start to put 2 and 2 together. Stupid cops. Should have figured it out months ago. Must have all been brought off by Kingston." Tyree chuckled. "Fat lot of good it did him or his son. And you got nothing to prove anything against me." "He's right," Devin said. "Give me the gun, Angela." "No. Jacob will find a way to prosecute him. See to it that he pays for what he's done. The truth needs to be told. After everything she and the other victims had been through, I couldn't let Allie down. They deserved justice. Truth has nothing to do with the law. When you gonna get that through your head, Angela? Shoot him and be done with it." "No." Devin glared at me, his face filled with disappointment and anger. Then he lunged forward, head down like a bull, launching Tyree over the edge of the roof. Tyree's scream shredded the night. I ran to the edge, looked over. Tyree's body sprawled on the ground far below. "They'll find a gun on him," Devin said. "The same one that shot the cop I told you about. The same one he would have used to kill me. It was self-defense, pure and simple. Me or him. No choice about it." My breath coming in gasps, I stared at Devin. He wasn't gloating, but he didn't appear racked with guilt, either. Maybe he wasn't one of the good guys after all. The gun was slippery in my blood-covered hands. Maybe I wasn't, either. Chapter 49. I didn't want to be here. Ryder was still in the OR, and I wanted to be there when the surgeons had any news. But I owed Devin, even as I worried about the direction he was taking. Tyree's death had only made things worse, although the cops hadn't seemed too interested in pursuing the truth, not after they realized Tyree had killed one of their own. So I kept Devin's secrets, and he kept mine. He guided me through the tunnels to where I'd seen Leo's stash, the last of his various PXA formulations, along with his computer and written notes, and we used one of Tyree's bombs to destroy it all. Then Devin had insisted we come here, that I do him one last favor. He wasn't the man I'd met last night. Seemed that losing Jess and his mom, seeing Esme in danger, had broken him. Or maybe, like me, he had already been broken, and the events of the last 2 days had just brought the cracks to the surface. "I want to make sure he knows what's going on," Devin insisted as we entered the ICU where Daniel Kingston lay in a coma. "It's only fair that he knows about Leo." "Basically, you're using me to tell him his son was a homicidal maniac, and that I killed him." Exhaustion and the need to get back to Ryder had driven me past subtlety. "You don't have to tell him that part. Tell him Leo died because of me." "You don't understand." I waved my hand vaguely toward my head, not sure of any words to describe what happened when I was inside someone. Remnants of Leo's final scream echoed through my mind, making me wince. I had the feeling I would never be free of him, or what I'd done to him. There's no lying in there. It's the truth. Leo did die because of me and his warped jealousy of the woman his father was obsessed with. We reached Daniel's bedside. His vitals were stable, except the pressure monitor revealed cerebral edema, brain swelling. I studied the EEG tracing, hoping there would be no spindle bursts. No such luck.
Be sure to let him know that as soon as the paternity test is back, the lawyers will arrange for me to be his legal guardian while he's in a coma. I'll be handling all his business and affairs, so they're in good hands.
It was his smile that told me this was his real message for Daniel. The knowledge that the bastard child of the woman he'd brutalized was now gaining control of Daniel's life. Everything Daniel once held dear, Devin now had power over. Funny how I never noticed before how cruel Devin's smile could be.
You're no better than Tyree,
or Leo, or Daniel himself. He startled, then a quick, sharp laugh escaped.
Never said I was, but at least I'm trying. Better for folks in the tower, if any of them had lived and I died.
I hated that I couldn't argue with that. What about Esme? His smile jackknifed into a warning.
Don't you worry about Esme. I'll protect her. Just like I'll protect your secrets, Angela. Ryder never has to know about your little fits. At least not from me.
I don't respond well to threats, Devin. Tell Daniel what you want him to know yourself. I'm done here. I stalked away, returning to the waiting room in time to hear that Ryder was going to be fine. Just fine. No major damage. As I hugged Ozzy and Jacob, I surprised myself by sending a prayer of gratitude. To who, I had no idea. But it felt good. I was starting to understand why Ryder still believed. Maybe too little, too late, but worth a try.
Everything's paid for, and I've set up an account you can draw on if you need anything else. Devin told Flynn when he met her outside the tower. Just like I heard those other kids had some mystery donor pay for them all to go to a fancy group home out in the country. Tyree should have done that himself. Man was a miser, worse than the Russians. He glanced at his watch. He was meeting with his lawyer in an hour to start the court proceedings. Soon, he'd own the tower. No more drugs and whores. He was going to put Tyree's people to work, turning this place into someplace decent to live. Flynn had her hand on the car door. Don't you want to tell her goodbye? No, I can never see her again. She starts school next week. A nice one, all girls, real good. She'll have money for college, everything she needs. Can't get into any trouble up there. It's goddamn Vermont. Who ever heard of any trouble up in Vermont? She'll be safe. What if she asks about you, about her father? Say he died. Say he loved her very much, but he died. But no. He didn't recognize his own voice. It sounded like an ancient memory. This harsh, all too certain man, callously exiling his only family. This is the best way to keep her safe. I don't want anybody ever coming after her, not ever again. The only way to do this is for nobody to ever know she's mine. I understand. But her face said she didn't, not really. No matter. Flynn had already risked her life time and time again for Esme. She'd keep her safe. That was all he cared about. Here's a private number you can call if you ever need me. No one else on the planet has that number, so don't lose it. You call, I'll get back to you as soon as I can. If I don't get back to you... They both knew what that meant. Flynn nodded. I'll take care of her, don't worry. Devin opened the car door for her. Esme was asleep in the back seat, her hands folded under her face like she was praying. He helped Flynn into the car, gripping her arm, suddenly not wanting to let go. Don't let her hang out with any boys like me. No smoking, ever. That shit's worse than crack. And if she wants to do any of that Vermont ski stuff, make sure she wears a helmet and pads and... She laid her gloved palm against his cheek, and he stopped. She'll be fine, Devin. I promise. He nodded, let her go, closed the car door, turned away before it left the curb, and walked inside the tower. A pair of Tyree's old bangers lounged inside the lobby. "You boys don't have nothing better to do?" he asked. Their eyes vacant, they shrugged. Chickens with their heads cut off. "Stand up straight. You all work for me now."
Acting on my feelings for Ryder would be wrong. Probably the most wrong thing I've ever done in my life. Worse even than what I'd done to Leo. But nothing had ever felt so right. Was it so horrible to allow hope guide me instead of the guilt I'd followed most of my life? After all, I didn't know for certain that things were hopeless, that I truly had fatal insomnia. Louise said it would take 3 to 4 weeks to get the genetic results back. My answer would probably come around Christmas. Until then, I needed to be able to feel, to live, to laugh. I needed to believe that after everything I'd done, after my father, Sister Patrice, Leo, that someone, somehow, found me worthy of love. I needed Ryder. I crept forward, wrapping my fingers around the drape surrounding his bed in the surgical recovery unit. Other than the steady beat of the monitor, it was silent beyond. I filled my lungs as if preparing to enter an unknown world and stepped inside the drapes. He lay so still, so very still on the bed. It didn't look like him at all. The Ryder I knew was filled with energy, ready for anything, even when he was relaxed. It was his eyes, I realized now. The way they never stopped moving, scanning for danger. That spark was gone. His eyes were closed, his face slack. The only sign of life, the slight rise of his chest. I reached out to take his hand, feel his pulse. Reflex of a physician. But I wasn't a doctor, not anymore. I was still accepting that new reality. It stung, like a fresh wound left open to heal from the inside out. Raw nerve endings exposed, not scarred over yet. Anesthesia is as close to dying as we get, medically. I stared down at Ryder's still form. Was he still under the influence of the sedatives? What would come if I touched him? If I was able to go inside with him, what would I find? What would he learn about me? Would he despise me for trespassing into his most private thoughts? I hated this uncertainty, this feeling like I was out of control, pretty much how the rest of my life would be. No more guarantees. Of anything. No rules, no boundaries, no limits. I could do anything I wanted with little to no consequence. Devin was right. And so very wrong. There would be a price to pay. The people I left behind. Jacob, my family, and now Ryder. Still, I couldn't resist. I took his hand in mine, closed my eyes, waiting for the music and bright lights. Nothing. Just the warmth of his skin. I opened my eyes, realized I was smiling. He was asleep. Just asleep. Nowhere near almost dead. I sat there so long, I drifted into a comfortable haze of numb apathy. As long as he was okay, I didn't care about anything else. Then I felt him stir. He stiffened with pain, opened his eyes, instantly at full alert, until he saw me. I loved the way his smile crept up his body, relaxing his posture, quirking his lips, releasing that devastating dimple, and finally, lighting his eyes. He was smiling at me, eyes clear, gaze steady. Everything we'd been through in the past 2 days, it hadn't shaken him at all. I didn't have to worry about overburdening him, accidentally hurting him, not like Jacob. I can trust Ryder not to break. Maybe I am dying, who knows? Feels like I'm only just beginning to live. I'm Angela Rossi. I'm 34 years old, and once, I was a doctor. Now, I am a killer. This is the story of how I will die. Someday. Soon. But not alone. And not without hope.
This has been Farewell to Dreams, a novel of fatal insomnia, written by C.J. Lyons, narrated by Sarah Naughton and Chris Ruin at Brickshop Audio Inc. Copyright 2014 by C.J. Lyons, LLC. Production copyright 2014 by C.J. Lyons, LLC.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this